Chapter 460. Lin Che immediately retreated. He lost his footing and almost fell. Just as everyone was exclaiming in surprise, someone suddenly grabbed onto Lin Che. Lin Che, is that all you can do? Lin Che was stunned. She looked up and saw Sidu Qiong in front of her. She thought she was dreaming. You? Sidu Qiong's face was still cold and annoying as he pushed her up. He looked at Lin Che and said, "You make it sound so nice. You have to win against yourself. Even if you know you will lose, you will not give up. Is this what you mean by not giving up?" Lin Che tightened her grip on the sword. "It's just that. I have caught a cold, and I'm not feeling well. The most important thing in fencing is not your body, but your sword." Sidu Qiong stared at her. "Even if your body is disabled and you can't move, your sword can still move and you can hit your enemy. If you don't even know this, don't tell others that I taught you how to fencing." Lin Che stared blankly. He instantly felt so ashamed that he wanted to hide under the cushion under his feet. Yes, she had forgotten everything. Because of her weak body, and because she had taken the initiative, she couldn't remember anything. But the competition was not over yet. She still had a chance. Lin Che stood up and looked at Sidu Qiong. "The competition is not over yet. Why are you scolding me? I won't give you the chance to scold me." Sidu Qiong looked at the light in Lin Che's eyes, which overlapped with the energetic Lin Che from before. She stood there, smiled, and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Of course, I, Sidu Qiong's disciple, will not be defeated so easily." Everyone was surprised. Who was the person below? It was Sidu Qiong. He never appeared in front of others. He was the second young master of the Sidu family. The Sidu family was known as the king of shipping. Their influence in Country C was comparable to that of the Liu family. It was a pity that they kept a low profile and were not often mentioned. But now, Sidu Qiong said that Lin Che was his disciple. Everyone knew about his fencing legend. Later on, he did not appear on the fencing stage because of his family business, but he was still a legend. As for Lin Che, Sidu Qiong had actually said that he was his disciple. In that case, Lin Che should be the only disciple that he had acknowledged. This Lin Che was really more and more amazing. Gu Jingzhou was her man. The Liu family treated her with respect, and the second young master of the Sidu family was actually her fencing master. Though what kind of virtue or ability did she have to know so many people that others couldn't even hope to reach? On the fencing field, Lin Che raised his sword again and looked at Lu Chuxia. "I'll let you play with me for a while now. It's time for me to return the favor." Without saying anything else, she raised her sword and greeted Lu Chuxia. Although Lin Che's technique was not very proficient, Sidu's training was very effective. Her technique was not top-notch, but her strength was stronger than the weak Lu Chuxia. At this time, all her strength was focused on the sword, and Lu Chuxia found it difficult to parry. Not long after, the referee's score was already leaning towards Lin Che's side. Sidu watched from the side. The woman on the stage was strong, brave, and intelligent. Lin Che was like a blooming rose, so dazzling. Finally, Lin Che is the first to receive 45 points. Lin Che wins. Lu Chuxia stood there, still holding the sword in her hand. She looked at the people on the stage in a daze. Later on, she almost didn't have the ability to fight back. All she could do was stand there and get hit by Lin Che. She was really angry. She threw the sword down and snorted. She looked at Lin Che and said, "You think you'll be fine just because you won one round? I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow." After saying that, Lu Chuxia immediately ran away. Lin Che stood there. She was surprised to hear that she had won. Oh my God, she really won. She won as she took off the headgear. For a moment, she felt like she was dreaming. Because she was relying on her willpower to fight, her body was already very weak. She took off the headgear. Sweat had already soaked her hair. Her face was also covered in sweat. For a moment, she looked like a beauty coming out of the water. So beautiful. Because it was fencing, she didn't dress up, but her bare face looked even more crystal clear. The men on the stage were really stunned, especially when she took off her mask. This woman was really heroic and charming. She was so beautiful that it made people sigh in their hearts, and on the stage that it wasn't that Gu Jingza didn't notice the way these men were looking at her. He pursed his lips and stood up. He looked at Lin Che. On one hand, he felt that she was indeed a different woman. On the other hand, he thought gloomily that she was really an attractive woman. Did she know that these men were coveting her? He turned around and looked at the men indifferently. He took a deep breath and said to the bodyguard beside him, "Look who's staring at madam." Dig his eyes out. Duck. Everyone quickly looked away and pretended to look elsewhere. Otherwise, with Gu Jing's ruthlessness, they didn't know if he would really do something like gouging someone's eyes out. After all, no one in the audience dared to challenge Gu Jingza. Even if they were all rich and powerful, there was still a difference in status. Moreover, Gu Jingza was not only a domineering person, but he also liked to play dirty dead on the stage. Lin Che took off her headgear. She felt a wave of weakness and almost fell. Sidu Cheong walked over and pulled Lin Che up. Lin Che said, "I told you I would win. Let's see if you still dare to scold me." "Yes, you won." He smiled at her. It had only been a month, and she had really won. From the beginning, he thought that she wouldn't be able to persist. Later, he thought that she wasn't good at it. Later, he thought that she wouldn't be able to win. Now, she had really slapped him in the face. He thought that she was indeed the woman that Gu Jingza fancied. Indeed, there was always something different about her that could make Gu Jingza fall for her. At this moment, Gu Jingza had already come down. He didn't know Situ Cheong well, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He looked at her and reached out to take Lin Che. Lin Che said, "I'm fine. I'm just really tired." Gu Jingza said, "Don't move. I'll carry you." Lin Che didn't reject him because she was really exhausted and didn't have the energy to continue walking. At this moment, she didn't want to care about what the people in the audience were thinking. She just hugged Gu Jingza's neck. She turned her head and said to Sidu Cheong, "Come watch me dance ballet tomorrow." "Okay, but do you know how to dance ballet? You didn't learn it on the spot, did you?" Chapter 461. "Yeah, I learned it on the spot," Lin Che said. Sidu Cheong shook her head. "You're really annoying. You should have been more diligent. Why did you have to learn it on the spot?" "I didn't embarrass you, did I?" She harumphed. Gu Jingza was already unhappy. This Situ Cheong. He had never heard of her talking so much nonsense before. Gu Jingza's face was cold. He glared at Sidu Cheong, turned around, and left the place. Sidu Cheong naturally caught the man's warning. She just harumphed and stood there, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly. Everyone had watched the match, but it took a long time for them to recover from the excitement of what had just happened. It wasn't the process of the competition that was exciting, but Sidu Cheong's sudden appearance. And Lin Che's touching scene. She really made more playboys pay more attention to her. They were all discussing in private about how they didn't realize that Lin Che was so touching. Unfortunately, it was too late. She had already been taken away by Gu Jingza. In the room, Gu Jingza asked someone to bring the medicine for Lin Che. As Lin Che lay there, he saw Gu Jingza wave his hand to let the others go first. He walked over with the cold medicine. Lin Che said quickly, "How did you know that I had a cold?" Gu Jingza glared at her. "You should ask why you didn't tell me earlier." Lin Che lay there, pursing his lips. "I thought it was nothing. I thought I could get through it. That's enough." As he spoke, he made Lin Che drink the medicine first. Lin Che could only open her mouth obediently. After drinking the medicine, she watched Gu Jingza put the pills down. She then said excitedly, "Seriously, I thought I was going to lose for sure. I didn't expect Situ Cheong to come. I don't think I can lose in front of her no matter what. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing." Gu Jingza glanced at her. "Really?" Lin Che said, "Also, there were no cheers on the stage when I won. I thought everyone wanted Lu Chuxia to win." Gu Jingza looked at her. This silly girl didn't know that the men were starting to go crazy for her. He said, "The competition is fair. Why are they booing? All right, just lie down and rest. There's still ballet tomorrow." "Yes, that's right. There's still a fierce battle ahead. I can't let my guard down. Won't you fall asleep after taking this cold medicine? I don't want to sleep on stage tomorrow." Gu Jingza said, "This is a newly developed medicine. You won't feel anything after taking it, but it will suppress your cold. Many athletes take it before the competition, and it doesn't contain any illegal drugs. Wow, there's such a good medicine, Lin Che said in surprise. I didn't know about it before. Gu Jingzi said, I don't usually need to eat it, so you don't need to know. Lin Che said, is such a good medicine very expensive? It's only 2,000 apiece. That was all you call this? Just that Lin Che knew that he shouldn't have asked. And Gu Jingzi. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Sidu Qiong standing outside. Gu Jingzi paused for a moment, looked at him, and walked over slowly. What's the matter? Sidu Qiong looked inside. Let's see how Lin Che is doing. She's fine. She's already asleep after taking the medicine. Oh, okay then. I'll see her tomorrow, Sidu Qiong said. Gu Jingzi narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect young Master Qiong to care about Lin Che so much. I thank you on his behalf. Sidu Qiong said, yeah, she's my disciple after all. It's normal for a master to care about his disciple. After Sidu Qiong finished speaking, he turned around and left. Gu Jingzi looked at him with narrowed eyes. This Sidu Qiong. The next day, Lin Che didn't expect that in just one day, he would have an admirer in this circle. When she came out early in the morning, someone brought her something. Our young Master Zhan said that it's for Miss Lin. Please keep it well. This is a top-notch tonic for your body. A servant ran over and said with a fawning expression. On the other side, Gu Jingzi took the thing and passed it to the bodyguard behind him. Take it to nourish your body. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi speechlessly. You're giving it to someone just like that. Gu Jingzi looked at her. Idiot, you're weak from the flu. You can't just give it to your body. Moreover, you've been lying down for a day while these bodyguards have been standing around for the whole day. Who do you think is more tired and in need of nourishment? Duh. All right, what he said made sense. But wasn't he just making things up? After a few steps, someone came to deliver something again. Miss Lin, President Wang brought you a shawl. He said that he heard that you've caught a cold and that the sea breeze is strong outside. It could protect you from the cold. Before Lin Che could reach out, Gu Jingzi took it with another hand. He threw it to the servant behind him. The sea breeze is strong. It's yours. Take it. Lin Che said, Gu Jingzi, I don't think that's a good idea. They're just worried about my health. Gu Jingzi said, we don't usually use things of this price. It's not good for the skin. After that, Gu Jingzi couldn't take it anymore. He glared at them coldly. Someone actually dared to give something to Lin Che. He glared at them so that they didn't dare to come closer. After that, with the black-faced king of hell around, the journey was much smoother. Lin Che couldn't help but look at Gu Jingzi strangely. Say, so many girls admire you, but they don't dare to give you anything. Is it because of your black-faced face that they're scared away? Gu Jingzi looked at her and said calmly, of course not. Then why is it? You want to know? Yes. I want to know. Lin Che nodded hurriedly. Gu Jingzi then told the bodyguards not to stop any socialites or daughters who came over. Sure enough, when the bodyguards didn't come to clear the way, someone really saw Gu Jingzi. She ran over in infatuation, holding a handmade chocolate in her hand and said, Second young master, I just saw you. Ivy always wanted to give you something to try my handmade chocolate, but your people are too fierce and don't let anyone near you. Speaking of which, I've been to the Gu family before, but I've never seen second young master. Do you want to try my chocolate? The girl looked at Gu Jingzi. This was the first time she had been so close to him. Her face was burning red. However, Gu Jingzi took the chocolate. Before the girl could be wild with joy, Gu Jingzi had already passed the chocolate to the bodyguard and said to the girl in front of him, Sorry, I never eat handmade food. There are too many germs on my hands. What he meant was that she was dirty, that the girl's face turned red. A rich girl like her was suddenly belittled by him, as if she was worthless. She stomped her feet and ran away angrily. When she left, her eyes were red. Lin Che followed behind. She opened her mouth and thought, this Gu Jingzi's mouth is really too poisonous. No wonder he doesn't give me anything anymore. Chapter 462. If Lin Che had heard him say that, she would have given him a slap on the face. Lin Che said, You're really good at breaking people's hearts. I've seen the girl's hearts shatter all over the floor. Gu Jingzi said, You should learn a little. This is called the way of rejection. No, no, no. The people here are either rich or rich. I don't dare to offend anyone. Women from the Gu family. Why should I be afraid of offending anyone? Lin Che said, but I think that these girls ran away angrily because they're too reserved. If it were me, I wouldn't have run away if you said that. I'm a very vengeful person. Gu Jingzi looked at her and said, oh, what would you do? Lin Che smiled and said evilly, didn't you say that my hands are dirty? I'll put my hand in your mouth and see if you still think it's dirty. Gu Jingzi thought that this was indeed something that Lin Che would do. But Gu Jingzi saw that Lin Che was still gesturing with her finger. He smiled and bit her finger. Lin Che was stunned. Slowly, her eyes widened. Gu Jingzi's action was a blatant seduction. Lin Che blushed. They were still on the road. She didn't want others to see it. She quickly retracted her hand. She pouted at Gu Jingzi and said, you're so bad. Gu Jingzi smiled and said, you said that you'd put your hand in my mouth, and you're saying that I'm bad? Lin Che knew that she couldn't win against him in an argument, so she snorted and said, I'm ignoring you. They arrived at the venue where the ballet competition was being held. As soon as they entered, many people on the stage looked at Lin Che and applauded. Lin Che, are you feeling better? Miss Lin, I watched the TV show that you acted in yesterday. It was really good. Your acting was so good that I almost cried. Miss Lin, this is a prepaid card for the mall that my family owns. You can swipe it whenever you want. Consider it a greeting gift from me. Look, Lin Che was speechless as he thought to himself. It's only been a day, but these people's attitudes have changed too quickly. Lin Che raised her head and saw that Gu Jingzi had already sat inside and was looking at her coldly. She didn't dare to provoke this king of hell again, so she gratefully rejected him and said that it was okay. She didn't want to shop for herself. Then she ran to his side and sat down. She raised her head and said obsequiously, there are so many fans in the socialite circle. Gu Jingzi's expression softened when he saw that she was being obedient. He looked at Lin Che and said, of course. Otherwise, why do you think these rich young ladies from wealthy families would go out to socialize? Of course, it's because of their connections. They're very loyal. You'll be surprised. All right. Lin Che shrunk his neck, feeling as if he was blushing again. It was surprising but also a little weird, because this time, she was famous in such a rich world. When Lu Chuxia arrived, she immediately saw that the men who used to crazily follow her now looked at her indifferently. She was indescribably angry. This damned Lin Che. She didn't do anything, but why did she attract so much attention? Lu Chuxia glared fiercely at Lin Che, who was sitting outside. Lu Chuxia harumphed and went to prepare her clothes. She didn't expect Lin Che to beat her yesterday. This was indeed her mistake. She thought that Lin Che wouldn't be able to learn so many things in a month. She didn't expect that not only did he learn, but he also learned well. It seemed that Sidu Qiong wasn't just a title. She had a certain level of ability. Lu Chuxia quickly changed her clothes. She looked at Lin Che, but he was already gone. She didn't know where he went. She looked at him for a long time and was still puzzled. But when she was done changing, she raised her head and puffed out her chest and walked out. When a white figure appeared in the hall, the people on the stage were shocked. Then they realized that it was Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia was wearing a white slim-fitting ballet costume. The modified clothes were very close-fitting. In fact, ballet clothes were not just those small white dresses. There were many kinds of modern ballet clothes. She was wearing a small white dress, but it was so sexy that it made people want to vomit blood. Everyone immediately looked at Lu Chuxia's good figure. They couldn't help but think that Lu Chuxia was indeed Lu Chuxia. That figure was too beautiful. Lu Chuxia looked at the lustful eyes of those men and couldn't help but sneer. These men were all the same, so it was normal for Lin Che to be attracted to them. In this circle, there were often new faces that amazed people, but slowly, they would still find out that she, Lu Chuxia, was the most powerful because she was the king of this circle. It wasn't easy for her to be able to maintain this status for so many years and still be looked up to by them. Under the applause of the crowd, Lu Chuxia walked onto the stage. Her ballet was carefully designed and matched with her sexy clothes. The ballet was also very charming. Lu Chuxia's ballet was comparable to a professional. The women below the stage were all amazed. Those who had learned ballet knew that she was really too professional. No one could find a single mistake. Some people couldn't help but worry for Lin Che. If Lin Che was like this, what chance did he have of winning? In fact, Lin Che shouldn't have agreed to this bet. Lu Chuxiao's position as the #1 socialite wasn't something an ordinary person could challenge. Lu Chuxia was like a charming woman. Every gaze was so on point. It really seduced the men present. They wanted to jump down and dance with her, enchant her delicate body. At this time, they had already forgotten about the previous Lin Che. They also forgot about Lin Che's beauty. After all, men were carnivores. Seeing Lu Chuxia like this, they couldn't help but want to press the button to give her a score. However, reason told them that they should first see how Lin Che and the others performed. Maybe there would be a little surprise. Lu Chuxia stopped her seductive movements along with the music. She looked at the men on the stage with satisfaction. They were all looking at her with infatuation. The feeling of being surrounded by stars made her feel satisfied again. However, before she could stand still, she heard someone say, "That's Lin Che, right?" Lin Che had already appeared at the door. However, that black dress was a little different from Lin Che's usual refreshing and charming appearance. Lin Che's ballet dress was black. Moreover, it wasn't a normal short ballet dress. It was a long dress. The back of the dress dragged all the way to the ground, covering both his feet and legs. The upper part of the dress was tight. The silky skirt looked very comfortable. It was like water flowing all over the floor. Chapter 463. Was she going to perform a ballet? With her skirt covering her legs, it wouldn't look good no matter how she danced. After all, the audience was looking at her legs. Could it be that she hadn't learned it well enough and was worried that it wouldn't look good, so she wanted to cover it up? That would make it even more obvious. However, everyone knew that Lu Chuxia was a professional when it came to dancing. It was hard for her to compete with her. Lu Chuxia looked at Lin Che. Although she was surprised by her outfit, she still snorted and walked over. She snorted at Lin Che and said, "You always use something different to catch people's attention." That's right. After leaving Gu Jingze, you still need to attract different people to give you more chips. All right, go ahead and hook up with these men. Although none of the playboys on the stage can compare to Gu Jingze, at least they're willing to spend a lot of money. It's enough for you to spend for a few lifetimes. Lin Che didn't look at her. Seeing that she brushed past her, she turned around and called for the other ballet dancers. When she stood on the stage, everyone still didn't know what dance she was going to perform. On the stage, Lin Che took a deep breath. She knew that she couldn't think too much at this time. She had to rely on herself. So, she closed her eyes and bowed to the people below the stage. Then, she heard the music slowly start. The people on the stage fixed their eyes on the stage. As the music started, Lin Che got into position. Suddenly, the music started and Lin Che suddenly did a split. Everyone was shocked to see that although her ballet dress was long, it had a high split. When she was standing on the ground, it didn't feel much, but once she jumped up, her legs would be completely exposed. Inside, her fair legs were tied with black ribbons. Her slender legs were wrapped in such a way, making them look even more slender. When she jumped up, the two sides of her skirt fluttered in the wind, making her look especially fairy-like. The feeling of suddenly exploding made everyone's eyes light up. Then, the audience realized that this time, Lin Che wasn't performing an ordinary dance. It had the feel of a dance skit. The skit was called The Black Swan's Counterattack. The Black Swan was the most classic and treacherous character in ballet. It always stood opposite to the White Swan, like the evil witch in fairy tales. Lin Che's performance as the Black Swan was still as cunning and sly as before, but she also had her own sorrow and sadness. She was like a character that was neither good nor evil. In reality, she was looked down upon by others, but she still persisted on her own path. Even if her feet were filled with thorns and her back was filled with curses, she still wanted to walk forward and reach the peak. Lin Che danced and danced. His expression was sometimes evil, sometimes cold, and sometimes sinister. He was extremely vicious, and his tone was very dark. She used a lot of jumping and spinning movements in the dance, making full use of the skirt's effect. All of a sudden, everyone was immersed in watching the shocking stage, forgetting everything else. Lin Che's stage appeal was outstanding. After all, she was an actress and knew how to perform. Although her dancing was not particularly outstanding and professional, she used her acting skills and plot to captivate people's hearts. Lin Che already knew that she would not be able to compete with Lu Chuxia in terms of professionalism. So, she wanted to use her strengths to attract everyone's attention and use professional performance to capture everyone's hearts. So, on the same day, she hurriedly went to find the ballet teacher. The two of them used the last bit of time to design this set of dance. The ballet teacher was also very surprised. It seemed that she did not expect Lin Che to have such an ability. However, Lin Che brought a series of surprises to everyone. Usually, everyone only saw the delicate girl. It was the first time that they saw Lin Che perform so evil. After the dance, she stood there. The hem of her skirt also fell to the side. Her long legs stood straight, full of desolation. The venue suddenly fell silent. There was no sound at all. Only her tired panting could be heard. It was not until the last moment that the cheers came directly. Lin Che won for sure. Lu Chuxiao watched from behind. Before she had time to change her clothes, she only saw that there was already a commotion outside. Lu Chuxiao was stunned, her face like wax. How could it be? How could it be? Lin Che won? Lin Che actually beat her? She did not want to believe it, but she had to believe it. Lin Che really did beat her. Lu Chuxiao slowly sat down. She really did not want to believe it, but Lin Che did not follow her train of thought. She actually thought of such a strange way to win the competition. The WW banquet this time was not over yet. Everyone was chatting happily as they walked back. This was the most exciting WW banquet in history. When these socialites first arrived, they had the thought of trying to compete with each other. After all, everyone wanted to be the #1 socialite and wanted to win. However, after arriving, they saw that everyone's attention was attracted by Lin Che and Lu Chuxia, so they consciously gave up. After all, they understood that Lin Che was representing the Gu family, and Lu Chuxia was representing the Lu family. These two families were competitive, and others naturally did not have the ability to compete with them. Moreover, Lin Che and Lu Chuxia were really outstanding, beautiful, and attractive. Hence, after the competition ended, they excitedly discussed Lin Che and Lu Chuxia. At first, everyone was really curious about Lin Che and despised him, thinking that he could not win no matter what. Unexpectedly, Lin Che turned the tables on Lu Chuxia, just like in the ballet she performed. This time, Lu Chuxia, whom everyone thought highly of, fell. She was now fully deserving of the title of #1 socialite. Gu Jingzi quickly arranged for the people to pack up. After the final banquet, they would leave the island and return home. Gu Jingzi continued to work in his room. Lin Che was bored, so he came out to call Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "Congratulations. I heard that you won this time." "It's okay. It's the result of everyone's hard work," Lin Che said. "But how did you know?" "I heard it from the servants. They said that you've already successfully surpassed Lu Chuxia. You didn't hear it, but they praised you so much that you don't even look like you. They said that you're so beautiful that you've charmed many men. I don't know how many men want to get to know you now. It can't be. It's true. Socialites are celebrities in this industry. Otherwise, how do they come to be known as social belles? Women have always been in an awkward position in the business world. They are the lubricant for transactions and the polishing agent for relationships. All right, hurry back. Your movie is going to be released soon. Hurry back. You have to do some publicity. Chapter 464. I know. I'll talk to you later. Sidu Chiong is here. What? Sidu Chiong is there too? Lin Che hung up the phone. He looked at Sidu Chiong, who was walking towards him. He smiled at Lin Che. "Miss Lin, do you have time to come and have a chat with me?" Lin Che said. "How can I not be free?" "Of course. Aren't you the top socialite now? You're booked until next month. I came here because I was worried that you wouldn't have time." "What are you talking about?" Sidu Chiong looked at her. "I'm not joking. After today, won't anyone try to get close to you and pull you into some social circle? Lin Che asked curiously. What social circle? Sidu Cheong said. These social circles are organized by rich heirs. Swimming clubs, cruise clubs, racing clubs, etc. They're basically social circles. They organize some gatherings to expand their social circle. Really? I've never heard Gu Jingzi say that he attended any gatherings. For example, Mr. President. He has a private gathering, but it's just a gathering with a few of his close friends. No one else wants to join. However, Gu Jingzi is special. He's famous for not joining any gatherings. That's why you don't know about it. Lin Che said, but I've never met anyone. Because you're Mrs. Gu, people don't dare to pull Gu Jingzi to any gatherings. They might flock to pull you, but Gu Jingzi probably stopped them. Now that you're famous in this circle and you've just defeated Lu Chuxia to become the top socialite, many men are infatuated with you. So there should be a lot of people who want to get to know you. But I haven't met anyone. Sidu Cheong looked at Lin Che. Maybe Gu Jingzi has protected you too well, so they don't dare to come. Lin Che looked up. Is that so? Actually, Lin Che didn't want to interfere too much with Gu Jingzi's affairs. She didn't know much about it, so she didn't ask. She didn't know much about his protection. Sidu Cheong said, speaking of which, we haven't had a fencing match in a long time. That's right. You've always been the one finding people to abuse me. When he was studying, Sidu Cheong always let others be his sparring partner, while he scolded others in annoyance. Sidu Cheong said, do you want to compete? Lin Che looked inside. Gu Jingzi would probably be busy for a long time, and the servants were packing things up. Lin Che nodded magnanimously. All right, let's give it a try. In the fencing room, Lin Che and Sidu Cheong both changed their clothes and picked up their sword. Lin Che shouted, begin. There was no need for a referee as the two of them started fighting. Actually, Lin Che was quite a fast learner, and he seemed to have some talent in this area. Therefore, at this moment, he looked quite decent. However, he was still defeated by Sidu Cheong in just a few moves. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Lin Che helplessly stopped and said to him, forget it. You didn't come here to ask me to fight. You just came here to torture me. Really, you don't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Let's not fight anymore. Sidu Cheong smiled and sat down to look at Lin Che. Have some sportsmanship. If I keep giving in to you, I'll be looking down on you. Lin Che looked at Sidu Cheong. He looked even more heroic in his fencing clothes than usual. When he waved his sword, his movements were graceful and elegant. It was as if he had become one with the sword, which was very nice to look at. Lin Che looked at Sidu Cheong in admiration. He looked at Sidu Cheong and said, I didn't expect you to be so good at fencing. Sidu Cheong said, of course. Otherwise, how could I be the master of the #1 socialite? Get lost. You're teasing me again. Sidu Cheong looked at Lin Che's smile and paused. He noticed that Lin Che's foot was still wrapped in bandages. Your foot. Lin Che looked at it and said, oh, it's okay. It's just ballet practice. I'm not used to it at the beginning. Sidu Cheong looked at her face deeply. After a while, he heard someone come in and whisper something in his ear. He then said, Gu Jingzi is here to see you. Is that so? I'll be leaving first then. Sidu Cheong nodded and watched her get up and leave. To be honest, he never expected Lin Che to defeat Lu Chuxia. But, to his surprise, she actually won. Housekeeper Chen looked at Sidu Cheong, especially at the fencing clothes he was wearing. He did not expect young Master Cheong to put on his fencing clothes again today because of Lin Che. This was a little too surprising. As soon as Lin Che went out, he saw Gu Jingzi outside. Lin Che ran over and said, are you done? Yeah, I'm done. Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. Really? That's great. I've been nervous for so many days and haven't had the chance to see the scenery here. Also, it's my first time on such a small island, Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi looked back and could see Sidu Cheong's faint figure through the glass window. She seemed to be wearing a white fencing clothes. Were you fencing just now? Yeah. After learning for so long, I wanted to give it a try, but he's too good. I'm no match for him at all, Lin Che said, his tone filled with admiration. Gu Jingzi looked at her. He's very good? Lin Che nodded. Yeah, he's very good. Gu Jingzi narrowed his eyes and said, Go. Change your clothes. We're going to the beach. Oh, okay. As Gu Jingze watched Lin Che leave, he turned around. Sidu Qiong had already come out. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, President Gu, do you have something to say? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at Situ Qiong. After a while, he cleared his throat. Stay away from Lin Che. Sidu Qiong didn't say anything and looked at him quietly. Gu Jingze didn't say anything else. He turned around and left, his back looking gloomy. When Lin Che came over, he saw Gu Jingze's gloomy expression. He was curious. What's wrong, Gu Jingze? Did something happen? Nothing. Sidu Qiong has a weird personality. It's better for you to stay away from him. Really? I'm really curious. Why do you all say that he has a weird personality? But I really think that he's quite normal. It's just that he's a little annoying when he talks. Forget it. I'll take you to the beach first. The seawater here was very beautiful because there was no breeding area. Lin Che looked at the vast sky and sea. He couldn't help but say, I didn't know that Liu Beichun has such taste. This place is really good for his health. He can fish, and take a walk every day. It's such a good life. Gu Jingze said, yeah, Beichun has always been arrogant and doesn't like to be tied down. Actually, I didn't agree to him being with Jing Yin at first because Jing Yin will always be led astray by him. Okay, but it's fine as long as they think they're suitable. They're husband and wife. Why do you care about them? Yeah, why don't I care about you? He lowered his head and tugged at her ear. This disobedient little woman was the one who needed to be disciplined. She was so attractive this time. He hadn't taught her a lesson yet, so that she would dare to be so attractive again. Chapter 465. However, he should have known that Lin Che was a piece of unpolished jade that could be forged even more exquisitely. It was just that he didn't want to forge it. Watching Lin Che slowly grow by her side was actually a very enjoyable thing, wasn't it? Gu Jingze put his arm around her shoulders. Let's go there. Why are we going there? Lin Che asked curiously. We asked Liu Beichun for a boat. Don't you want to experience life on a fishing boat? Let's go fishing. Wow, really? That's great. Lin Che followed them happily. When they reached the place and saw the big boat, she wanted to ask if it was a fishing boat. I thought it was an open boat from ancient times. It was a small yacht that was neither too big nor too small. It was the kind of yacht that had a room to rest and have fun. There was also a cockpit in the front for driving. Gu Jingze heard her and said, How can I take that kind of boat? There were tourists on the side. They watched as the tourists got on the small yacht. There were small tables on the yacht with drinks and fruits on them. Gu Jingze was leaning on the deck chair, fishing with his fishing rod hanging down. The tourists looked at him from afar and felt really envious. Someone even asked where the boat was rented from. Others told them that there had been a meeting on the island recently, and that countless rich people had come to the island. The private airport on the island had been specially opened for these rich people, and this was probably also a trip for one of the rich people. Their boats were all their own, not rented. They thought that it was a game of rich people and didn't ask anymore. On the boat, Lin Che held the fishing rod, but couldn't catch anything for a long time. She wondered if she was doing it the wrong way, so she kept changing her position. However, he could only look at Gu Jingze, who was busy harvesting fruits. After a while, there were already a few small fish lying in his bucket with a pitter-patter. Lin Che was speechless. Why can't I catch anything? If you keep being so noisy, I won't be able to catch anything, Gu Jingze said as he leaned on the deck chair and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che was speechless. I don't care. I can't catch anything if I can't catch anything. Hurry up and tell me how you did it. Gu Jingze lifted his body and looked at Lin Che. Do you really want to know how to catch anything? Lin Che hurriedly nodded. Gu Jingze smiled and waved at her. Come here. Lin Che looked at his faint smile and said in a daze, What? What do you want? Gu Jingze said, Don't you want to know? Bribe me and I'll tell you. How to bribe? Gu Jingze frowned. He looked at Lin Che impatiently and pulled him into his arms. Lin Che moaned and fell into his arms. Gu Jingze hugged her. The blue sea and blue sky, water and sky connected. He held the woman in his arms and gently kissed her lips. The tip of his tongue circled around her lips and then went back into her mouth again. He slowly explored her tongue, circling her delicate body. Outside, someone saw this scene. The two of them were hugging each other, their clothes fluttering in the wind. It was a beautiful scene. From afar, the kissing scene didn't look lewd at all. Instead, it was very beautiful. It was like a romantic scene in a movie, making people want to enjoy it. Someone on the shore said, "Rich people really know how to enjoy themselves." They kissed on the boat. "Wow, that man is so handsome. He looks like he has a good figure. It would be great if he could kiss me. Yeah, I wish the woman in his arms was me." After kissing her enough, he let go of her, but didn't let her get up. He just held her waist and looked at the splashes below. The boat swished across the water. The fishing hook didn't move. It was as if the small fish didn't want to disturb the two of them. Gu Jingze and Lin Che enjoyed the moment of peace together. Neither of them wanted to move. The sun was very strong, especially on the sea. The ultraviolet rays were very strong. However, Lin Che wasn't afraid of getting tanned. Gu Jingze was a man, so he wasn't worried about getting tanned. On the contrary, under such strong sunlight, his whole body was enveloped by the strong sunlight. He squinted his eyes and looked very good. Lin Che found a comfortable position, leaned on his body, raised his head to look at his handsome face, thought for a moment, slowly reached out to hold his waist, only to feel his body muscles feel really good like this around his waist, touching his solid muscles. The feeling is also so enjoyable. Even when the sun was about to set, Lin Che still hadn't remembered that she wanted to ask him about fishing. Suddenly she remembered. She stood up and said, "Oh yeah, you haven't taught me how to fish." Gu Jingze said, "You know, it's easy to fish if you want to." "Really? How do you fish?" "First, you have to marry a husband who knows how to fish. Then you can sit there and watch him catch a lot of fish." He smiled and pulled up his little frame. He said to her, "Didn't I catch one?" You. Gu Jingze, you liar. You're really a liar. You're a liar." Lin Che slapped his body. Gu Jingze didn't dodge. Anyway, it didn't hurt. He just laughed in a muffled voice. The boat was slowly approaching the shore. A laughing voice came from the side. "Oh my, am I seeing things? Someone actually dares to hit Gu Jingze?" Lin Che quickly stopped and saw that the person was Liu Beichen. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che and didn't dodge. His expression was normal, as if nothing had happened. Sometimes, Lin Che really thought that Gu Jingze's face-changing skills were really superb. He could change his face so quickly and without leaving a trace. Lin Che couldn't be as calm as him. Her face was a little red, because she was fooling around like a child just now, and someone had seen it. Gu Jingze said, "I'll return the boat to you." Liu Beichen said, "Okay." He looked at Lin Che, who was behind him. In the past, if he saw someone hitting Gu Jingze, that person would have disappeared from Country C a long time ago. Unexpectedly, things were different now. Gu Jingze knew how to play with people. Perhaps Lin Che was the only one. No one else could have such an honor like Gu Jingze. Liu Beichen said, "I'm here to tell you that we'll have dinner together tonight. My father is hosting a banquet at home." Lin Che's expression became a little unnatural when she heard that. After all, she had just won the title of the so-called first socialite from Lu Chuxia. Although the title was not very useful, it would still be awkward if they met. As if understanding her uneasiness, Liu Beichen said, "Don't worry about Chuxia causing trouble. She has already left on a plane." Chapter 466. Lin Che smiled awkwardly. He felt as if he had been seen through. Gu Jingze turned to look at Lin Che and said, "Okay, we'll go over tonight." Lin Che and Gu Jingze went to Lu Qinyu's villa that night. Lu Qinyu congratulated Lin Che. "Congratulations, Xiao Che. I heard that you did very well. It's a pity that I couldn't go and watch. However, it's only natural that you received everyone's approval." Lin Che smiled and thanked him. He saw that Gu Jingyan was there too. She looked at Lin Che and smiled. "I just finished work these past 2 days and came over. In the end, you've already finished competing." Lu Qinyu said, "Next time, let Beichen do these things. You two run the company together. Don't be so stubborn. Leave everything to Beichen." It's better for you to come out more often. Gu Jingyan smiled. That's what I was thinking too. But we have to work together. My part is a little slower, and I really can't leave. Plus, I heard that this time around, it's Lin Che and Chuxia's world. The other socialites are smart enough to participate, so I won't be joining in the fun. She said, anyway, I can't compare to little sister-in-law, right? Lin Che blushed and said, how can that be? These are all small tricks. You guys running a company is the real wisdom. It's a pity that I don't know how to do it. Lin Che stuck out his tongue. Gu Jingyan said, with second brother around, you don't have to think so much. Isn't that right, second brother? You'll always protect little sister-in-law. Lu Qingyu quickly went to get someone to prepare things and let the young people sit down to chat. Liu Beichen said, Chu Xiao left in tears this morning. I think she must have suffered a huge blow this time. Lin Che said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. We were too childish back then. That's why we made that bet. Liu Beichen said, it's okay. She's used to being arrogant. It's not wrong to teach her a lesson and let her know that there's always someone better out there. Gu Jingyan said, besides, sister-in-law, you're really capable. This competition is very fair. You won't win just because of who you are. You're able to make these arrogant rich kids fall in love with you and admire you so much. It shows that you're worth it. Gu Jingyan said, what's more, sister-in-law? Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen and said, your Chu Xiao has been a little overboard. She's fine with other things, but she's been very rude to my sister-in-law. It's useless to reprimand her. I won't try to persuade her this time. I want her to learn her lesson. Liu Beichen said, I didn't ask you to persuade him. Yes, but since I'm his sister-in-law, I should fulfill this obligation. I'm not like some people who don't remember their obligations after getting married. Liu Beichen looked at her and said, if you want to say it, I'll just say it. There's no point in beating around the bush. There are no outsiders here. So what are you afraid of? You call this beating around the bush? I think I've been direct enough. Lin Che hurriedly glanced at Gu Jingze, not knowing what to do. Why were they arguing just like that? Gu Jingze noticed Lin Che's gaze. He raised an eyebrow and pulled Lin Che to his feet. All right, let's go out for a walk. It's a little too stuffy in the room. Lin Che nodded. He turned back to look at the two of them and hurriedly left. When there were only the two of them left in the room, Liu Beichen stood up and said, all right, your brother has seen our beautiful marriage this time. Do you think he's such a smart person? Can't he see it already? Liu Beichen stood up and walked out of the room. Gu Jingyan stood up as well. Unfortunately, she bumped into the food that the helper had brought over. The tea spilled onto Gu Jingyan's body, and she yelped in pain. The tea splashed onto the floor and broke into pieces. The helper's face turned pale with fright. She hurriedly said, young madam, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Liu Beichen, who had just opened the door and was about to go out, heard the noise. Gu Jingyan saw that it seemed like nothing had happened. Although she was annoyed, she still said, it's fine. The next moment, Liu Beichen had already walked over and pushed the helper away. Do you even know how to work? He pushed the helper away and stood up himself. He grabbed Gu Jingyan's arm. Her fair arms were red from the heat. The helper was trembling in fear. Liu Beichen turned around and said, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get the medicine. Do you even know how to work? Yes. The helper hurriedly went to get the medicine. Gu Jingyan saw how frightened the helper was and said to Liu Beichen, all right, that's enough. She didn't do it on purpose. Shut up. Just saying that she didn't do it on purpose is enough? What does she do for a living? She can't even do a small thing. Everyone does something wrong. I don't need you to interrupt me when I'm managing my subordinates. Liu Beichen raised his head impatiently and said. Gu Jingyan said, I'm not interrupting you. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Do you get it? That's enough. If someone else gives me a suggestion, it might be a suggestion. But if it's you, which one of your suggestions hasn't been used to go against me? That's what you think. You're delusional. What can I do? Is it my paranoia? Or do you like to harm me? I won't argue with you. Anyway, it's useless to say more. You're such a vicious woman. You think everything you do is right, and you don't care about what others think. Ah, yes, I'm vicious. Why do you care about me then? Let go of me. This is my hand. I like to be scalded. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Jingyan pushed Liu Beichen away. Liu Beichen was pushed to the side. Looking at her cold face, he felt a wave of resentment. All right, I'm just being a busybody. I won't care even if you get scalded to death. Do you really think I care about you? He said angrily. I'm angry because my subordinates don't know how to do their job. Care about you? You're the one who got scalded lightly. Who cares about you? Gu Jingyan looked at him stubbornly. It's a pity that bad people can live for 1,000 years. I just can't die. It's not a big deal this time. It's just a little red. Just then, the helper rushed back and even called the family doctor who had come along with them. They saw the two of them standing on opposite sides, one looking angrier than the other. The helper was at a loss. She didn't know what to do. Liu Beichen glared at Gu Jingyan and said to the helper, "Don't worry about her. She said she didn't need treatment. Get out, all of you." The doctor said hurriedly, "Young Master Chun, you still have to see a scalded wound. What are you looking at? She's happy to get scalded." Gu Jingyan said, "All right, if you want to go against me, just go against me. Why are you always scolding the people around you?" Liu Beichen glared at Gu Jingyan angrily, opened the door, and walked out. The helper stood there uneasily. Chapter 467. Gu Jingyan couldn't be bothered with them and said, "All right, you guys can leave now. It's nothing serious." Gu Jingyan knew that he was doing it for her own good, but the gap between them was too big, and they couldn't talk properly anymore. They just wanted to find a place to vent their anger. She wanted to go against him, and he wanted to go against her. The two of them went against each other, and the people around them were implicated by them. Outside, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi. "Is it okay for them to be inside?" "Of course it's okay," Gu Jingzi said, "but they seem to be quarreling. It's normal for a married couple to quarrel. They're newlyweds. It's not normal for them to quarrel." Gu Jingzi said, "They've known each other for so many years that they're no longer newlyweds. Plus, they've been quarreling for a long time. You'll get used to it." "No way." "What?" Lin Che said, "They've been quarreling for a long time, but they didn't break up. They can even get married. What do you think?" "I think this is true love. They won't break up even if they quarrel. They just want to be together. TSK, TSK. Gu Jingzi smiled at Lin Che. This girl that her thoughts were special. Gu Jingzi said, "But they do quarrel often. They were like this when they were in school. They were both aggressive." "Oh, that's possible. They're both favored by the heavens." Just then, Liu Beichen suddenly walked out. His face was very ugly, and his gray eyes were filled with raging anger. He glanced at Gu Jingzi and walked out of the room with a gloomy face. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Gu Jingzi, who still had a normal expression on his face. Just then, the Liu family's servant came out. Seeing Lin Che and Gu Jingzi standing there, the servant said embarrassedly, "Young madam was scalded and they quarreled again. How is it?" Lin Che asked quickly. The servant said, "It's nothing serious. The doctor is already inside. Young madam and young master like to quarrel. I hope Mr. and Mrs. Gu don't mind." Lin Che said, "It's fine. It's good that they're fine." The helper said, "It's fine. It's considered good this time. At least we didn't break anything or fight." "Ah, you can even fight?" Lin Che said in surprise. "Yeah, we're already used to it. It's common for the two of you to fight, but young master can't beat young madam every time. Once, young master was kicked out of bed by young madam. Young master was so angry that he went out for a few days and didn't come back." At this moment, Lu Qingyu coughed dryly from behind. The talkative servant hurriedly shut his mouth, lowered his head, and went out. Lu Qingyu looked inside and took a deep breath. What an unfilial son. Lin Che didn't understand how they got along with each other. Perhaps it was the same as her and Gu Jingzi. They just had different ways of getting along. As long as the two of them felt that it was fine, no one else could interrupt. That night, after having dinner at the Liu family's house, Lin Che and Gu Jingzi rushed back to City B. The next day, Lin Che first went to the production crew's gathering for dinner. Since the production of the movie was in its final stages, the actors had already entered the promotional period and were running around. Seeing that Lin Che had finally returned after not appearing for a long time, Everyone gathered around to greet her. Where the hell have you been these past few days? There's no news at all. Lin Che giggled and said, Nope, I've been dealing with some personal matters at home. Really? There are even rumors that you've been blacklisted by the company because of that Qin Wanwan. Lin Che said speechlessly. How could that be? Why would the company blacklist me? Nope, I've applied for leave from the company to deal with some matters. That's right. We also guessed that you couldn't do it. Oh, right. Congratulations on being nominated for a Golden Name Award. It's a good start for our movie. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work, Lin Che said politely to everyone. Lin Che greeted everyone politely. Seeing Song Shuhai walking over, she smiled and said, Sister Shuhai, you're here too. Yeah, you're here. Song Shuhai looked at Lin Che. I feel like you've changed quite a bit. Lin Che looked at herself strangely. Change a lot? Where have I changed? You don't look so thin anymore. Instead, you look a lot more robust. Also, your lines look better. Did you secretly go to practice your waistline? Song Shuhai laughed. Lin Che lowered her head and said, Really? I did train a lot recently, but I didn't notice any changes. Of course, the changes are very obvious. You just didn't notice it. Lin Che thought about it too. This month of intensive training was first to prepare for WW's banquet, but now, it actually gave her a chance to train her body. This could be counted as an unexpected gain. Song Shuhai continued, but the people in the company said that you applied for leave to change your image. Song Shuhai was in the same company as her, so of course he had heard a lot of rumors. Lin Che said speechlessly, How could that be? I don't have that much free time. That's true, but you should be careful. This Qin Wanwan isn't easy to deal with. Song Shuhai was also an experienced person, so he deeply understood the company's dirty tricks. So, at this moment, he stood up to Lin Che. Lin Che smiled. Different situations call for different actions. Anyway, it's a fair competition. I'm not afraid of her. Sure, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Sigh. I can't take it anymore. I'm just afraid that some unforeseen event will happen. Everyone looked at Lin Che and felt that she had changed quite a bit. They sat together and chatted about the publicity. After watching the promotional video, Lin Che felt that there was a reason why the film was chosen by the Golden Awards. The production was too exquisite, comparable to Hollywood. No wonder it was Gu Jingyu's work. After that, Lin Che went back to the company. The people in the company really thought that she had run away. When they saw her return, they couldn't help but look at her. Lin Che didn't care too much and went to deal with some matters. She threw those curious gazes to the back of her mind. Everyone watched as Lin Che left and said, Lin Che still dared to come back? I thought she really ran away. I thought she signed with another company and wanted to jump ship. She should stay away from Qin Wanwan in case she really has to fight with her. Now it seems that she isn't as capable as Qin Wanwan. Maybe she felt that she couldn't compete with her these few days, so she went to hide. At this moment, Lin Che received a call from Situchion. He said directly on the phone, I'm at the entrance of your company. Come out for a while. Lin Che was stunned and quickly ran out. At the entrance, the people who had just been discussing Lin Che's fate were shocked to see Lin Che run out and greet the luxury car that was parked at the entrance. And the person who got out of the car was even more shocking. Damn, no way. Is that Situ Chiong? Situ what? Young Master Chiong. You haven't heard of her? Chapter 468. Young Master Chiong. I've never heard of her. Is she a celebrity? He's a nouveau riche, and he was especially famous in the past. About 5 or 6 years ago, he represented Country C in a fencing competition and won the gold medal. Later on, when everyone dug up his background, they found out that he was the young master of the Sidhu family. The Sidhu family is a shipping king, and they are the boss of the shipbuilding industry. It's a very awesome family, and he's the heir of the Sidhu family, so he's especially rich, okay? So powerful. Hey, that's young Master Chiong. He looks so handsome. That's right. Back in the day, the number of women who watched him fencing filled the entire training center. Fencing is a gentleman's sport, and he's so handsome. He looks like a British prince. Just when everyone thought that Lin Che was at a disadvantage and that she was the one who was forced to run away, Everyone actually saw that she knew such a tycoon. This time, everyone was really taken aback. Seeing Lin Che and Sidu Cheong chatting happily, they all thought that everyone thought that Lin Che's fate had run out, and that was definitely a rumor. Those who had surrounded the company and wanted to see Lin Che make a fool of himself were suddenly slapped in the face in public. Looking outside, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Lin Che didn't need their support at all. He had thought that Lin Che was in a miserable state now, but it turned out that Lin Che was so awesome, and the people he knew were also so awesome. Wasn't this a slap to the face? Lin Che was also surprised that Sidu Cheong would come. Sidu Cheong only said that she would treat her to a meal. Lin Che was a little embarrassed. Why did they have to eat if there was nothing going on? Moreover, it was just the two of them. Sidu Cheong didn't wait for him to reject her and said directly, "What do you mean, Lin Che? Are you going to reject me just like that? Why? Now that you've won and become the #1 socialite, you don't want to talk to me anymore? You're really burning bridges after you've outlived your usefulness. How is that possible?" Lin Che wasn't worried about that at all. Sidu Cheong said, "After all, I was your master. A master for a day, a master for a lifetime. Fuck off, lifelong why? Why?" Lin Che brandished his fist. If he dared to say that he would be her father for life, she would immediately give him a punch. All right. I'm just joking. In short, you have to admit that I'm your master." Yes, you're my master. Then shouldn't you treat me to a meal after you win? All right. Please. Lin Che was speechless. He could only get into his car and treat him to a meal. Sidu Cheong was very satisfied and took her to the restaurant. They ate very quickly. Actually, when the two of them practiced fencing together, they were already very familiar with each other. They were also more open with each other. This meal was still very enjoyable. When Sidu Cheong went outside to answer a call, housekeeper Chen walked in and looked at Lin Che. His smile was much warmer than the first time he saw Lin Che. He said, "Miss Lin, young master is really happy that you could come." Lin Che laughed. "Is that so? I think he likes to smile a lot." "That's because I'm with you. Miss Lin, you don't know." Housekeeper Chen sighed and said, "Ever since young Master Cheong couldn't practice fencing anymore and was forced to give up what he liked, he has been living in seclusion and doesn't socialize with anyone anymore. People have been saying that young Master Cheong has an eccentric personality and doesn't like to show himself. Actually, young Master Cheong used to be very happy and liked to come out. He liked to hang out with his fans and often smiled." When Lin Che heard this, she looked at him in surprise and said, "What does your young Master Cheong mean by giving up what he liked? Was he forced to give up fencing?" "Yeah. He used to go out to compete often and would get a good ranking every time. His career could have gone to a higher level, but old Master said that his playfulness would dampen his ambition. So he asked him to come back and forbade him from continuing to practice fencing. He didn't agree, and old Master used violence to force him. In the end, he still agreed. However, ever since he returned to the Sidu family and took over the family business, he was never happy again. Now, we can see young Master Cheong so happy again because of Miss Lin." Lin Che said, "I'm not that useful." "It's true, Miss Lin. Perhaps Miss Lin's hard work aroused young Master's passion, making him feel like he was continuing his own career. Anyway, young Master hasn't come out to eat with others for a long time. This time, it's all because of you." When Lin Che heard Housekeeper Chen's words, he looked ahead and thought to himself that perhaps these young masters of big families weren't that happy after all. Gu Jingze was often so busy that he forgot about his own life. Fortunately, he liked to work, he liked to make money, and he liked the business world. However, if it was someone he didn't like and he was forced to stay here forever, he would probably be very unhappy. Looking at it this way, Sidu Cheong was really pitiful. Sidu Cheong came back very quickly. He sent Lin Che home. When they arrived at the Gu family's house, he said, "Let's fencing again next time if there's a chance." Lin Che said, "Sure. I'll beat you up by then." "Forget it. You won't be able to beat me even if you practice for another 10 years. Don't look down on me." "Humph." Lin Che smiled at him, got out of the car, and walked back. Sidu Cheong looked at Lin Che from outside and smiled. At the Gu family's house, Gu Jingze was in the study when he saw a car disappear into the distance. He paused and asked the housekeeper, "Is Madam back?" "Yes, sir. Madam went to dinner with her friends and is back now." "Friends?" Gu Jing's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Go and see who her friends are. Find out who sent Madam back." "Yes, sir." When he went out, he saw Lin Che humming a song as he stood there packing his things. "Are you very happy?" Gu Jingza asked. Lin Che looked up. "Huh? Oh, yes. What's wrong?" Gu Jing's expression darkened. His gaze became even more dangerous. "Stay away from Sidu Qiong in the future." Before Lin Che could say anything, Gu Jingza had already opened the door and entered the bedroom. The bedroom door slammed shut in front of him. Lin Che could only stand outside and look in. She thought gloomily, "I haven't explained what happened between me and Sidu Qiong. I'm just friends with Sidu Qiong. At most, their teacher and disciple." Lin Che walked to the door. "Gu Jingza, what are you doing?" "Sidu Qiong taught me fencing for free for a long time. Of course I have to be polite to her. You can't be ungrateful." She pushed the door open, but she heard the door lock with a click. How could Gu Jingza be so narrow-minded? Lin Che stood there and stomped her feet. "Gu Jingza, open the door. Tell me clearly. What do you mean? Are you jealous?" Was he jealous? Was he that jealous? This was very disrespectful to Gu Jingza. Gu Jingza opened the door and looked at Lin Che. That handsome face was filled with gloom. Chapter 469. Lin Che, why would Sidu Qiong approach you for no reason? He obviously has an ulterior motive. With your IQ, it's inevitable that you'll be tricked by him. So, I advise you to stay away from him. Otherwise, don't come to me for help when you've been tricked to the core. Lin Che was speechless. I don't think Sidu Qiong has any ulterior motives. Don't think so badly of everyone. If I were like you and think of everyone as an angel, I would have been swallowed up in the business world long ago. Gu Jingza narrowed his eyes at her. Anyway, you're not going to listen to me. You still want to meet Sidu Qiong, right? Lin Che was stunned and hesitated. Sidu Qiong treated her as a friend. But couldn't they meet now? However, that moment of hesitation was enough to make Gu Jingza furious. With a cold laugh, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Hey, what's wrong with you? Open the door. What are you doing?" Lin Che knocked on the door and heard a click from inside. He locked the door from the inside. Lin Che was furious. What did he mean? She hadn't even said anything, and he was already so angry. Lin Che said to the door, Okay. Gu Jingza, you're not going to open the door? If you don't want to open the door, then so be it. You childish, overbearing, bastard, overbearing, heartless, cold-blooded, meddlesome you. Lin Che's head swelled. She couldn't think of any other words to describe him, so she turned around and walked out. Outside, the servants looked at each other. Did they quarrel? Well, it looked like they were going to have a hard time for the next few days. The next day, Lin Che and Yu Minmin prepared to go to the event together. Yu Minmin saw that she was unhappy and asked, "What's wrong with you? You also won overwhelmingly against Lu Chuxiao this time. Why are you so unhappy?" Lin Che said, "No, I'm just a little tired." Yu Minmin was speechless. Okay. She thought for a moment and said, "Why are you tired? It's broad daylight and you're so listless. You don't seem to have an appetite. Hey, are you pregnant?" Lin Che smacked her and said, "Scram, what are you thinking about? What's wrong? You and Gu Jingza spend every day together. Isn't it normal for you to be pregnant? Do you think Gu Jingza would do something he's not confident about? We've taken very comprehensive measures, okay?" Yu Minmin said, "That's not necessarily true. Condoms only have a 99% accuracy rate. That is to say, out of 100 pairs, 1 pair will get pregnant. All right, let me tell you, it's that bastard Gu Jingza. He's angry because I'm close to Sidu Qiong." "Wow, he's so jealous," Yu Minmin said. Lin Che said, "What are you talking about? He's a jerk. Sidu Qiong and I are just friends. He can't stop me from making friends, right?" Yu Minmin had never met Sidu Qiong before, so he didn't know what to say. But at this moment, a person suddenly looked at Lin Che and took off his sunglasses. "Miss Lin, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Che was stunned. The person in front of him was a stranger. But they were at the event venue, so there shouldn't be any fans coming in. Lin Che was still puzzled when the man in front of him revealed his identity. I've seen your ballet, Miss Lin. I was really shocked. Miss Lin, you're really, really amazing. Oh yes, I'm from CC Supercar Club. Are you interested in joining us? It turned out that he was a young master from an unknown family who was attending WW's banquet. She smiled and took his name card. I'll think about it, but I'm not interested in sports cars. When he heard that, he was about to speak passionately. Fortunately, the organizer came at this time, and Lin Che quickly found an excuse to leave. Yu Minmin said, no way. Even the Supercar Club wants to recruit you. You're really popular. Lin Che was annoyed and couldn't be bothered with her. Yu Minmin said, he's a rich man. So many rich men are starting to become your followers. Lin Che, you have to lead me in the future and show off. That's enough. Just then, Lin Che saw that Sidu Cheong had called again. She passed the phone to Yu Minmin and went to the event without answering the call. Over there, Gu Jingze looked at Sidu Cheong. Sidu Cheong threw the phone in her pocket and looked at Gu Jingze. President Gu, you're a rare guest. Why do you have time to visit me? Gu Jingze said, I warned you to stay away from Lin Che. Sidu Cheong said, but I didn't agree. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. She's already married. I don't think I need to remind you. You didn't say that she was forced to marry you. Although you're husband and wife, you're not an ordinary couple. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. Sidu Cheong said, do you want to know how I know all this? Although I don't go out often, I still have ears to listen to what's going on outside. Gu Jingze said, but she's still my wife. Only temporarily, Sidu Cheong said. I don't think you'll be the best choice for her. And Lin Che deserves a good man who loves her. Sidu Cheong, don't go too far. Gu Jingze's voice was cold, and his face was cold. Sidu Cheong was really fearless. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits by Gu Jingze's behavior. But Sidu Cheong still smiled lightly and looked at Gu Jingze. As a man, when we face a good woman, we can compete fairly and see who she chooses in the end. Wasn't he a little too abominable? Gu Jingze sneered. You're really bold. Sidu Cheong said, you should have been prepared. Lin Che is very attractive. She'll shine brightly, and many people will like her. She's not someone you can hide. Gu Jingze's face darkened. Sidu Cheong said, I admit that I like Lin Che and I have feelings for her. So I can't stay away from Lin Che. I don't care if she's married or not. If she's willing to get a divorce and be with me, I'll give her the greatest happiness. Sidu Cheong looked at Gu Jingze. It's useless even if you come to me. I dare to say this in front of you. In front of everyone, I dare to say this. Sparks flew everywhere. The two men stood in the corridor outside the office, staring at each other. Neither of them was willing to let the other go. The VIP reader group was established. The group number was 181465632. Those who liked this article could join the group to discuss it. Chapter 470. At the office, Lin Che and Yu Minmin chatted and laughed as they walked in. Remember to take a look at the witchcraft notes. I'll inform you when it's time for the audition, Yu Minmin said. Of course, I've always been a loyal fan of this book, all right? I've loved reading it in the past, and have read it many times. I can recite the plot backwards, Yu Minmin said. The company is pushing Qin Wanwan a lot this time. I don't know what kind of bewitching drug Qin Wanwan gave the higher-ups. You should be more careful. Lin Che said, I haven't been back for a month, and she's already taken over the entire company? It's not like that. It's just that when you were around, the two of you were about the same in terms of popularity and fans. The resources given to you were also about the same. When you weren't around, she suddenly became the boss of your popularity. You can imagine how many resources she got. Lin Che could only shrug speechlessly. At this moment, the company called to say that they were about to have a meeting. Yu Minmin went in for the meeting and told Lin Che to go to the studio first. Lin Che walked in alone. As he walked, he heard music coming from the newcomers' practice room. Lin Che walked over and saw that it was the newcomers practicing their dance. Lin Che leaned against the wall and watched. But not long after, a newcomer noticed Lin Che. Lin Che. Sis Che, it's really Sis Che. It was rare to see celebrities like them in the company after they became famous. Even if they were in the company, they would be in their own studio with their own team. They didn't go out much. So when they suddenly saw Lin Che practicing in their studio, the group of newcomers couldn't hide their excitement and walked over. Sis Che, why are you watching us practice? Lin Che smiled. It's fine. You guys practice. I'm just passing by to take a look. She was in a bad mood since early in the morning. Now that she saw the lively, fresh faces, her mood seemed to improve. Perhaps it was because she remembered that before she became famous, she was actually as ignorant as them. Sis Che, I haven't seen you in the company in a long time. Did you go for special training? A newcomer asked Lin Che. Lin Che smiled. No. Why do you say that? Sis Che, you've changed a lot. Lin Che smiled. I did some training. Sis Che, hurry up and share your secret to training. You're training too beautifully. These muscles don't look scary at all, just a little. Especially the muscles on your calves. They're really beautiful. Because of ballet, Lin Che's body shape was a lot different. She felt that ballet was really good. Since she had started learning it, she was also prepared to practice it when she had nothing to do. It should be of great help to the change of her body shape. Lin Che smiled and said to everyone, no, I think it's okay to practice dancing. There's no secret. While they were chattering, Qin Wanwan and her manager, Sister Lin, were also attracted by the commotion, especially when he heard that Lin Che was here. Qin Wanwan asked curiously, why is Lin Che in the newcomer's practice room? Sister Lin harumphed. Is it because she's being mocked outside? So she went to the newcomer's practice room to make her presence felt? Recently, we snatched a lot of resources from her, and she just came back. She got nothing, so she must be very disappointed. How pitiful. Too bad she ran away for a month when she saw you. At such a critical time, she gave you such a chance. Qin Wanwan smiled coldly when she heard that. Lin Che was still chatting idly. Lin Che, what a rare guest. Why are you here at the company all of a sudden? The number of times you've come to the company this month can be counted, Sister Lin said first. Lin Che turned around and saw Qin Wanwan walking over with her people. He smiled and didn't want to waste his breath on them. She was in a bad mood and couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Just as she was about to go over, Qin Wanwan grabbed her arm. Lin Che, what have you been doing for the past month? I've been worried about you. She touched Lin Che's arm and felt that it was much firmer. The muscles were well-proportioned and the lines were more elegant. She couldn't help but think that Lin Che really went to a secret training camp. Suddenly, she was on guard. She didn't know what Lin Che had up his sleeves. Lin Che pushed Qin Wanwan's hand away in annoyance. I just want to settle my own matters. Sister Lin looked at the newcomers and crossed her arms in front of her, looking pleased. The newcomers looked at the two celebrities in front of them and then at her manager, Sister Lin. Sister Lin smiled. Did you do something in secret for the Witchcraft Notes? They knew how important the TV series was to the casting of the Witchcraft Notes. If they could get selected, they might become popular again in the future. Hence, Lin Che suddenly chose to disappear for a period of time. It wasn't hard for people to not suspect that she was preparing something. Lin Che said, the Witchcraft Notes? Everyone chooses their roles based on their own ability. What can I do in secret? You're thinking too much. Sister Lin didn't believe her nonsense. She stood there and said scornfully, this role belongs to our Wanwan. I'm telling you in advance that we're almost certain to get this role. Don't waste your energy. Look at who's in charge in this company now. You've already lost your best resource. Now, you have no right to speak here. Lin Che looked at them with a cold smile. She didn't care what they said. She turned around and wanted to leave. Sister Lin grabbed her arm and pulled her back forcefully. She threatened her fiercely. I'm not that useless manager, you Minmin. If you don't want to be unable to survive in the entertainment industry, you better remember what I said today. At this moment, a person quickly appeared behind them. He came to Lin Che's side like the wind. Before Lin Che and Qin Wanwan could react, they saw him push Sister Lin's hand away. He used all his strength as a man, and Sister Lin was pushed to the side. She staggered a few steps before stopping. Sister Lin looked at the person in front of her strangely. Lin Che was stunned too. Situ, what are you doing here? Situ Cheong glanced at Sister Lin coldly. Qin Wanwan's eyes were fixed on her. Situ? Who is it? Situ Cheong pulled Lin Che to her side and turned to look at Sister Lin, who said that Lin Che can't survive in the entertainment industry. Sister Lin didn't know who the person in front of her was. She paused and didn't know what to say. Situ Cheong turned to Lin Che and said, "It's okay, Lin Che. Whoever asked you to be unable to survive in the entertainment industry, I'll make that person unable to survive in this world." Situ Cheong looked at Sister Lin with an evil gaze. Her gaze made Sister Lin tremble. Chapter 471. Lin Che grabbed his arm. "All right, Situ." Situ snorted and swept his eyes over the crowd. "What? Is there anyone else who wants to make Lin Che lose his life?" Qin Wanwan's eyes shifted and she quickly said, "Sis Lin isn't good with words. Lin Che and I are actually good friends. It's not like what you see at all." Situ glanced sideways at Qin Wanwan and said disdainfully, "You? Lin Che's good friend? When did Lin Che's best friend have a piece of trash like you? You want to climb up to Lin Che and become his best friend? Don't you think you're qualified?" Qin Wanwan's expression darkened. Situ Cheong's words were a little too straightforward. She did not give him any face at all, and even carried a strong personal attack. Seeing that they were in front of a newbie, Sister Lin could not afford to lose face. She said from behind, "Where did you come from, you piece of shit? Do you know who the person in front of you is? It's Qin Wanwan. She's not someone a hooligan like you can get close to." Situ Cheong looked really arrogant. She looked at Qin Wanwan and said, "Yes, I don't know who the person in front of me is because I don't need to know anyone who isn't worth knowing." The few of them looked at this arrogant man. For a moment, they really couldn't say anything else. Situ Cheong turned around and said to Lin Che, "Let's go, Lin Che." Lin Che looked at the few of them and was secretly amused, especially when he saw Sister Lin staring at them speechlessly. He found it extremely amusing. Situ Cheong walked in front, and Lin Che followed behind with a smile. Sister Lin clenched her teeth in anger. "Who do you think you are? We don't want to know you." However, at this moment, the newcomer at the back directly said, "Hi, no. That's Situ Cheong." That day, someone saw Situ Cheong welcoming Lin Che at the entrance. "Situ Cheong?" Sister Lin and Qin Wanwan stared at each other. All of a sudden, the newcomers started a lively discussion. They looked at Sister Lin and Qin Wanwan and found it funny. That's right. In Situ Cheong's eyes, Qin Wanwan was nothing. Situ Cheong's words were really domineering. She said that she didn't know Qin Wanwan, that Qin Wanwan wasn't worthy of being recognized, and that Qin Wanwan wasn't worthy of Lin Che. From the looks of it, it really looked like each slap landed directly on Qin Wanwan's face. Qin Wanwan looked at the mocking faces of the newcomers and was so angry that her face twisted. However, he quickly found an excuse and left with Sister Lin dejectedly. Lin Che looked at Situ Cheong and laughed as he looked back inside. He then said to Situ Cheong, "You were too arrogant just now." Situ Cheong said, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? So are you. You're the #1 socialite." Hey, don't mention the #1 socialite anymore. That's just a joke. Are you kidding me? The #1 socialite is indeed the #1 socialite. That's a different field. I still want to focus on acting here. By the way, what are you doing here?" She looked at Situ Cheong and said. Situ Cheong pulled her out. "Let's go fencing together when you have time." Lin Che looked at Situ Cheong and thought of housekeeper Chin's words. She couldn't help but ask, "Why do you suddenly want to learn fencing?" Situ Cheong said, "Why do you suddenly ask? Housekeeper Chin told me that you won't ever learn fencing again in the future." Situ Cheong's expression slowly fell. She looked at Lin Che and turned her face outside again. "If I say that you gave me inspiration and made me see that working hard on something is worth it, I feel that I have been dispirited for too long. No matter what I do, as long as I work hard, there will always be rewards. This is the spirit of sportsmanship, fencing, and the family business. Even if I can't fencing anymore, I can still continue the spirit of fencing elsewhere." He said, "Fencing is a gentleman's sport. Everything can be decided by a duel." The winner and loser are clear. I could do the same in the business world. Hearing him say this, Lin Che thought about many things. However, she looked at Sita Qiong. How can I give you so many hints? But I'm happy for you that you can pull yourself together again. Sita Qiong looked at Lin Che and stared at her steadily. He took a step forward. It was just a step, but the distance between them seemed to have shortened by a lot. Lin Che was stunned. She looked at him and didn't know what to say. But at this moment, a car suddenly crossed the street and rushed over from a distance. The deafening sound attracted some people's attention. Lin Che turned his head in astonishment and saw that the black car was like a phantom. It directly rushed over, drew a beautiful arc, and very handsomely stopped in front of the two of them. Lin Che felt that the car was a little familiar. Then he remembered that it was the Gu family's car. It was one of Gu Jingza's luxury cars. As expected, the car door opened and Gu Jingza stepped out. His tall figure stepped out and slammed the door shut. His movements were smooth and elegant. Lin Che was curious. Why was he here? Gu Jingza? However, Gu Jingza only gave Lin Che a deep look. Then he looked at Sita Qiong. What made Lin Che feel strange was that the two of them seemed to know each other. Didn't they say that they had nothing to do with each other? The two of them were about the same height. Gu Jingza was more muscular, while Sita Qiong was shorter. It was probably because she had stayed at home for too long that she was a little creamier. But when Gu Jingza was cold, he was scary. The two of them stared at each other, and Lin Che was a little confused. What were they going to do? Were they going to fight? However, Gu Jingza said first, I heard that you're good at fencing. That's right, Sita Qiong said. Their stare made Lin Che nervous. Gu Jingza said, I've learned fencing for a while. Is that so? Second young Master Gu is so talented. How admirable. Why don't we have a competition? No way. What were they going to do? Lin Che said hurriedly. What competition? Stop fooling around. What's there to compete with? But the two of them didn't seem to hear Lin Che's words. They just continued to stare at each other. Sita Qiong said, Sure, let's compete. But how? Isn't that Q University over there? We can compete there. Sure. I'm just worried that there are too many people at Q University. If second young Master Gu loses, it won't be good. Gu Jingza snorted coldly. I'm fine with it. I'm just afraid that if you lose, your reputation as a champion will be ruined. That's just an empty reputation. I don't care. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. It couldn't be. Were they really going to compete? Lin Che looked at the serious expressions on the two's faces, and he became even more confused. Chapter 472. Sita Qiong said, Okay, 1 hour later, Q University's practice room. Let me prepare, okay? Gu Jingza said, Okay, 1 hour. Sita Qiong turned around and looked at Lin Che. Will you go and cheer for me later? Lin Che looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he was playing at. Situ, don't be like this. What's there to compete with? However, before she could finish her words, Gu Jingza had already pulled her over. Sita looked at Gu Jingza and said to Lin Che, Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. Fencing is a gentleman's sport. We know how to do it. Gu Jingza sneered. Lin Che looked up speechlessly. Gu Jingza, can you stop playing? You're too childish. Gu Jingza looked ahead calmly. Why are you afraid that I'll hurt Situ? But as the saying goes, swords are heartless. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Situ sneered. I'm looking forward to our duel. After saying that, he took a step forward and walked away. Lin Che and Gu Jingza were left behind. Lin Che looked up. Gu Jingza you? Gu Jingza couldn't be bothered to talk to her. He snorted and walked out. Lin Che quickly chased after him. You really misunderstood me and Sita Qiong. Stop playing, it's not good. Gu Jingza just walked forward and continued to stay silent. Lin Che stood there and closed her eyes. Why were these men suddenly as childish as elementary school students? However, seeing that Gu Jingza ignored her, she was very annoyed. Forget it, they could do whatever they wanted. Lin Che could only hold her forehead and watch Gu Jingza go to prepare. She called Yu Minmin and told him that she would be going to Q University later. Yu Minmin had just finished a meeting and was very surprised when he heard about it. After a while, he said to Lin Che, Are they going to duel? Get lost, Whittle. Lin Che said speechlessly. For you. What are you talking about? There's really nothing going on between Situ and me. You think it's nothing, but Gu Jingza thinks it's a threat. But I'll go take a look later. Be careful. Don't get recognized by the students of Q University. I won't be able to save you if chaos breaks out. Lin Che's recognition level was quite high now, and he could no longer walk on the streets casually. Looking at the bustling Q University, he could only find a place to disguise himself. Q University was the best university in B City. The school was also astonishingly big. The campus bus was used to travel back and forth. There were also many people riding electric bikes and bicycles around. As a key university, the students here not only looked like top students, but they also had a very free and upward spirit. After a while, someone spread the news that a few luxury cars had entered Q University and headed straight to the stadium. The gymnasium was very large, and it had been used for national sports events. It was fully modern. I just heard that Gu Jingza is going to have a fencing competition with Situ Qiong. The Gu family and the Situ family are already there. Wow! Can we go and take a look? I think so. I don't see any blockades inside. Oh my God! Why would they want to compete in our school? They're too lucky. Hurry up and grab a seat. Lin Che heard these voices the moment she entered. She watched speechlessly as the girls and boys headed straight for the stadium. She sighed speechlessly in her heart. Those two men were too that Lin Che wore a hat, sunglasses, and simple sportswear. Although she was a little different from others, in this school full of freedom, it didn't seem out of place, so not many people noticed her. Moreover, everyone was paying attention to the competition inside, so no one cared about her. Lin Che successfully entered the gymnasium. As expected, she saw the Gu family's bodyguards watching from the outside. The luxury cars outside were actually the Gu family's bodyguards' cars. They were all multi-million-dollar business cars. Gu Jing's car was not among them. It seemed that they hadn't arrived yet. The moment they entered, they saw that it was already full. Everyone looked at the center with anticipation. The fencing field had been cleaned within an hour. The lights were bright, and they were just waiting for the two main characters to arrive. Lin Che and Yu Minmin entered together. Yu Minmin had also disguised herself. She looked around and said to Lin Che, "So many people. Are they all here to see Gu Jingza and Situ Qiong?" "I think so. Sai, Gu Jingza's appeal is really great." But Gu Jingza didn't tell anyone. How could he? The people outside are all wearing the Gu family's badge. They must be Gu Jingza's people. They must have guessed that Gu Jingza would come. Okay, but there's no place to sit. Yu Minmin pulled Lin Che to the front and said, "Let's find a seat in the front so we can have a better view." "Hey, are you really here to watch the show?" "Of course. This kind of scene is rarely seen in 100 years, okay?" Lin Che said, "There aren't even any seats in the back, let alone the front. You don't know about this." She turned around and took off Lin Che's sunglasses. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Che shouted. Yu Minmin patted the two boys sitting in front of her and said with a smile, "Hey, can you give us a seat? Otherwise, we'll have to stand here and watch." She pushed Lin Che forward as she spoke. Seeing that the two boys were looking at him, Lin Che could only smile awkwardly. However, this smile was enough. The two boys looked at Lin Che in a daze. Although Q University was also full of beautiful girls, they had never seen such a beautiful girl. They felt that she looked familiar. Before they could react, Yu Minmin shushed them and said, "We came here secretly. Don't scream." The two boys looked at Lin Che in a daze and nodded. They gave up their seats and said, Sit. We'll just stand." Yu Minmin smiled and said, "Thank you so much." The two boys watched the two girls sit down and watched happily. They didn't leave but stayed by the side and watched, blushing. Lin Che was speechless. He patted Yu Minmin and said, "You're the worst manager. I'm just making use of it." "Okay, look, is Gu Jingza and the others here?" At this time, it was getting close to the 1-hour agreement. There was a gasp in front. The person who came in wasn't Gu Jingza, but Situ Qiong. He was wearing a white fencing suit with his helmet tucked in the crook of his arm. When he walked in, he glanced at the onlookers. Because he often participated in competitions in the past, he had seen this kind of scene many times, so he was not affected at all. Chapter 473. Everyone looked at Situ Cheong's white clothes and felt that he was handsome. Ah, Situ Cheong. I haven't seen him like this in years. In the past, his matches would always be packed. I didn't expect that we would be able to see him compete here. He hasn't changed at all. He's still so handsome. Everyone cheered, and the scene became even more lively. In the next moment, Gu Jingze also walked out in a fencing suit. He held his mask in one hand and a heavy sword in the other. He and Situ Cheong, one on the left and the other on the right. The crowd went crazy again. Oh my God, Gu Jingze, he's so handsome. How can Gu Jingze be so handsome? Oh my God, it's the first time I've seen him wear this. He looks like a prince. Gu Jingze's leggings, which were similar to those of a knight, made his tall and straight figure look even longer. His long sleeves and high waistline were also clearly visible. Gu Jingze's proportions were good, and his legs were especially long. Yu Minmin covered her ears as she listened to the sound of an explosion. She said to Lin Che, "Heavens, these youngsters are too good at shouting." Lin Che didn't have time to sigh. He just looked at the two people below worriedly. They were really going to have a competition. Really? What are they doing? They said they want to compete, and they just do it. It's really too childish. What's wrong? Haven't you heard of a saying? What's saying? Rich, willful, that's what they are. All right. Gu Jingze put on the sensor vest and looked at Situ Cheong. Situ Cheong also looked at Gu Jingze. You invited so many people here. Aren't you afraid of losing? Situ Cheong said. Gu Jingze didn't know why so many people came, but he didn't care. At this moment, he only had eyes for Situ Cheong and the match between them. If you're afraid, I can come alone with you, he said. Situ Cheong smiled. People say I'm arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than me. Gu Jingze said, No, I'm never arrogant. I always like to do things directly, not talk. Okay, let's begin. Let's begin. The two of them finally stood on the platform in the middle. All of a sudden, the people on the stage stood up and rushed over. The girls didn't care about their modesty and just shouted and cheered. That scene was even crazier than any celebrity concert Lin Che had ever seen. Lin Che didn't know why, but when he saw the two of them standing there, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Gu Jingze knows fencing? Why had she never known? However, Gu Jingze was a genius student. He knew so many things that she didn't know. However, looking at the two of them, Lin Che really didn't know what to do. She wondered how Gu Jingze was fencing and if he was very good at it. She didn't know who was better, but she knew that Situ Cheong was a professional, so he must be very good at fencing. So, would Gu Jingze lose? She didn't want Gu Jingze to lose. She didn't want him to lose at all. In her heart, if Gu Jingze was the slightest bit bad, she would feel sad. However, if Situ Cheong lost, would he lose hope again? Lin Che didn't want that to happen either. She was in a dilemma. She held her hands there and thought irritably, why do they have to compete for nothing? Moreover, a man like him was even more annoying when he was stubborn and didn't listen to a word of advice. The sound on the stage broke Lin Che's thoughts. Whether she thought about it or not, the competition had already begun. Gu Jingze's sword rushed out. Although he was not a professional, she remembered that Situ Cheong once said that the best defense was offense. So, Gu Jingze was implementing this rule. Lin Che had never seen Gu Jingze fencing. However, as soon as he started, Lin Che saw his neat movements and straight body. He didn't lose to a professional at all. She immediately understood. Gu Jingze knew how to fencing. As expected of Gu Jingze, he could do everything well. This nitpicking mentality made him such a charming Gu Jingze. And Situ Cheong didn't fall behind at all. Both of their movements were so fast that people couldn't tell who was better. However, the scene was enough to make them remember it for the rest of their lives. It was easy to watch a professional fencing competition, but it was not easy to watch such an exciting competition between Gu Jingze and Situ Cheong. The people on the stage continued to shout and shout as they watched the two people on the stage. It was hard to tell who would win, and the score kept catching up. Lin Che's heart was suddenly in a dilemma. Looking at the score, she felt that no matter who lost, she would be very sad and worried. What should she do? However, the people on the stage had spontaneously formed two sides. On one side, they were shouting, "Gu Jingza, so handsome, Gu Jingza, you could do it." On the other side, they were shouting, "Young Master Qiong, good job, you must win." Yu Minmin fixed her eyes on the stage. She was purely there to watch the show. She didn't care who won. She couldn't help but say, "I didn't know that Gu Jingza is really good." She raised her head and looked at Lin Che. "It's just that he's a little too ruthless. Look at Gu Jingza. He's so ruthless. I'm guessing that he must be using his sword like a machete, wanting to chop Situ Qiong to death." Lin Che glared at Yu Minmin. Then, on the stage, Gu Jingza attacked again. Situ Qiong turned around and dodged. Then he returned with a spear thrust. Gu Jingza quickly dodged it and elegantly blocked his sword. Gu Jingza quickly attacked again, forcing Situ Qiong to retreat. He was almost forced to the back. Just when everyone thought that he was going to lose, he suddenly dodged and quickly retracted his sword, turning the situation around. The people who were shouting just now were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe, because the score was about to reach 45 points. Whoever got 45 points first would end the competition. The last few moves were incomparably important. This time, Gu Jingza stretched out his sword again. Situ Qiong quickly dodged. The people on the stage gasped. Some people who understood the situation commented on it. "This is really comparable to a professional competition. I didn't expect Gu Jingza to be so good." They had originally come with the mentality of watching the show, but they didn't expect the competition to be so exciting. These rich kids probably learn everything. After all, they're rich so they can learn whatever they want. What do you know? To be able to learn so well, it's not something that can be learned casually. Gu Jingza either trained hard or he's a genius. At this moment, the score on the stage was in a stalemate again. The last attack. Whoever won would be victorious. Chapter 474. However, at this moment that the ground beneath Situ Qiong's feet suddenly caved in. He jumped out of the way, but the ground beneath him completely caved in with a boom that the two of them fell down together. Everyone panicked and immediately stood up. They didn't know why this had happened. The bodyguards went up to them immediately. The referee was pushed down, but no one had time to care about him. Gu Jingza held on to something and jumped out first. Lin Che had already run down, and Yu Minmin followed him down. The others wanted to go down, but were stopped. Lin Che said hurriedly, it's me. Let me go." Seeing that it was Lin Che and Yu Minmin, the bodyguards made way for them to go in. The others could only watch as the two of them went in. They continued to stare at the interior with a strange look. By the time Lin Che ran over, the two of them had already jumped out. Lin Che looked at the two people who were covered in dirt. He hurriedly ran over to Gu Jingza. "Are you all right?" When Gu Jingza saw Lin Che walk over to his side, the corners of his lips curled up in satisfaction. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza worriedly and pulled him over to take a closer look. Fortunately, his fencing clothes were protective, so he should be fine. However, Lin Che immediately saw that his wrist was bleeding. "Oh my God! Gu Jingza, you're hurt." She picked up his hand and saw that the blood had stained his wrist and white shirt. It didn't seem to be very big, so there wasn't much blood. However, there was so much dirt on the wound that it was too dirty. Lin Che said quickly, "Hurry up and get out. Don't stay here." Seeing that he was fine, Lin Che turned around to check on Situ Qiong. The Situ family was already taking care of Situ Qiong. However, before Lin Che could go over, Gu Jingza had already pulled Lin Che out. "Hey, Minmin, help me look after Situ." Yu Minmin stood there speechlessly and could only agree. Lin Che and Gu Jingza were already in the lounge while they cleaned up the mess outside. The doctor rushed over to check on Gu Jingza's wound. The wound must have been scratched when he fell down. He gave the doctor a tetanus shot and cleaned the wound. Lin Che stood aside and watched the doctor bandage his wound. Gu Jingza suddenly raised his head and said, "Let her bandage it." Lin Che was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Gu Jingza and said, "What?" Gu Jingza looked at her. "I'm not used to people touching me." "All right." Lin Che could only glare at him. She squatted down and bandaged Gu Jingza's wound. Gu Jingze acted like an emperor, high and mighty. Lin Che curled his lips and purposely tightened his grip. Naturally, he could feel the sudden pain. Hiss! He glared at the little woman. She dared to play tricks on him. Lin Che, do you want to die? He shouted. Lin Che raised his head. What? Why do I feel like dying? What are you doing if you don't want to die? Should I bandage it for you? You asked me to bandage it. Gu Jingze wondered who it was that made her like this. She still dared to use force. Lin Che said, It's your fault for fighting with others. You deserve to fall. Humph. Gu Jingze stared at her. Who do you think deserves it? If Lin Che said another word, he would put her on his lap and spank her, but until she screamed. Just then, Qin Hao came in. He looked at the two of them and said quickly, Sir, it seems that the stadium collapsed because it hasn't been maintained for a long time. It's the rainy season soon, and it's too humid, so the ground is unstable. Gu Jingze nodded and asked him to leave. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, Luckily nothing happened. Gu Jingze glared at her. Lin Che finished bandaging his wound. Gu Jingze said, That's right. Fortunately, the ground collapsed. Otherwise, Sidu Qiong would have been defeated by me today. At that time, you, the disciple of the Sidu family, would also lose face. Lin Che said helplessly, We don't know who will win until the end. Gu Jingze's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Why? Do you want Sidu Qiong to win? No. That's not what I mean. Both of you are very good, much better than me. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze with a fawning expression. I didn't know you knew how to fence. If you did, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have just learned from you. Gu Jingze liked to hear this. Gu Jingze said, I know how to fence, but I'm not as good as Situ in training. Although he's arrogant, he's a fencer who has been professionally trained for many years. If he were to teach you, he would definitely compete with me. Also, he looked at Lin Che. If he were to teach Lin Che, he wouldn't bear to let her train so much. Also what? Also, you're so stupid. I'm worried that if I teach you, it'll be like teaching you how to drive. You'll get a brain hemorrhage. Get lost. Lin Che thought. He really didn't have anything good to say. However, Gu Jingze was indeed very handsome today. He was so handsome that all the girls in the gym were going crazy. Lin Che said, Why do you have to learn so many things? Fencing is useless, but you actually know how to fence. Fencing is a gentleman's sport. We've been learning it since we were young. How long have you been fencing? 5 or 6 years, but I've been rusty for a few years now. Rusty for a long time, but he was still so good. Lin Che remembered the comments of the students in the gym. They said that he was a genius, not to mention that he had trained hard. However, Gu Jingze was so busy every day that it was impossible for him to train hard. She knew that he was a genius. Lin Che curled his lips and thought to himself, living together with a genius is really a blow to one's confidence every minute. Lin Che remembered that she hadn't gone to see Situ yet. She stood up and said, I'll go see how Situ is. However, just as she stood up, Gu Jingze's face darkened. He pulled Lin Che into his arms. She fell into his arms. She raised her head and saw that Gu Jingze was staring at her. She said, What are you doing? I'm just going to take a look. Gu Jingze bit her lip angrily. He put it on the corner of her lip and bit it hard as a punishment. Lin Che grunted, feeling pain from the bite. Gu Jingze, it hurts. Are you still going to see? Gu Jingze's voice rang in her ear. Lin Che said, I'm just going to see if he's injured. Gu Jingze's heart sank. He harumphed and bit down on her neck, ignoring her resistance. He left a string of plum blossom marks on the most obvious part of her white neck. Lin Che's neck went numb from being sucked. She hugged him and cried, Gu Jingze, don't do this. However, her voice triggered the evil in him. He used his teeth to tear open her collar a little and left a string of marks on her chest. Finally, he bit down on the sensitive part of her chest. Woo! She cried and hugged his body even more tightly. Gu Jingze. His kisses were magical and skillful. Every kiss was like a dream to her. Chapter 475. When Lin Che was released, her mouth was wet. She looked as if she had just experienced something, but she hadn't. That Gu Jingza saw her like this and wondered if she still wanted to see Sidu Qiong. When Lin Che came down, he also felt that something was wrong. He looked down at his chest. Gu Jingza? Gu Jingza chuckled and got up as if nothing had happened. He touched his wrist and went into change. Lin Che could only stomp her feet behind him. Gu Jingza, just you wait. But she definitely couldn't see Sidu Qiong anymore. She didn't even want to go out now. If anyone saw them, they would think that it was too ambiguous. She could only lean against the wall and call Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "Don't worry, Sidu Qiong is fine, just a small scratch. How about you?" "I'm fine, but I can't go see Situ anymore. You can help me. Don't worry, leave it to me. Just go and coax your husband." "Who wants to coax him?" Lin Che looked down at herself gloomily. She could only curse in her heart. That black-bellied bastard, he must have done it on purpose. Gu Jingza and Situ Qiong's fencing competition had caused a huge reaction in the circle. No one knew why the two suddenly wanted to compete, but it was a pity that they couldn't see who would win. But no matter who won or lost, everyone knew that Gu Jingza was indeed powerful and mysterious. Nothing could stump him. Lin Che was at home. When Situ got home, she called Lin Che and asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Che nodded. "I'm fine. You're still worried about me. How are you?" Situ Qiong said, "I didn't beat him in the end. I feel bad." "Hey, I'm asking about your injury." "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Before Lin Che could finish, he felt his phone being snatched away. Of course, it was Gu Jingza who came to make trouble again. Lin Che asked Gu Jingza for it. "Gu Jingza, what are you doing? Give it back." Gu Jingza held his phone and hung up. Then he found a place to delete the number. When Lin Che saw this, he panicked. "Gu Jingza, what are you doing? You can't delete my number." Lin Che jumped to grab it, but Gu Jingza was tall. If he raised his hand, she wouldn't be able to grab it. He could only look at Gu Jingza and say, "Gu Jingza, you wait." Gu Jingza blocked the number and deleted it. When he was done, he directly threw it to Lin Che. Lin Che took the phone and looked at it. There was nothing that she said angrily. "Gu Jingza, you're too overbearing." Gu Jingza sat down seriously and flipped open the book. "You're welcome. This is my duty as a husband." "What is it?" Lin Che said, "I've already said that there's nothing going on between me and Sidu Qiong. Do you think everyone is like you, being coveted by all the women and having to be on guard against every single one of them you see?" Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che. She was very confident in her own safety. He said, "Silly, no man will be nice to a woman for no reason. Why? You have to believe that there are still good people in this world, okay?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingza said, "There's only one reason why a man is nice to a woman, and that is to want her. There's no other reason." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza and said, Then you're nice to me too. Gu Jingza leaned over and looked at Lin Che. "Yeah, so I want you to..." Lin Che slapped him away, but Gu Jingza still leaned over and pressed Lin Che under him. The helper had already seen the two of them fighting and left early. Anyway, if something happened, they could ring the bell anywhere. Lin Che was pressed against the sofa. She heard Gu Jingza say, "You're not allowed to get close to any man, no one." "You. Why are you so perverted? There are only men and women in this world. It's impossible for me to not get close to any man. Anyway, you're not allowed." He tugged at her clothes. "I'll get angry. Then they're just friends. Not even friends. Then they're work partners. Not even work partners." "Hey, how is that possible?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che. He knew that it was impossible. Just like what she said, there were only men and women in this world. It was impossible for her to only work and communicate with women. But what could he do? If he saw any man getting close to her now, he would feel that the man had ulterior motives. Then what should I do? Anyway, I get angry when I see it, and I get unhappy when I see it. I can't control it. Lin Che's heart palpitated under his deep gaze. Her heart softened a lot. No matter what, it was jealousy. No matter how he explained it, she understood that it was jealousy. Thinking of this, she didn't feel unhappy anymore. She just pursed her lips and looked at him. Her legs involuntarily wrapped around his waist. But then Lin Che's phone rang. Gu Jingza frowned, feeling disappointed. Lin Che quickly said, "No, where's my phone? I want to answer it." Gu Jingza took the phone and looked at it. It was Yang Lingxin. With a slightly angry expression, he passed the phone to Lin Che unhappily. Lin Che picked up the phone and he hugged Lin Che lightly from behind. "What's the matter, little X?" "There's an event at the movie promotion. Sister Shuhai can't go, so she wants us to fill in for her." "Sister Che, do you have time?" Lin Che looked at it and said, "Okay, I have time." Everyone was responsible for the movie promotion. It was understandable for her to fill in for one less person. Soon, Lin Che and Yang Lingxin went to participate in the show. As she was filling in at the last minute, she went backstage to look at the questions that would be asked. Yang Lingxin said, "Sister, you can't come for the time being," so she left some things to me. "Sister Che, I don't have much experience. If there's anything wrong, you have to tell me." "Don't worry. You've done very well. I'll support you." "Thank you, Sister Che. If you didn't give me a chance, I wouldn't have learned so much." "It's okay. Does everyone start from this point?" Lin Che said, suddenly feeling a stomachache. Yang Lingxin said, "Do you want to go to the toilet?" "I'll go with Sister Che." "I'm okay." The two of them went to the toilet together. The Gu family's bodyguards were waiting outside. Yang Lingxin was still saying, "I thought the manager only needed to arrange some things. In the end, there's so many things. It's so hard and complicated. I have to study harder." However, at this moment, all of a sudden, Lin Che felt a black object directly covering her head. Ah! Chapter 476. In the women's restroom, Lin Che was still washing his hands when he felt his vision go black. Then he lost consciousness. When she woke up, she felt that she was still swaying. She felt weak, as if she was walking in a car. She squinted her eyes, trying to see clearly, but it was pitch black. Then she realized that she was probably in the trunk of a car. She didn't know how long it took before she was taken away. In a dark room, she was released and thrown on the ground. When she looked up, she saw that she was in a place that looked like a basement. She hurriedly looked around and saw that Yang Lingxin was beside her. She was fast asleep. Lin Che quickly reached out to pat Yang Lingxin. Xiao Xian, wake up, wake up." Xiao Xian opened her eyes in a daze. When she woke up, she was so scared that she curled up next to Lin Che. "Sis Che, where are we? Where are we?" Lin Che hugged Yang Lingxin. "I don't know. Weren't we in the restroom just now? Then there was someone behind us." "Yes." Lin Che's last memory was the same. Yang Lingxin was stunned. "Oh my God, it can't be a kidnapping, can it? Did someone kidnap us?" "Sis Che, don't tell me. There's a perverted fan?" Lin Che shook his head. "Perverted fan? Impossible. Someone who could get her out from Gu Jing's bodyguards couldn't be a perverted fan. It must be someone with a certain level of power and influence that at this moment, a voice came from outside, giving them an answer. "You brought them here?" A familiar female voice surprised Lin Che. "Yes, miss, but there are two women inside. We don't know which one you want, so we brought them together." "What? Two women?" Following this voice, the door was pushed open. The person who came in was none other than Lu Chuxia. She looked a lot thinner and more haggard. Lin Che was surprised. She had just separated from him not long ago. How could she lose so much weight in such a short time? Yang Lingxin saw Lu Chuxia and shrunk behind Lin Che. Lu Chuxia snorted and said, Lin Che, you still fell into my hands." Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia in surprise. "You kidnapped me?" "Lu Chuxia, what's wrong with you?" Lu Chuxia said, "Yeah, as long as you don't disappear, I feel depressed. I can't eat, I can't sleep, and I just want to see you die. Tell me, is there any way to cure this problem of mine?" Lu Chuxia was followed by a few strong men who didn't look like they were from Country C. They seemed to be Indian or something. Their skin was slightly darker. Lu Chuxia squatted down and looked at Lin Che. Because Lin Che had been tied up the whole way, his clothes were very messy and his face was also very dirty. She lowered her head and patted Lin Che's cheek. She said with a smile, "Do you know how much effort it took to kidnap you here? Do you know how difficult Gu Jing's subordinates are? You probably don't know this, but from the day you left the WW banquet, I wanted to bring you here to play. I only found the opportunity today. Lin Che didn't know what method she had used to hide from Gu Jing's bodyguards. However, when she entered the washroom, because the bodyguards were all men, no one followed her in. Perhaps she had used this opportunity to take her away. Anyway, it was useless to think about the process now. She was only thinking about what Lu Chuxiao wanted to do. Lu Chuxiao looked at her face and then looked at Yang Lingxin, who was beside her. No wonder these people didn't know who to kidnap. Other than Yang Lingxin's looks, she was dressed the same way as Lin Che. They were the same slut. Lu Chuxiao snorted and looked at her face. She wiped her hands in disgust. You're so dirty. I really don't know what's wrong with those men to fall for a woman like you. Lin Che looked at her, speechless. Are you going to kidnap me just because those men are trying to please me? No. Lu Chuxiao glared at Lin Che. Because you took everything from me. Lin Che, the man I like, my family, my position, my status, they've all been taken away by you. Now you're asking me what I'm going to do? I have nothing now. So, I want you to die. Lin Che's heart sank. He looked at Lu Chuxiao. His eyes moved as he looked at her crazy expression. Perhaps in Lin Che's eyes, being the number one socialite was nothing. But in her eyes, it was worth it. Lin Che said, Lu Chuxiao, don't be crazy. You're the socialite. I'm not, and I don't want to be one. I went to WW's banquet because you wanted to compete with me. I went because of the bet. I'm the illegitimate daughter of the Lin family. I'm not a socialite, and I don't want to be one. I just want to live my life. She was the one who forced him to go to WW's banquet. But now Lu Chuxiao was angry because of it. This was not right. Lu Chuxiao looked at Lin Che and said, Yeah, you don't care, do you? To you, socialites are worthless, right? In your eyes, I'm worthless too. Am I? Are you looking down on me? Looking down on me? Looking down on me? Looking down on me? Even the number one socialite makes me nervous. Lin Che didn't say it. He couldn't understand why the number one socialite was so important. Lu Chuxiao snorted. You know, ever since I learned how to walk, I've been learning how to dance. Ever since I learned how to speak, I've been learning how to sing. Ever since I learned how to read, I've been learning how to play the piano. Do you know how much effort I put in all these years to learn all these things? Lin Che was stunned. He knew that Lu Chuxiao was amazing and knew a lot of things. Lu Chuxiao thought about it. Her face was full of sorrow. Horse riding, archery, ballet, ballroom dancing. I'm the best in everything. I'm a professional. Do you know how much time and effort I've put into it? Lu Chuxiao walked in front of Lin Che and pulled his hair. Lin Che was in pain from the pull. Lu Chuxiao said, You don't know what a worthless slut like you knows. But you used your little tricks to take away everything I had. You made me a joke. Do you know how I've been living these days? Do you know what they're saying about me behind my back? If you knew, you'd understand why I spent so much effort to get you here. Because you're the one who ruined half of my life. I want you to pay the price. Chapter 477. She had spent so much time to become the number one socialite that Lin Che finally understood why she hated him so much. At this time, she couldn't pursue the matter. Why would someone work so hard for the title of number one socialite? She wasn't Lu Chuxiao. She wouldn't understand what being the number one socialite meant to her. She could only look at Lu Chuxiao and hope that she wouldn't be so crazy. You can still take it back. You're so amazing. Next year, you'll still be the number one socialite. But why are you so crazy now? Your life isn't over yet. I won't ruin the rest of your life. I just happened to steal it this time. Enough. What do you know? I won't be a failure. The word failure doesn't exist in my dictionary. Lu Chuxiao pushed Lin Che to the ground. Yang Lingxin screamed in fear. Don't hit us. Don't hit us. We're all women. Why do you have to do this? Can we talk things out? Lu Chuxiao snorted and looked at Lin Che. I really want to know what else you have that attracted Gu Jingze other than your face. If it wasn't for Gu Jingze, you wouldn't be anything. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxiao. A person doesn't have to be capable to be at the top in order to have the right to be happy. Everyone has the right to be happy. I'm not good at anything, but I can still be liked. Lu Chuxia shook her head and pulled on Lin Che's collar. No, other than your face, your ability in bed is the ability to seduce men. Today, I'll destroy them one by one for you. Lin Che, don't worry. You won't die. You'll go back alive, but you'll be like me. You'll lose everything and go back to your life. When that time comes, you'll know why I'm in so much pain. Why? Lu Chuxia was about to grab Lin Che again when the man behind her suddenly walked in. Miss Lu, your family called. What do you think? Lu Chuxia's eyes moved. Her family called? She snorted and said to Lin Che, I'll play with you later. After that, she strode out first. Lin Che watched Lu Chuxia leave and heaved a sigh of relief. Letting out a sigh, she looked at the terrified Yang Lingxin. I'm sorry, Xiao Xian. I've dragged you into this. No more. Yang Lingxin looked outside in fear. She grabbed on a Lin Che and said, Sis Che, what is she trying to do? She can't be. Trying to kill us, right? Lu Chuxia was so rich. It was impossible for her to kidnap them for money. So, did she want to kill them? Lin Che said, Don't be afraid, little Exan. She's just angry and wants to torture me. It has nothing to do with you. Don't say anything later and she won't cause you trouble. Lin Che leaned against the wall. He couldn't help but wonder if Gu Jingzhen knew that he had been brought here. He must know. After all, when she left, she brought the bodyguards of the Gu family with her. They must have found out that Lin Che was not there. At this moment, the people in front of them looked at Lin Che and Yang Lingxin. Lin Che's hands and feet were tied up, and it hurt a little. She saw that Yang Lingxin was also tied up and thought that it must be very uncomfortable. She raised her head and said to the men, Please help us untie them a little. We can't escape at all, but being tied up like this is really too painful. She didn't care, but she was worried that she would implicate little Xin. She thought that it was impossible for her to save her now, but she could still do her best to make it less painful. The men looked at the two of them. One of the men looked at Lin Che and lowered his head. He said, Sai, you're really good looking. It hurts to be tied up. The others laughed at the back, but they also thought that Lin Che was good looking. Lin Che lowered her head, wanting to stay away from him. But the man said, Okay, I'll untie you a little. Lin Che quickly raised his head. Thank you, she said. Don't worry about me. Just untie little Xin. Hearing this, Yang Lingxin raised her head and looked at Lin Che gratefully. However, the man looked at Yang Lingxin and harumphed. If it's her, then forget it. She's not as good-looking as you. I don't want to care about her. Yang Lingxin's face suddenly became awkward. Lin Che looked at these people angrily. They were so bad. How could they say that? Lin Che said, Let go. I don't need your help. She harumphed and turned her head away. Yang Lingxin turned back after a while. She looked at Lin Che and said, Sister Che, forget it. It doesn't hurt. Lin Che said, It's all because of me. I'm sorry, little Exan. It's okay, Sister Che. I believe that President Gu is already thinking of a way to save us. He definitely will. Yeah, he definitely will. Lin Che smiled and looked at Yang Lingxin. In the conference room, Qin Hao rushed over and came to Gu Jingze's side. Sir, Madam is missing. Gu Jingze was stunned. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the higher-ups in the conference room, Gu Jingze stood up and walked out without saying anything. Qin Hao turned around and smiled at the others. Let's disperse. There won't be a meeting for a while. Qin Hao caught up with Gu Jingze and said, The security guard said that she was taken out of the bathroom through the window and slowly placed on the ground from the 6th floor. Then, she was taken into a car and taken away. Gu Jingze's face darkened instantly. Qin Hao didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly said, I've already sent someone to look for her. I'll look for her myself, Gu Jingze said with a pale face and walked out. Hey, sir, you can't go. It's too dangerous. Qin Hao was so frightened that he quickly chased after him. However, he saw that Gu Jingze had already jumped into a car. When he chased after him, the car had already driven away. Qin Hao ate a mouthful of exhaust gas from behind and only felt that it was bad. This time, B City was going to be turned upside down. B City's traffic headquarters. When Gu Jingza kicked open the door and walked into the largest modern traffic inspection room, everyone was shocked. What's going on? Who dares to break into the traffic headquarters? While everyone was shouting, they saw a man who looked like an ice cube standing there. Without looking at anyone, he pushed the people in front of him away and stood in front of the equipment. They were instantly shocked. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? The person who was pushed away shouted angrily, but was pulled back by a colleague who came in from behind. Go, 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 this is Gu Jingza. Don't say anything. Let's go. The few of them ran over dejectedly and didn't dare to look back. Then, the director of the traffic bureau hurried over, sweating profusely. Seeing Gu Jingza standing there, as if there was no warmth from his body, he wiped his sweat and said, Mr. Gu, what are you looking for? We've arranged for technicians to help you, you see? Chapter 478. Gu Jingza just stood there without saying a word, looking at the huge screen in front of him. That day, the entire traffic bureau was busy dealing with the sudden arrival of the King of Hell. In the afternoon, they finally found out that the car that took Lin Che away was a white sedan, and that it belonged to an Indian gang. Gu Jingza said directly, let's go, let's go. Qin Hao said worriedly, sir, we'll go and find out. You stay here. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Jingza had already walked out. The Indian gang gathered in a car wash. This was their base for external operations. There were only a few run-down cars in the car wash. Those who knew that the people here were notorious and not good people, so they avoided them from afar, not daring to go near them. On this day, the seemingly peaceful afternoon was suddenly broken by a few cars. A car stopped directly outside the shop. The people inside heard the commotion and knew that something was wrong. They all stood up. Someone's causing trouble. Pick up your weapons. Not long after, more than 10 people picked up their knives and axes and rushed out. When they arrived outside, they saw the Gu family's bodyguards standing outside. They were all tall and strong. The leader of the group stood out and said, What are you doing? Causing trouble? Let me tell you, the Red Ing gang is not afraid of death. If you want to cause trouble, you better watch out for your heads. These people killed and set fires. They dared to do all kinds of bad things. They had a bad reputation, and many people were terrified of them. It had been a long time since anyone dared to provoke them. Qin Hao looked at the people in front of him and took out a screenshot. We don't have any other intentions. We just want to ask you if this car belongs to you. Hand it over, and we won't argue with you. The man didn't even look at the photo. What car? We don't know. Don't give us excuses. Qin Hao harumphed. We're used to being polite before resorting to force. But if you don't cooperate? So what if we don't cooperate? The tall man picked up the machete in his hand and waved it. Do you want to have a taste of your head being separated from your neck? Why are you wasting your breath on them? However, just as the man finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. It was as if a cold night had suddenly descended. Then, the people in the car behind opened the door and got out. The people from the Indian gang were quick. Seeing the situation, they immediately picked up their machetes and swung them. No matter who it was, they would attack first. Unfortunately, the black figure nimbly dodged the attack. The Hindustani gang's attack missed. They didn't expect it and were stunned for a moment. Then, they quickly turned around and slashed again. At this moment, a black muzzle was pointed directly at his head. He was completely stunned. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the cold muzzle. The man was dressed in black. His gaze was as cold as a sword, and his eyes were as empty as the gloomy sky. Now, can you tell me whose car it is? I took someone's money, so I'll help them out. We have our own principles. Then I'm afraid I have to advise you to change your principles now. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Otherwise, my gun won't go easy on you. Gu Jing's cold expression made people sweat. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Gu Jingza said, 3 seconds are up. Then, he let out a bang. The man was shot in the leg. He immediately hugged his leg and screamed in fear. He said, next time, it'll be the other leg. Gu Jing's voice became colder. I'll talk. It's the Liu family's Liu Chuxia. Only then did the gun slowly retract. Qin Hao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze turned around and got into the car. The people here have been dealt with. Dealt with. Qin Hao naturally knew what he meant by dealt with. Qin Hao looked at those people and thought to himself, I can't blame anything else but for messing with the wrong person. It would be fine if they messed with someone else, but they messed with Madame. Next stop, the Liu family. When Gu Jingze arrived at the Liu family's house, the people outside were shocked when they saw the scene. This was Liu Chuxia's private house, which was different from Liu Qinyu's place. As soon as the Gu family entered, the Liu family's servants stopped them. Our young mistress isn't here. No one can enter. It's useless for you to say whether your young mistress is here or not. We're going to look for her, Qin Hao said. This is the Liu family's place. Let's see who dares to enter, the Liu family's servant said arrogantly. At this moment, Gu Jingze got out of the car again. He didn't want to waste a second. Looking at the person in front of him, he said firmly, repeat what you just said. The Liu family's servant didn't expect Gu Jingze to come in person. He trembled for a moment, but he still thought about it. In Country C, no one had ever dared to challenge the Liu family. Second young master, if you want to find our young mistress, tell our old master. We really can't enter this place. Please make things convenient for us. Gu Jingze interrupted him. Go in and search. I want to see who dares to stop me, Gu Jingze, from going anywhere. The Gu family's bodyguards immediately rushed in. The person at the door was terrified. Are you crazy? This is the Liu family's house. Qin Hao pulled the person over and sneered. Not just the Liu family. Today, the whole of B City will be torn apart by our sir. What can you do about it? This. He really thought that Gu Jingze had gone crazy. It was said that Gu Jingze wasn't afraid of anything. This time, he finally saw it for himself. While Gu Jingze was searching the whole of B City, Lin Che looked at the person who came in. She pursed her lips and asked, How long is Liu Chuxia going to keep us here? If there's anything, let her come out and solve it, okay? The man said, You really don't want to have a good time. You really want her to torment you. Lin Che said, There's no point in running away. I just hope that we can solve this quickly. Moreover, this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Xian. You've caught the wrong person. Can you let Xiao Xian go? He looked at Lin Che. You can't even protect yourself now, and you still care about others. Lin Che said, She's still a child. She can't suffer here with me because of me. Do a good deed and let her go, okay? The man wasn't a bodhisattva. He wouldn't let Xiao Xian go just because of what she said. However, good-looking people had this advantage. Because he felt that Lin Che was good-looking, no matter what Lin Che said, he would have a good impression of him. Hearing Lin Che say this, he really felt that Lin Che was a good person. Not only was he beautiful, he was also so kind. We don't really have a say in this. All right, you guys eat first. Filling your stomachs is the most important thing. He asked someone to bring the steamed buns over, but at this moment, he heard the door being kicked open by Liu Chuxia. Chapter 479. Liu Chuxia grabbed Lin Che's hair the moment she came in. Little bitch, I wanted to play with you some more. I didn't expect Gu Jingze to catch up so soon. Hearing Gu Jingze's name, Lin Che and Yang Lingxin perked up. Gu Jingze really caught up? However, Liu Chuxia continued. Unfortunately, he hasn't found the place yet. We still have a chance to play with you. Lin Che looked at Liu Chuxia. I don't care what you want to do to me, but I hope you can let little Xian go. She's innocent. Yang Lingxin looked up at Lin Che. Sister Che, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Lin Che had already stood up and stood in front of Yang Lingxin. He looked at Liu Chuxia and said, We'll solve it ourselves. What do you want to do? Just come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Liu Chuxia snorted and said to the people behind her, Go and get a knife. I'm going to cut her face. The men looked at each other and then at Lin Che's stubborn face. He was still standing in front of Yang Lingxin and did not move an inch. They looked at Liu Chuxia with pity. Miss Liu, cutting her face. Isn't that a little too vicious? Or, It would be a waste to cut such a beautiful face. Lu Chuxia turned around in shock and looked at the people behind her. What are you guys doing? Are you speaking up for her? Miss Louie? Lu Chuxia did not expect this. She smiled nervously and looked back at Lin Che. Okay, Lin Che, I underestimated you. You're really amazing, really amazing. It's only been such a short time, and you've already won over these people. Your ability to seduce men is really amazing. They can't even bear to cut your face off. Lu Chuxiao inched closer to Lin Che. Lin Che said, because most people have more conscience than you. Ha ha ha. Conscience? No. They just can't bear to part with your coquettish face. Okay, I won't cut it off. Let's play something else. She turned around and said, don't you guys like her? Okay, since you like her, I'll give her to you. You can play with her however you want. The men looked at each other, then looked at Lin Che. How could they have such a beautiful woman like Lin Che? However, it was indeed a great honor to be able to obtain her. Lu Chuxia said, this is Gu Jing's woman. Don't you want to have a taste of Gu Jing's woman? Yang Lingxin shrank back in fear. Lu Chuxia glared at them. Bring that woman out. You guys can have fun with her. After you're done with her, you can have fun with Lin Che. Hearing this, Yang Lingxin screamed in fear. No, you can't do this. Why are you doing this? However, they still obeyed the order and dragged Yang Lingxin out. Lin Che shouted, no, don't do this to her. She's still a child. You guys can't do this. Child? Don't tell me he's still a virgin. Lu Chuxia turned around and said fiercely, you guys got lucky. That little face of yours is pretty good too. Bring it out and enjoy it. The men were suddenly a little excited. They looked at Yang Lingxin and dragged her out. Lin Che struggled to get up. The person you want to deal with is me. Come at me. What's so great about dealing with a child? You guys? Lu Chuxia said viciously. Io, what's wrong? Seeing that your little girl is enjoying herself? You're anxious too? Don't worry. These men are all yours. In a while, they will come and serve you one by one. Yang Lingxin's screams gradually faded away from the door. Lin Che was anxious, sad, and afraid. Lu Chuxia, we're both women. How can you be so vicious? Let little Xen go, and I'll do anything you want. Lu Chuxia snorted and said to the men behind her, great, I'll leave Lin Che to you. Aren't you reluctant to waste her face? Then you can do whatever you want with her. Lu Chuxia snorted and looked at Lin Che. Have fun. I'll help you take a picture and give it to Gu Jingzi to enjoy. With that, Lu Chuxia smiled viciously and walked out. Lin Che bit her lip and watched as the door closed. The man stood there and smiled at Lin Che. He said, Aya, I've never touched a woman as beautiful as you. Lin Che was naturally afraid. She looked at the man who was getting closer and closer. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen later and could only retreat. You, don't listen to Lu Chuxia's nonsense, okay? She's doing this just to torture me. But I don't have any grudges with you. We all have brothers and sisters. Think about it. If your family suffered like mine, how heartbroken would you be? I have a family too. If my family knew that I'm suffering here, they would be heartbroken too, right? However, the man still got closer and closer. He looked at Lin Che and scratched his head. Don't worry. I'll be very gentle to you. Really, I'll just try. Just try. No. The fact that you're willing to let us eat means that you're a good person. Don't be deceived by Lu Chuxia. Okay? He really couldn't bear to do it. Looking at Lin Che's beautiful little face, his heart softened after being looked at by her so aggrieved and afraid. Towards others, they would burn and rob many things. But when looking at a beautiful woman, a man's heart would play tricks, making him feel a little reluctant. Aya, how could such a little girl be taken by those rich people? How good would it be if she were my wife? He said as he pounced on her. Lin Che was pushed to the ground. She was dizzy from the fall. Looking at the man who was leaning over, she came up with an idea. Tears streamed down her face, and she looked at him with teary eyes. Why you? You're hurting me. It hurts so much. I can't take it. I hurt my head. Is it bleeding? Oh. The man's heart softened when he saw her teary eyes. He quickly said, You hurt your head? Let me see. It can't be. Lin Che found an opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that he was leaning over, she kneed him in the face. The man was in pain. He covered his face and fell to the ground. Lin Che jumped up, but she realized that her feet were still tied. She jumped a few steps. The man behind her had already stood up fiercely and pounced on Lin Che again. That Lin Che cursed silently. Was this the end of her? If Gu Jingzi knew that she had been touched by another man, would he still want her? No. She would feel that she was no longer fit to stand by his side. However, at this moment, Chapter 480. When the man pounced on her again, the door was slammed open. The man was shocked. Just as he was about to pick up his weapon, he was kicked to the side. Lin Che raised his head in fright. When she saw the Gu family's bodyguards, it was as if she had seen her family. They had finally found their way here. Lin Che sat up immediately. Gu Jingzi appeared at the door like a god. He stood there tall, dressed in black, but it made Lin Che feel safe in an instant. An incomparable sense of security. She had never missed him as much as she did now. Gu Jingzi saw Lin Che, who was on the ground. His gaze was fixed and wild joy flashed across his eyes. Then, he flew to Lin Che's side. He picked Lin Che up in one swift motion. He looked at Lin Che's face. Although it had only been a day, it felt like a century to him. Lin Che. He held her hand and hugged her tightly in his arms. Lin Che breathed in the familiar scent on his chest. The rose-like fragrance made her feel relaxed. At this moment, her highly anxious heart finally calmed down, but she suddenly felt extremely tired. Gu Jingzi, you're here. I thought I would never see you again. Her eyes were almost moist. The next moment, Lin Che suddenly looked up. Xiao Pexai. All right, I've sent someone over. Gu Jingzi pressed her down. Lin Che heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Gu Jingzi held her with one arm, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. He stood up, narrowed his dark eyes, and looked dangerously at the man on the ground. The man on the ground immediately trembled in fright. Gu Jingzi said, "Did that hand touch you?" Lin Che didn't say anything. She didn't want to look at the man at all. Thinking of what had happened just now, she only felt a wave of lingering fear. Now her body was trembling slightly. However, she saw Gu Jingzi holding her body with one hand as he looked at the man on the ground. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and stepped on the man's hand. The leather shoe crushed the man's hand. The man felt a wave of pain and howled. However, in the next moment, Gu Jingzi was already holding a small pistol in his hand. He aimed it at the man's hand on the ground. Bang! Ah! The man cried out and curled up in pain. Gu Jingzi harumphed and picked Lin Che up. Even though he was so angry that he wanted to cut Lin Che into 8 pieces, he still carried Lin Che horizontally and left. Take care of him. After he finished speaking to the people below, he quickly strode out. The people of the Lu family soon found out about this. However, Lu Chuxia had already been taken away by Gu Jingzi. Lu Chuxia didn't expect Gu Jingzi to find her so soon. She knew that Gu Jingzi would find her, but she never thought that she would be able to escape. In the room, she shouted, "Gu Jingzi, you caught me. So what? Do you dare to do anything to me? My father won't let you do this to me. You still have to let me go." At this time, the Lu family had already gathered in front of them. Lu Chuxia had gotten into big trouble this time. From the moment Gu Jingzi searched all over B City in a few hours, causing a huge commotion just to find Lin Che, they knew that Lu Chuxia had really gotten into big trouble this time. Gu Jingzi walked out of the room and looked at Lu Beichen. "Lu Chuxia, I won't hand her over to you. Since she dared to do it, she should know that I won't let her get away so easily." Lu Beichen looked at Gu Jingzi. "I know that this girl has committed a heinous crime this time. She deserves to die for treating Lin Che like this, but she is still my sister. I can't just leave her be. How do you want to punish her? Tell me. I hope that you can spare her life for the sake of the Lu family." Gu Jingzi narrowed his eyes. "She provoked me time and time again. On account of the Lu family and the fact that she saved me once, I let her go. But this time, she dared to treat Lin Che like this." Lu Beichen said, "I know. I didn't expect her to be so daring." Lu Beichen knew that he didn't have the confidence to come here this time. Lu Chuxiao was too insensible. Did she think that the Lu family could protect her like this? She had underestimated Gu Jingze and underestimated his power. Lu Beichen said, "Luckily, you arrived in time and Lin Che was saved. On account of me, please spare Chuxiao's life. My father is so old, and she is his only daughter. As long as she is alive, he will be relieved." Gu Jingze took a deep breath. "All right, but she will never be able to walk out of this for the rest of her life." Lu Beichen was stunned. Gu Jingze harumphed and pushed the door open. Lu Chuxiao was tied up inside. When she saw Lu Beichen, she raised her head and cried, "Brother, you're here to save me. Hurry up and take me away. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please take me away." Lu Beichen looked at her and felt bad for her. However, she could only blame herself for challenging Gu Jingze. Did she really think that Gu Jingze was a kind man who would let her go just because she was a woman? Lu Beichen looked at Lu Chuxia. "Chuxia, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. You should reflect on your actions in the future. Don't worry, I will take care of father. You should reform yourself in there." Lu Chuxia looked at Lu Beichen in shock. "Brother, what do you mean?" Lu Beichen said, "I've already told Gu Jingze that he will spare your life for the sake of the Lu family. But you've really done something wrong." Lu Chuxia widened her eyes in disbelief. She looked at Lu Beichen in fear. No, I want to go out." "Brother, I'm the eldest daughter of the Lu family. I'm your sister. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me." Lu Beichen turned to look at Gu Jingze, who was standing there with a cold expression on his face. He shook his head at Lu Chuxia. "You are too naive. If you were not my sister, do you think you would still be alive to see me?" Lu Chuxia looked at Gu Jingze in shock. He stood there with his back to everyone. His back was as scary as an Azura. No, I don't want to be locked up. I don't want to be taken away by Gu Jingze. Brother, you have to save me. You have to save me. What's there to be afraid of? You can't leave me here." Lu Chuxia didn't expect Gu Jingze to be so powerful. She did not expect Gu Jingze to find her so quickly. She did not expect Gu Jingze to dare to do anything to her. Lu Beichen looked at Gu Jingze. "Tell me how you're going to treat her. Let me know." There was dead silence. Gu Jingze turned around and said, "She will be locked up in the St. Cliff Mental Hospital in North America." Lu Chuxia struggled in fear. No, I won't go to the mental hospital. Gu Jingze, let me go. You wouldn't dare to do this to me. I'm Lu Chuxia, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Chapter 481. At the Gu Mansion, Lin Che lay on the bed. After taking a shower and eating some porridge under the care of the servants, she felt more energetic. She called the people around her to inform them that she was fine. She told Yu Minmin that she was back and that she was fine. But she hoped that the crew wouldn't be too worried because she had left during the filming. Yu Minmin said, "I've already informed the crew. They were shocked and thought that you had suddenly disappeared. But your Gu Jingze is too awesome." "What happened?" "You don't know, but the whole city of B City was under martial law yesterday. Everyone thought that some big shot had arrived or was having a big meeting. But in the end, it was just your Gu Jingze. He put the whole city under martial law and sent a lot of people to look for you. If the people knew that the chaos yesterday was because of a woman, they would be shocked." Yu Minmin said, "Yesterday, the Gu family was mobilized. Those people usually don't see many bodyguards from the Gu family. They were shocked to see so many people outside. They went to so many places to discuss how to find someone. This is really unforgettable." Yu Minmin clicked her tongue and asked, "Oh yeah, how is Xiao Exine?" "I haven't seen her yet. Gu Jingze was busy with other things after he came back. I just woke up and haven't seen her yet." "Okay, contact me if there's any problem," Yu Minmin said. Just then, Gu Jingze came in. Lin Che put down the phone and asked Gu Jingze, "Where is Xiao Exine? How is she?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "She's in the hospital." "Ah? In the hospital? How is she?" Lin Che became even more anxious. He looked at Gu Jingze and kept asking questions. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and sat down in silence. After a while, he said indifferently, "We were a step too late when we got there." Lin Che stared blankly, and his heart immediately sank. What did he mean by too late and in the hospital? Yang Lingxin had never been treated so well. She looked outside and saw many bodyguards of the Gu family surrounding the ward, watching over her. The doctors and nurses treated her carefully, as if she was an extremely important person. She leaned there, feeling like she was dreaming. This was a VIP ward, which was completely different from an ordinary ward. It was like a small apartment, and the decoration was especially beautiful. The doctors and nurses all said that the medicine they gave her was the best, imported from abroad. A dose of medicine cost a few thousand yuan. In her opinion, this was simply impossible. At this time, the people outside said that Gu Jingze and Lin Che had arrived. Gu Jingze came in person. She sat up at once. She saw Lin Che running in first. Lin Che looked at Yang Lingxin. She couldn't imagine what Yang Lingxin had experienced, nor did she dare to think about it. Just thinking about it made her feel unbearable. Yang Lingxin's face was swollen, as if she had been beaten. Her body looked fine, but her eyes were red. It seemed like she had been crying for a long time. Lin Che's heart ached. He sat down and grabbed Yang Lingxin's hand. "Xiao Xian. How are you? Does it still hurt?" Yang Lingxin raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. He was standing there looking at her. Yang Lingxin shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't worry, Sister Che. I'm fine." How could Lin Che not be worried? "Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Yang Lingxin shook her head. "It's okay. It's my bad luck. I was originally unlucky, but meeting Sister Che changed my fate. It's nothing for me to suffer for Sister Che. It's just that I don't dare to go home. Sister Che, I don't want my mom to see me and ask me what happened. What should I do?" Lin Che hugged Yang Lingxin. "Then don't go home first. We'll go home after you've recuperated." Lin Che thought for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze. "Can you let Xiao Xian stay with us first? There are more servants there, and they can take care of her." When Yang Lingxin heard this, she quickly raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze glanced at Yang Lingxin, then met Lin Che's gaze again. He nodded. "Sure." Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. He said to Yang Lingxin, "Then you can go to the Gu residence to recuperate for the next few days." Yang Lingxin was still in a daze. She could go to the Gu residence? She looked at Lin Che and said gratefully, "Thank you, Sister Che. What are you thanking me for? It's all because of me that you got injured. It's my duty to take care of you. I'll get someone to clean up later." She turned around and said to the servants, "Prepare a room for Xiao Xian first." Because they knew that Yang Lingxin was with Madame and got injured, they were very polite to Yang Lingxin. Hearing Lin Che's instructions, they nodded and went to clean up. Yang Lingxin's injuries were all minor. She was discharged from the hospital in the afternoon and returned to the Gu residence with Lin Che. Yang Lingxin looked around. She never thought that she would be able to live in this big house one day. She couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. She looked ahead, and her lips couldn't help but curve up, especially when she looked ahead. Gu Jingze stood there handsomely, looking indescribably sexy. Just looking at his back was enough to make people gasp in surprise. How could there be such a perfect person in this world? Moreover, when she was in the hospital, she heard the doctors and nurses say that Gu Jingze had searched the whole of City B just to find her and Lin Che. He had even booked the entire hospital for her treatment. This man's power and wealth were beyond anyone's reach. Now, she was going to live under the same roof as Gu Jingze. Although it was only for a short time, she felt very happy. After entering the house, the servants prepared a room for her on the second floor. Actually, the room was already prepared. It was just a simple cleaning and a change of clothes. Yang Lingxin entered the room. Looking at the huge room, she raised her head and said to Lin Che, "Wow, such a big room. Are you going to let me live in it?" Lin Che said, "Yeah, you can stay here temporarily to recuperate. Don't stand on ceremony. Remember to let me know if you need anything." Yang Lingxin shook her head immediately. "There's nothing I need. Sister Che, you and President Gu are too good to me. I've never stayed in such a luxurious room before." It's like a princess's room, Lin Che said, as long as you like it. Lin Che felt sad in his heart. Compared to what she had lost, this was nothing. However, this couldn't make up for the guilt she felt towards Yang Lingxin. She was also a girl. She knew how angry she was after losing her first time. Although at that time, it was Gu Jing's dead alright, Lin Che thought about it. At that time, she felt that although it was hateful, Gu Jingza was still quite handsome. She didn't lose out. However, Yang Lingxin was taken by the bad guy. Chapter 482. After Yang Lingxin went in to rest, Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che, who was standing there looking at her, with a worried look in her eyes. He walked over and hugged her back from behind. Lin Che leaned against him and felt his big hands caressing her body. She seemed to have just burst out from her emotions and leaned into his arms. She wanted to cry. She wanted to cry out loud. Gu Jingza hugged her, unwilling to let her go. He hugged her even more tightly, as if he could guess what was on her mind. He said quietly, "Cry if you want to, Lin Che." Listening to his magnetic voice, Lin Che couldn't help it anymore. She leaned into his arms and started crying. Her shoulders trembled as her tears soaked his shirt. She never thought that she would encounter such a thing. Lu Chuxiao was powerful, and rich, but she was so evil that she would find someone to kidnap her. These rich people probably thought that it was nothing, but they didn't think about how much harm it would cause to ordinary people. Now, Yang Lingxin was inexplicably hurt like this. Gu Jingza felt that she was crying, so he hugged Lin Che. Lin Che raised her head and looked at Gu Jingza with teary eyes. "Where are you going? You can cry slowly in the room, and I'll watch slowly. You're so annoying. You rarely cry, so I want to enjoy it slowly. I don't want others to see it. Get lost. Are you a pervert? You like to see people cry." "Of course I don't like to see you cry." Gu Jingza stopped and looked at her. "If it's possible, I hope that you won't shed a single tear in this life, because if I make you cry, it means that I'm not good enough. But if you really cry, I hope that only I can see it, because you don't need to hide any of your emotions in front of me." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She pursed her lips and looked at him. She pouted and wrapped her arms around his neck. With a smile, he pulled her into his arms and carried her into the room. The servant was used to their intimacy and closed the door for them with a smile. Yang Lingxin stood at the door and peeked through the gap. Gu Jingza really treated his woman well, that he was such a good man. Lin Che was placed on the bed. She looked at his chest, which was already wet from her crying. Embarrassed, she went over and tugged at his shirt. Gu Jingza said, "It's okay." Lin Che said, "It's so dirty. It's covered in tears and snot. Hurry up and change." Gu Jingza smiled and started to unbutton his shirt. He looked at her and said, "If you want me to take off my clothes, just say it." As he spoke, several buttons on his shirt had already been undone. His sturdy chest made people want to swallow their saliva. Did this monster know that the way he took off his clothes was really too alluring? It was as if a delicious dish was placed in front of him and said, "Eat me, eat me." She couldn't help but pounce on him. Gu Jingza really took off his clothes and hugged Lin Che before saying, "Lie down and rest for a while." Lin Che leaned into his embrace. Gu Jingza said, "Are you scared?" Lin Che shook his head. "I wasn't scared at the time, but I was a little scared afterwards." Gu Jingza kissed her hair. Lin Che's face was pressed against his warm chest, smelling the scent of his body. "I was just thinking, if something really happened to me, would you despise me?" Gu Jingza's body tensed up. "Don't talk nonsense," he said. "Nothing will happen to you. But what if?" "Actually, I was only stalling for time. In order to stall for time, I said a lot of nonsense to that person. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't have waited until you arrived. Why would I despise that? But I still won't allow you to be hurt. I won't. Nothing will happen to you." Gu Jingza really couldn't imagine what would happen to her. That would he go crazy and kill those people, not leaving a single one of them alive? Just the thought of it was enough to make him go crazy, not to mention that it really happened. Gu Jingza only felt a wave of panic. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. Lin Che only felt his body covering hers. He seemed to be carefully searching for the sensitive parts of her body, and then he quietly rubbed against her body. Her body instantly heated up. She hugged his strong body, raised her head, and accepted his kiss. After the gentleness, as his body temperature rose, his movements also became hotter. The heavy kiss made her feel that her breathing was even heavier. He hugged her like this, as if only by hugging like this could his heart be comforted. Only by hugging her tightly. He really had her, that Lin Che only felt that it was strange. They were clearly looking for comfort at the beginning, but in the end, both of them couldn't control themselves and directly collapsed on the bed that no, actually, she was the only one who was exhausted. Although she didn't seem to have done anything, and it was all him doing his best, why was she still so tired and felt that she was really going to be emptied? She pressed against Gu Jing's body, smelling his faint scent. She felt so tired that she didn't want to move at all. But at this moment, there was some movement outside. Someone cried out in surprise. Lin Che sat up immediately. It's Xiao Xian. I'll go and have a look. Gu Jingza pulled her back and frowned. Don't move. Why? I want to go and have a look. Get dressed, he said quietly. Lin Che then remembered that her clothes were still messy. He slowly put on her clothes, but Lin Che was very anxious. I don't know if Xiao Xian is having a nightmare or something. All right, don't worry. I've already asked someone to take care of it, and she will be compensated. Lin Che said, this matter is still because of me. In some things, no matter how much compensation, it will not be enough. Silly, I said it's not because of you. Gu Jingza pulled Lin Che's hand. You're not the one who arrested her. You're the same as her, a victim. Why is it because of you? Don't blame yourself too much. This matter is not your fault. But, if you must blame yourself, then why don't you think about me? At the end of the day, this matter is because of me. It's because of me that Lu Chuxia kidnapped you. Yes, Lu Chuxia coveted Gu Jingza from the beginning, and that was why she dealt with Lin Che. But how could she blame this matter on Gu Jingza? He was too charming, and women liked him, but how could she blame him? Lin Che said, no, it's not your fault, Gu Jingza. This matter has nothing to do with you. So there's no point in blaming her. Giving her enough compensation is enough. She nodded. I'll go out and take a look. Chapter 483. Lin Che hurriedly ran out. Outside, it was indeed Yang Lingxin barking. However, she was shocked by the little white dog standing in front of her. Lin Che said in surprise, Prince, what's going on? Yang Lingxin said in surprise, Sister Che, this dog. She retreated in fear, but Prince just stood there, looking innocent. Yang Lingxin shouted, why is there a dog here? Lin Che saw that she was scared by Prince and heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay, little Exine. This is Prince, my little dog. Prince had already raised it for a month. The little dog grew very quickly. In just a month, it had already grown into a very big one. It was white and chubby, looking very cute like a meatball. Because it was well taken care of, Prince was very clean. It looked very cute, but Yang Lingxin was still very scared. After hearing Lin Che's words, Yang Lingxin said, I'm sorry, Sis Che. I didn't scream on purpose. Did I disturb you? It's just that I suddenly saw a dog, and I'm very afraid of dogs, so I... Lin Che shook his head. It's okay, I know. How's your room? Are you used to it? Yang Lingxin said quickly, I'm used to it. I've never stayed in such a nice room before. Thank you, Sister Che. It's good that you're used to it. Remember to go eat when you can eat later. Okay. Yang Lingxin looked at the dog in Lin Che's arms and asked, what kind of dog is this? Lin Che said, oh, it's just a very normal little dog. There's nothing special about it. Ah, why didn't you raise those kinds of dogs? Yang Lingxin thought that the Gu family was so rich that they could buy any expensive dog. Lin Che smiled. It doesn't matter what kind of dog it is. It's faded with Prince. I picked it up on the road and brought it back. I see. Lin Che sent Prince to a room on the side. Opening the door, Yang Lingxin saw that this room was obviously for a little dog. Yang Lingxin said, this room belongs to it? Yes. Yang Lingxin thought that a mongrel could actually live in such a nice room. Lin Che's life was really willful and extravagant. She said, This little dog is really blessed. Lin Che didn't say anything and brought Yang Lingxin along to eat. In the dining room, the servants had already prepared dinner. Yang Lingxin had never experienced a day like this. Everything was prepared by the servants, and the food was specially prepared by the chefs in the kitchen. Moreover, there were actually so many chefs here. Whatever they wanted to eat, there were chefs who would cook for them. Her room was full of good and expensive bedding. It was very comfortable to sleep. She really felt as if she had become a little princess of the upper class. Her days were very comfortable. However, in the middle of it all, her parents called and asked her where she had gone after not going home for a day. Yang Lingxin said that she was going to stay at a friend's house for a while. They also wanted to ask what kind of friend he was. Yang Lingxin said impatiently. After all, they were good friends. She put down the phone, still feeling very annoyed. It would be great if they could stay here forever and not have to move away. At night, Lin Che took the things and saw Gu Jingze watching TV in the home theater. He went over to sit with Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Lin Che said, "Just watch your stuff. Don't worry about me." Gu Jingze had placed his work documents on the big screen of the home theater. It was more comfortable this way. However, seeing that Lin Che had come, he hugged Lin Che and said, "You're here. Let's choose a movie to watch. Tell me, what do you want to watch?" Lin Che said, "Don't you need to work? I still have time to watch a movie. Come on, choose one." Lin Che chose a romance movie and put it on. She ate and watched the movie. The environment here was almost the same as a movie theater, except that the seats were more comfortable. Lin Che leaned against him and ate. As he watched the movie, he said, "This movie is quite a classic." "Really? You haven't watched it before, right?" she said. "I only watch dramas." "Okay. Then what about when you were in a relationship in the past? Didn't you watch movies?" Gu Jingze looked at her and shook his head. Lin Che rolled her eyes speechlessly. It was too difficult to be his woman. "You're actually going to watch a movie with me today. Should I feel honored?" Lin Che said with a smile. Gu Jingze tilted his head and lifted her chin. "It's good that you know." Lin Che chuckled happily. Gu Jingze looked at her and thought that he had really broken many of his rules for her. However, seeing her happy, he felt that it was all worth it. Looking at Lin Che's small face, he lowered his head and bit her lips. In the movie, they were playing out an intimate scene. Outside the movie, the two of them were also playing out a romantic scene. He pulled her onto his body, opened her legs, and rode on his lap. He caressed her legs with both hands, and slowly, his hands moved to her waist. Because of the training she had been doing recently, her figure had become even better. Her originally slender waist felt firmer and very comfortable. He touched her and wanted to push her clothes up. However, at this moment, that the lights in the originally dark room suddenly flashed. The door was pushed open. Lin Che was shocked. The servants in the house usually didn't wander around, especially when two people were alone. The servants would be tactful not to disturb them. Hence, Lin Che didn't think that someone would suddenly barge into her and Gu Jingze's world. For a moment, she was completely stunned. "Che, Sister Che, I'm sorry. At this moment, Yang Lingxin, who was at the door, spoke first. Lin Che quickly jumped down from Gu Jingze's lap and tidied up her clothes. Outside, a servant had already noticed and hurried in. Seeing this scene, she could guess what was going on. The servant quickly said, "Sorry, sir, madam, there's no one outside. I forgot to remind Miss Yang not to come in." Lin Che had already reacted. Although her face was red, she still smiled and said, It's okay. We're just watching a movie." But Yang Lingxin didn't rush out. She still stood there and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Che. This place is too big, and I'm a little lost. I don't know where this place is, and I heard some noise, so I came in." Lin Che turned on the lights, and the theater lit up. Gu Jingze stood up from the back and looked at Yang Lingxin. What a bummer. He didn't say anything and only said to Lin Che, "I'll go look at the information first." "Okay." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, and her face turned even redder. "Yang Lingxin must have seen me sitting on him just now. I'm really so embarrassed." Chapter 484. Yang Lingxin didn't expect to see such a scene when she came in. However, they were husband and wife. It was normal for something to happen. However, they had been together for so long. Yet Gu Jingze was still in the mood to watch a movie with Lin Che. It was hard to imagine that their relationship was still so good. Moreover, the action just now was really ambiguous. Yang Lingxin couldn't help but think that if the person sitting on Gu Jingze was herself, that how exciting would that be? No matter how long it took, Gu Jingze would always have a passion for him, because he was so sexy. That face, that body, no matter how much she looked at it, she would never get tired of it. Yang Lingxin said to Lin Che, "I'm sorry, Sister Che. Did I disturb you?" Yes, it was a little but Lin Che thought that she had just moved in and didn't know the rules here. Moreover, she wasn't going to stay here forever. She was just staying here temporarily to recuperate. Lin Che could forgive her. Lin Che smiled. "Let's go out first." Not long after, Yu Minmin and Xin Yuran came to the house. They wanted to see Lin Che a long time ago, after knowing that something had happened to her. But they didn't want to disturb the couple because they wanted to give them some time. Xin Yuran said in surprise, "What's going on? Why is Yang Lingxin here?" Lin Che was still worried when he thought about it. She doesn't dare to go home, and she also needs a place to recuperate. I think she must have been seriously injured in this kind of thing, and I don't trust her to live alone in a place without people. There are more people here, and she can be taken good care of. All right, but it's not your fault. Lin Che, don't blame yourself. I know. I can only do my best to make it up to her. Whether it's my fault or not, it's all because of me. Xin Yuran sighed. Yu Minmin continued, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. But I heard that Lu Chuxia is quite pitiful. I think she was sent abroad. No one knows where Gu Jingze sent her. But the Lu family didn't do anything about it. They let Gu Jingze do whatever he wants with her. I don't think Gu Jingze will let her off easily." Lin Che said, "Is that so? I've never heard Gu Jingze mention it before. It shouldn't be anything serious." Although it was hateful, Lin Che thought that Lu Chuxia was a member of the Lu family, so Gu Jingze might not do anything to her. Yu Minmin said, "I heard that they searched through all of Lu Chuxia's properties before they found you. She was taken away after that. Gu Jingze should have kept her alive. He wouldn't have let her die." "Yeah," Lin Che said. Unexpectedly, Yu Minmin continued, "Because Gu Jingze likes to make people wish they were dead." Yu Minmin said, "You're going to the audition the day after tomorrow. I'm not sure if Xiao Xian can accompany you." Lin Che said, "I'm not sure either. Can't you go as well?" "Yeah, he's going to pay a state visit in the next few days." Xin Yuran almost spat out his saliva. "No way, you're going on a state visit?" "I'm not sure yet. Anyway, it's my first state visit. I definitely can't stand her up." "All right." After chatting for a while, they prepared to leave. Yu Minmin was picked up by the people from Glass Palace. In Glass Palace, she heard a phone call from home before she even entered the door. Her mother cried over the phone, "Minmin, bad news. Your father has been taken away." "What?" Yu Minmin knew that it was a mistake to let her father go. She said, "All right, I'll go take a look. Don't worry, just tell me what it is." "He's too much. He wouldn't listen to me no matter how hard I tried to persuade him. He insisted on gambling. He had no money, so he said that you were the president's wife and that you would definitely give him money." "Great." Yu Minmin couldn't wait any longer and ran out hurriedly. "All right, I'll handle it." She quickly went to change her shoes. Just then, she heard someone suddenly say, "What happened?" It was Gu Jingming. He was actually at home. She looked up. "No, nothing much. I'll go out for a while. Don't let anyone follow me. I'll be careful." With that said, she ran out hurriedly. Outside. But there wasn't a single car outside Glass Palace. She didn't let anyone follow her. She stood by the roadside and looked around, preparing to walk to a place where she could hail a car. Just then, a car suddenly stopped in front of her. Yu Minmin was stunned. She saw that it was a dazzling sapphire blue Aston Martin. Needless to say, she could guess where the car came from. It had to be Glass Palace. However, when the car window rolled down, she saw that it was Gu Jingming. Yu Minmin said, "Why are you here? Didn't you follow anyone?" Gu Jingming said, "Come in first." Yu Minmin nodded and quickly got into the car. Gu Jingming said, It's too dangerous for you to come out alone. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Yu Minmin said, my father is causing trouble again. I'll go by myself. Gu Jingming looked at her. You're a girl. What if something happens to you if you go to such a messy place? Let's go. I'll take you there. Ah, you haven't been to such a messy place before, have you? Gu Jingming said, it's okay. Yu Minmin was a little embarrassed, but since Gu Jingming had already followed her, she couldn't just tell him to leave. Soon, the car reached the place. Yu Minmin said, I'll go and redeem someone first. You're going? It's okay. I've been there many times since I was young. When Gu Jingming heard this, he looked at her bright eyes and smiled helplessly. His heart couldn't help but soften. Yu Minmin got out of the car and jogged over. His car stopped by the roadside and waited. Outside, a girl passed by. When she saw the dazzling car, she couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, this is a limited edition Aston Martin. There are only 77 of them in the world. No way. How can there be such a rich person in a place like this? Let's go and take a look. A girl mustered up her courage and walked over. No way. Where are you going? The other girl asked hurriedly. She said, it's not easy to meet a rich person. Of course, I have to seize the opportunity. The girl knocked on the car window. Hey, handsome, it's not easy to get a taxi here. Can you give us a lift? The car window rolled down. Gu Jingming looked at the people outside. Scram if you don't want to die. The two girls were shocked. Of course, they cursed and said that this man was crazy. However, they didn't dare to go near him because of his gloomy face. Isn't he just rich? Humph. The two of them cursed and left. One of the girls said, this person looks so familiar. Why does he look like Mr. President? Are you crazy? Why would Mr. President appear in such a shabby place? Just then, Yu Minmin came out with his father. His father said, don't you want to leave, Minmin? I know I'm not good, but they're not giving you face. You're the president's wife. Enough. Can you shut up and stay away from me? Just then, Papa Yu saw the car and couldn't help but ask, Minmin, the car from Glass Palace is so nice. Is that your family's car? He still didn't know that it wasn't Glass Palace's car, but the president's car. Chapter 485. Papa Yu quickly went over and patted the car. However, when the car window rolled down, Papa Yu was stunned. Wasn't the person in front of him the president? Papa Yu didn't expect that. He quickly let go of his hand and took a step back. He didn't expect to see Mr. President like this. Papa Yu didn't dare to speak for a moment. Thinking that the person in front of him was the powerful president, he bowed and said, Hello, Mr. President. Yu Minmin glanced at Papa Yu. You can leave if there's nothing else. Oh, okay. Yes. I'm leaving. Take your time. Yu Minmin looked at Papa Yu's cautious manner. She shook her head and got into Gu Jingming's car. Papa Yu bowed and sent them off. He only straightened his back after the car had gone far away. He was still thinking that if those perverted people knew that the president had come to pick him up personally, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming in the car. He drove in silence. His slender fingers held the steering wheel, and he looked straight ahead. His beautiful side profile looked as cold as a cold winter night. The air was filled with his pleasant smell. It seemed like his clothes were being smoked with a special incense. The smell was very unique. It was faintly wafting in the air, like the smell of green grass. It was especially fresh and cold, which suited his temperament very well. Yu Minmin said, Thank you for sending me here today. It's okay. Where are we going now? There's nowhere. Since we're out, we might as well take a walk. Gu Jingming turned his head and looked at her. Yu Minmin said, Now that I'm back, I'm definitely going to learn classical knowledge. At this moment, Yu Minmin's stomach growled. Yu Minmin held her stomach and was stunned. Gu Jingming looked at her. Let's eat something first. Really? Okay. What do you want to eat? It doesn't matter. Let's go eat hot pot. Glass Palace doesn't allow hot pot. I haven't had it in a long time. Gu Jingming looked at her and nodded. There was a hot pot restaurant by the roadside. Yu Minmin said, Let's go there. I think I've been there once. It's delicious. Gu Jing's had drifted the car smoothly, and quickly parked it by the roadside. When the passersby saw such a nice car, he politely stopped the car and asked it to park in a good spot. He was very respectful to Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming. "Welcome, both of you." When the two of them entered, Gu Jingming kept a low profile and didn't speak. When the people on the side saw Gu Jingming, they couldn't help but look at him more, but they didn't dare to look at him directly. They could only look at him secretly and guess that he looked like Mr. President. Yu Minmin said, "Are there any more private rooms?" "Yes, miss, this way, please." The two of them soon entered the room. The waiter was still staring at Gu Jingming. However, when they both entered the room, the waiter didn't dare to recognize whether the man in front of him was Mr. President. However, when he went out, he asked someone excitedly, "That person just now looks very much like Mr. President." "Impossible. How could Mr. President come to our restaurant?" "Yeah, that's why I don't dare to admit it. Maybe it's just that they look alike." "Then why are you still staring?" "But he's too handsome." Gu Jingming was looking around. Yu Minmin said, "The food in this restaurant is very good. I came here once before, but I was too busy and didn't come again. Don't be fooled by the small size of this restaurant. It's very delicious." "Yeah." Yu Minmin saw that Gu Jingming kept looking around. "What are you looking at? Have you never been to such a small restaurant before?" "I've been here before," he said. "Oh, really? You've been here before?" "Yes, for a visit to the countryside." All right, his answer was too sophisticated. She couldn't get used to it for a while. After a while, the food was served. Yu Minmin ordered a double flavor pot. She felt that she hadn't eaten hot pot for a long time. The taste of this hot pot was better than any other delicacy. The people of Glass Palace paid too much attention to nutrition. The healthy food was terrible. However, for the health of Mr. President, they had to do it. Yu Minmin sighed comfortably. "Wow, it's so delicious." But then she looked up and noticed Gu Jingming sitting opposite her. He only ate the food in the clear soup pot. He picked up the chopsticks, gently picked it up, and then slowly put it into his mouth. He ate more and more. His movements were slow and elegant, as if he was eating Western food. He looked really good. Yu Minmin couldn't help but adjust her posture. She didn't dare to move too much. Don't you want to eat the spicy food here? The clear soup isn't as good as the spicy food." Gu Jingming said calmly, "No need." He looked up and saw that Yu Minmin's mouth was red from the spicy food. It was so rosy, as if she had just been bitten. He took a deep look at her before looking away and saying to her, "Hurry up and eat your food." Yu Minmin shrugged. "All right, since you don't know how to enjoy such good food, I'll eat it." "Your father gambled over there?" "Yeah." "He didn't bring any money. He lost all his chips, so he had to pay the ransom." Gu Jingming was surprised. "Do they still live in the neighborhood over there?" "Yeah, it's the one you saw. My brother used to share a room with my parents. Now that I've moved out, he's staying in my room." Gu Jingming nodded. He didn't say anything, but his gaze seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he said, "I have a property near Glass Palace. It's 3 streets away from Glass Palace. I think it's just the right distance. You can ask them to move there." "Huh?" Yu Minmin looked up. "That's not a good idea. There's nothing bad about it. It'll make it easier for my men to watch over them, so that your father doesn't cause any trouble." If it was because of this, Yu Minmin didn't have anything else to say. She just looked at Gu Jingming. "Then, I thank you on behalf of my mother and brother." "It's okay." Gu Jingming put down the food and looked at Yu Minmin. She smiled lightly. Her face was a little red from the spicy food. Her eyes were moist from the spicy food, as if tears would fall at any time. He said, "All right, stop eating. You'll feel uncomfortable if you eat too much." It's okay. We're used to eating, so we won't feel uncomfortable. We'll go for an interview tomorrow. I don't want you to have diarrhea halfway." All right, she had forgotten about that. Yu Minmin could only put down the food and said, "All right then, let's go." Gu Jingming looked up and asked the waiter, "Bring some desserts." Then he said to her, "Have some. It'll ease your stomach." Chapter 486. Yu Minmin felt that it was probably because she had been living in Luli Palace for too long that she had gotten used to the healthy meals. Her stomach had deteriorated, and she couldn't sell those junk food anymore. In the middle of the night, her stomach started to hurt. She was in so much pain in her room that she had to go out to get some medicine for her stomach. However, there was no one in Luli Palace in the middle of the night. Clutching her stomach, she walked and bumped into a wall. When she raised her head, she saw Gu Jingming, who looked surprised. "What's wrong?" "My stomach hurts. I'm looking for medicine for my stomach." Yu Minmin had to tell him the truth. Gu Jingming looked at her as she bent over in pain. He looked around and suddenly lifted her up. "I!" Yu Minmin wanted to scream, but her stomach hurt so badly that she could only curl her stomach. "It hurts, it hurts." Gu Jingming brought her to his room. After taking the medicine, Yu Minmin felt much better. She leaned against the wall and sighed. When Gu Jingming came in, he saw Yu Minmin sprawled on the bed. Because she was only wearing a nightgown, her long legs were covered in a thin, white DI pants. Gu Jingming froze. He looked at Yu Minmin and walked over in a few steps. Yu Minmin heard his voice and looked up to see Gu Jingming. He didn't notice the strange look in Gu Jingming's eyes and only said, "The stomach medicine is really effective. It doesn't hurt anymore." "Thank you, Gu Jingming." The next moment, she felt Gu Jingming slowly standing in front of her. He lowered his head to look at Yu Minmin, and his throat moved. Yu Minmin suddenly felt that the redness on his face seemed to be a little different from usual, especially his eyes, which flashed with some desire. It made this man, who was usually very abstinent, become more lively and sexy. She said, "What's wrong with you?" Gu Jingming gritted his teeth. How dare she ask what was wrong? Her mouth moved. She stuck out her tongue and licked her dry lips. Gu Jingming's gaze tightened. Then he suddenly leaned down and pressed her down on the bed with one hand. Bed. Bed. Gu Jingming's face was so close to hers that she was confused. Before she could react, he had already kissed her on the lips. "Woo, is this Mr. President?" Yu Minmin only felt that she was a little out of breath after being kissed, but the always strong Mr. President did not give her any space. His eyes were closed, and his face was cold and resolute with a sexy edge. Yu Minmin had just taken the medicine. She felt that her body was soft and scattered. She couldn't exert any strength at all. Moreover, it seemed that because of the effect of the medicine, she was also very dizzy. Glass Palace's medicine was indeed very potent, but there were always other side effects as well. It was said that painkillers took effect immediately. One could imagine what kind of drugs were inside that could not be used outside. She felt that she wanted to push him away, but she was deeply attracted by his scent. She felt that wherever his kiss landed, that place would tremble, as if there was an electric current running through her body. She couldn't help but curl up, and she couldn't help but want to moan out loud. When she pushed him, she directly pushed his chest. That feeling that it made her feel even more addicted. She wanted to let go, but she couldn't bear to. So, she wanted to push him away, but she couldn't help touching him. The masculine charm of a man was very special, especially Gu Jingming. This overbearing and cold man made it difficult for her to refuse him. Yu Minmin panted. He pushed her clothes directly on top of him. She was barely wearing anything inside, so it was so easy for them to be naked until the end. Yu Minmin felt confused and didn't know what had happened. She just felt that Gu Jingming was lying on the side, and Yu Minmin hadn't come back to her senses. It seemed that she was still flying in the sky, and her body was illusory. The next day, when she woke up, she began to feel even more embarrassed. However, she didn't feel any pain in her stomach, but her legs were so weak that it made her feel uncomfortable. Thinking of what had happened that night, she found it even more unbelievable. However, since they were already married, these things would be done sooner or later, unless Gu Jingming really wanted to be a monk and be a vegetarian for several years. Otherwise, they would never get a divorce during his term of office. And the president of country C was elected every 4 years, and he could be re-elected indefinitely, that he probably wouldn't get a divorce so easily. Yu Minmin just knocked her head and thought, damn it. She was so tempted by his manliness that she didn't reject him and just gave in. But that manliness was really good. When they came out early in the morning, the servant said, "Mr. President said that second young mistress called you and asked you to call her back." Also, this is the room key to the National Day Garden. You can inform your family to move there today. Alright, his speed was really fast. Yu Minmin thought that she could move there any day, so she didn't bother about it. Instead, she gave Lin Che a call. Lin Che said, "Should we go to the riverside for a barbecue tonight?" "Ah, shall we go together?" Gu Jingzi said that I was too nervous after being kidnapped this time. So he asked me to find a chance to relax, so he invited a few people to the barbecue with us. Oh, okay. Although my stomach just hurt, I'll risk my life to accompany the gentleman. The servant quickly helped Lin Che prepare the food for the barbecue buffet. They were going to drive out and barbecue wherever they saw was suitable. Yang Lingxin helped by the side. After she was done, she asked Lin Che, "Will President Gu go?" "I think so. If he's free, he'll go." Yang Lingxin couldn't help but feel excited when she heard this. Looking at the study, she knew that Gu Jingzi was inside. She was really looking forward to barbecue with him tonight. Lin Che didn't know what Yang Lingxin was thinking and was still calling Xin Yuran. When Xin Yuran heard this, he immediately agreed. However, he asked on the phone if he could bring another person along. Lin Che immediately smiled and said, "Should I bring Dr. Chen?" "You're so annoying." Lin Che said, "Don't be shy. Bring him. We're allowed to bring our own family members." "You're annoying. What family?" "He said himself that we won't bring him to the barbecue." "Oh, that means he's right next to you now. Seriously, you're with him all the time. I'm so envious. If you laugh at me again, I won't go." "Humph." "Ah, don't. I won't tease you anymore. Remember to bring a drink." Everything was ready. At night, Lin Che and Gu Jingzi went together. Gu Jingzi didn't bring any bodyguards with him. He drove by himself and let Lin Che sit in the front passenger seat. Yang Lingxin also sat in the back seat. However, after thinking for a while, she moved behind Gu Jingzi's seat. When she looked up, she could see Gu Jingzi's raised head and smell his pleasant scent. Chapter 487. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi didn't care about her. Gu Jingzi kept looking at Lin Che. "What are you looking at?" Lin Che looked at the map carefully and said to him, "I'm looking at the map on my phone. I want to choose a place. There's a moat around here. The river should be a good place. There are too many mosquitoes." Lin Che thought about it. "There's a park over there. The park should be fine too. It's too dark." "Yeah, there are no lights. The lights in the park are very dim. What do you think of the apartment here?" "There are too many people." Lin Che glared at Gu Jingzi. This man was really troublesome. Forget it. It's by the moat. We're not afraid of mosquitoes. Anyway, we need to use charcoal for the barbecue. At most, I'll put more floral water on you." "Ha ha." Gu Jingzi's face darkened. Lin Che couldn't imagine what Gu Jingzi would look like if he was covered in floral water. He was always so profound, untainted, and unworldly. If he smelled of floral water, that she was looking forward to it. After a while, Yu Minmin also arrived. Xin Yuran's car also followed. Lin Che told them the location through WeChat and asked them to follow. A few minutes later, the car stopped at a relatively beautiful place by the moat. After getting out of the car, Yu Minmin walked over and said, "The scenery here is not bad." Xin Yuran got out and called out, "Lin Che Minmin, I'm here." Behind him, Chen Yuqing said, "I didn't expect President Gu to be in such a good mood today. You actually came to barbecue." Gu Jingzi glanced at him, held the railing, and looked at the moat. Below, the water of the moat sparkled, reflecting a little neon light, like stars twinkling. A few girls chattered and began to set up the barbecue grill, chairs, tables, seasonings, and skewers. After everything was ready, the barbecue was ready. Lin Che sat there and looked at Gu Jingzi and Chen Yuqing, who were leaning against the wall and talking about their own things. They didn't come to barbecue at all. Xin Yuran said, "They're not here to barbecue either. Are they here to feed the mosquitoes?" Lin Che also looked at it and said, Forget it. She was used to it. Yu Minmin said, "Forget it. Lin Che should be used to it. She's busy over here, while her almighty enjoys the fruits of others' labor. Go away. Lin Che glared at her. However, it was true that Gu Jingza didn't do anything at home, especially this kind of barbecue and fire. He wouldn't do it. Lin Che was used to it. He was used to Gu Jingza always being so high and mighty like a fairy. Moreover, he acted so naturally and didn't feel that it was wrong at all. However, this was Gu Jingza. Lin Che nudged Xin Yuran first. How is it? How far have you developed? Xin Yuran was speechless as he said, What are you doing? We don't have any development. I'll give you a chance to tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll ask Dr. Chen later. I believe Dr. Chen will be willing to tell me the truth. All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, Xin Yuran said. In any case, forget it for now. I'm his student. What? How did you become his student? Lin Che said. Xin Yuran said, I'm learning psychology from him. I'm also studying for my degree. I might apply to a school and continue my studies in a while. Lin Che was still in a daze when Yu Minmin said, All right. Teacher-student relationships are popular now. They're really avant-garde. Get lost. You're too dirty. Lin Che nodded in understanding. I see. I'm too outdated. Yang Lingxin watched from the side. At this time, she was silent. Lin Che passed the barbecue to Yang Lingxin. Here, try the chicken wings I grilled. Thank you, Sister Che. It's okay. I could do it myself. You can grill for Mr. Gu first. He's been waiting for a long time. He should be hungry. Yu Minmin said, Wow, little Xan is so sensible. Lin Che smiled with his eyes squinted. He looked up and called out, Gu Jingza, stop chatting. The food is ready. Come and eat. Gu Jingza walked over. He looked around and squeezed his way to Lin Che's side. Lin Che passed it to him naturally. Open your mouth. Gu Jingza looked at the food she grilled and said, Is this edibles? Of course it's edible. Okay, stop looking. It's dirty. You won't get sick if you eat it. Open your mouth. Lin Che stuffed it into Gu Jingza's mouth. Gu Jingza had no choice but to eat it. On the other side, the others were stunned as they stared at the two of them. Gu Jingza chewed the food. It tasted good, but he looked at her with a dark expression. I'll see if you dare to stuff food into my mouth again. I'm serving you. You don't like it. She stuffed another piece of meat into his mouth. However, Gu Jingza bit her finger. Lin Che cried out in surprise. Gu Jingza laughed gloomily. Lin Che's finger hurt from being bitten. She shouted at him, Gu Jingza, are you a dog? Gu Jingza said, It tastes good. He licked his lips in satisfaction. The others were even more shocked. Xin Yuran asked directly, Hey, do you have any dog food? Let's eat some together. This public display of affection was enough to drive these single dogs crazy. Okay? They didn't expect Gu Jingza and Lin Che to get along like this. It was too sweet. They really couldn't tell that Gu Jingza had a taste. Although it was a very simple action, it was unimaginably sweet. Lin Che and Gu Jingza's actions were very natural. They didn't expect everyone to be so surprised. Raising his head, he saw that everyone was looking at the two of them in shock. Lin Che said gloomily, What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Hurry up and look. The food is already burnt. Why are you still looking at me? Can my face be eaten? But as he spoke, his face easily turned red. What was this Gu Jingza doing here? And he said it so flirtatiously. He was so bad. Yang Lingxin watched from the side. She silently ate the chicken wing and stared at the calm Gu Jingza. She couldn't help but think, it would be great if he could treat her like this. Unfortunately, he didn't even spare a glance at anyone. He simply sat beside Lin Che naturally and placed his hand on her waist suggestively. That action was very normal, but it was also very sweet, making one yearn for it. That as everyone ate the barbecued meat, Yu Minmin said, You have to go to the movie promotion in a few days. Don't forget that it's going to be released soon. There will be more activities during this period. Xin Yuran said, You guys are really busy. Oh yeah. Didn't you say you were going to the countryside today? Yu Minmin said, I had a stomachache yesterday, so I canceled it today. Thinking about the stomachache, she couldn't help but blush. Her stomach didn't hurt anymore, but it hurt somewhere else. Chapter 488. Yu Minmin said, "Oh, the steamed buns are ready. Let me have some." Chen Yuxing said, "President Gu, I think you should give me a raise." Gu Jingze looked at him. "You've become more and more useless recently. You want me to raise your salary? Look, not only do I have to be a doctor, but I also have to work after work. Aren't you going to give me overtime pay? Did I ask you to come? Of course. You didn't have to do anything before. You didn't even have to go out for a meal, let alone a barbecue. But now, you have to run around and cook your own barbecue. As a doctor, I have to follow you all the time. Of course, I'm more tired than before. Sigh. I'm really starting to miss the President Gu who didn't go out at all and did nothing but work. But now, President Gu, you've changed a lot." Chen Yuxing's meaning was obvious. He wasn't asking for overtime pay. He was talking about how Gu Jingze had changed after he got together with Lin Che. Gu Jingze looked at Chen Yuxing. "Yeah, I didn't want to go out because you were boring in the past. Now that you're gone, I'm willing to go out." Duh. Chen Yuxing snorted. Xin Yuran came over and said, "What are you talking about?" Chen Yuxing said, "Mrs. Gu feeds her man personally. Why don't you feed me?" Xin Yuran blushed. He wasn't her man. Why should she feed him? Get lost. It's not like you don't have hands. Why should I feed you? The water was still rippling. Xin Yuran looked over and sighed. Seriously, this is President Gu, the president's wife, and the great genius Dr. Chen. People will definitely be surprised to see them eating barbecue here. Chen Yuxing said, "What's there to be surprised about? You're someone that people can't see even if they want to, but you're eating barbecue like an ordinary person. That's life. You know that people can't see me even if they want to. Why aren't you feeding me a piece of chicken? Why do they talk about this again?" Xin Yuran glared at him. She took a chicken wing and stuffed it into his mouth. "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat." Yu Minmin looked over and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Really, Xin Yuran and Dr. Chen. Do they look like a good match? Lin Che listened and looked over as well. While grilling the meat skewers, he said, "Yeah, it's also a kind of fate. They didn't like each other at the beginning, but later on, they felt something for each other." Yang Lingxin was still sitting on the side, looking dazed. Yu Minmin said, "How has little Exen been these 2 days?" Lin Che shook his head and sighed. "It seems like there's nothing wrong with her, but I can't really tell what's wrong with her. It's just that she's always staring blankly in front of her. I don't know what she's thinking about. I think maybe she still cares about it." How could he not care about such a thing that had happened? "How long is she going to stay at your place?" Yu Minmin asked. Lin Che said, "I'm not sure either." At this moment, he heard someone calling from behind. Over there, who's lighting a fire by the roadside?" The city enforcement officers are here, but the few of them didn't expect that barbecue was not allowed here. Lin Che was only looking for a good spot and whether it was suitable for barbecue. He didn't care whether it was allowed here or not. At this moment, a few city enforcement officers parked their cars there and shouted at them. "This is the moat. You can't barbecue here. Who are you little brats? Don't even think of running away." Lin Che quickly stood up and said, "Big brother, we didn't know that we couldn't barbecue here. I'm sorry, please forgive us." Yu Minmin also said, Yeah, we really didn't know. We'll pack up and change places immediately." A few of them were almost done eating, but there were still some leftovers. At this moment, Gu Jingze stood up from behind. "What did you say?" His deep voice stunned the people behind him. After a while, the city enforcement officers realized that something was wrong. Not to mention the cars parked here. Each one more expensive than the last. These people also looked very familiar. Gu Jingze. Lin Che, isn't that the president's wife? Under the light, the city enforcement officers finally recognized her. Lin Che stood there and looked at the surprised people. The corner of his mouth twitched. What kind of expression was that? The city enforcement officers' expressions changed. After confirming that it was true, they all thought to themselves, what did they just say? They said that Gu Jingze was a little brat? They even told the president's wife not to run away? But why did these people gather together and barbecue outside for no reason? After a few of them came to their senses, they immediately changed their words and said, Mr. Gu, we're sorry. We didn't know that you were playing outside. It's just that we can't barbecue here for the sake of the city's environment. Of course, this road was built by you. You can do whatever you want on your own road. What? This road was built by Gu Jingze? However, it was clear that even Gu Jingze himself did not remember this, because he was standing at the back with narrowed eyes and a look of disdain on his face. In fact, he was thinking about what these people had said. He was searching his memory to see if he had funded the construction of this place. It seemed like it was indeed the case that Lin Che hurriedly said, I'm sorry, we didn't know. We'll move immediately and never come here to barbecue again." When the city enforcement officers heard this, they looked at Lin Che and felt that he was their savior. He was such a good person and even gave them a way out. The city enforcement officers quickly said, Okay, we'll help you move." The result of the barbecue was that the city enforcement officers helped to tidy up the place and then respectfully sent them away. Seeing the car drive away, the city enforcement officers thought it was strange. Why did these rich people come here to barbecue? They're here to experience life. Rich people can do whatever they want. Why do you care so much? All right, you're right. But their attitude is quite good. They're rich and have status, but they're not ostentatious at all. Of course, the real rich people are so cultured. Do you think they're like nouveau riche? Lin Che and Gu Jingyu's movie premiere. This was Lin Che's first important movie, so she naturally placed a lot of importance on it. She had already prepared to watch the premiere, and when she was outside, she greeted Gu Jingyu. Lin Che said, "I'm so nervous. I don't know what the box office will be like." Gu Jingyu said, "Don't worry. Both the production and the script of this movie are excellent. You have to have confidence in your own movie." Lin Che said, "Of course you have confidence. But this is my first movie. I'll definitely be nervous." Chapter 489. Lin Che knew that Qin Wanwan's movie had just premiered and the box office was very good. It was a youth movie and she gained a lot of fans. Until now, everyone was still talking about how innocent the film was. Although there were a lot of haters who said that juvenile films were all the same. They said that it was either abortion or death. It was too boring. However, the box office was still there. Because there were handsome men and beautiful women, people still liked to watch it. So, there were still a lot of people who went to watch it. This time, Lin Che and Gu Jingze's movie was more about leveling up and fighting monsters. If the movie was good, there might be a TV series soon. A lot of media were invited to the premiere. The media interviewed Gu Jingyu and asked him, "Do you have confidence in this movie?" Gu Jingyu replied, "What do you think? Wasn't that obvious?" Of course he was confident. With the quality of his movie, he was absolutely confident, all right? The reporters smiled embarrassedly. They knew that Gu Jingyu had always been like this and didn't give others any face. When the reporters saw that Lin Che had come, they immediately smiled like flowers. Compared to that, interviewing Lin Che was much easier. The reporters looked at Lin Che and asked, "Qin Wanwan's movie just premiered a few days ago. Since you're in the same company, did you go and support her?" Lin Che said, "I've been busy recently, so I don't have much time to watch movies. But I don't think she needs my support for her box office. My 1 or 2 movie tickets are like a drop in the ocean compared to her total box office." The reporters thought that it was better to interview Lin Che since he was so good at chatting. "So you didn't go to watch the movie?" "Yeah. Then her movie's box office is already so good. Are you worried that your box office can't beat hers?" "I should be worried about Gu Jingyu. After all, he's the producer. I'm just a small-time actor. I'm only worried about whether my acting skills will be recognized by everyone. I should be worried about Gu Jingyu. But Gu Jingyu wasn't worried at all that had this Lin Che also learned to be bad. He knew how to avoid the topic and push the problem onto others. The movie soon started. It was Lin Che's first time watching an edited movie, and he was very excited. The effects were really great. The special effects were like Hollywood, the plot was well-paced, and there were plenty of laughs and tears. Lin Che really felt like he was in the movie. When he thought about how hard it had been for him to film, he felt that it was all worth it. The next day, the reviews of the movie were published. The media felt that the movie was very shocking. It was the first fantasy movie in the country with a blockbuster effect. The 3D effect was definitely not inferior to a good movie like Transformers. The fighting scenes and special effects were very beautiful. The post-production was really excellent. Needless to say, Gu Jingyu didn't do anything. The media didn't dare to say anything bad about him. They were worried that he would be swallowed by his fans. As for Lin Che, even though many female leads in movies like this were just pretty faces, her character was not buried in the slightest. Because of her beautiful fight scenes, her androgynous dressing in the later stages, and her superb acting skills in the wilderness, she was praised to the heavens. In comparison, Qin Wanwan's acting was called naive, making people feel like it wasn't that big of a deal. In the company, everyone was looking at the movie reviews and media reports, seeing the reports praising Lin Che's acting skills to the point of being godly. Qin Wanwan was so angry that she kept a straight face. Her manager, Sister Lin, was watching from the side and said to Qin Wanwan, "Wanwan, don't be angry. Even if she gets praised again, we can just say that she relied on her relationship with Gu Jingyu and hugged his thigh. Our movie is the best." Qin Wanwan said, "Okay, go and say that. Hurry." Sister Lin looked at Qin Wanwan and hurriedly went to find media outlets that had a better relationship with her to report Lin Che in a distorted way. Soon, Captive Fairy was released. Because the good reviews were very high, it carried the title of the first domestic blockbuster and was known as the rise of domestic blockbusters. The box office instantly exploded to the peak and broke the first-day box office record. The production team was also very happy. They felt that their hard work had finally paid off. Moreover, the most realistic thing was that everyone's share of the box office was also considerable. That was all money. However, before Lin Che could rejoice, she saw a report saying, "Lin Che really has acting skills. She relied on someone else to get to the A-list." It directly said that Lin Che's movie had 0 bad reviews because of her good acting skills or because she had meat to eat with Gu Jingyu. In order to give Gu Jingyu face, everyone didn't dare to say bad things about Lin Che. Then, the report compared her with Qin Wanwan. It said that Qin Wanwan's movie also had a good box office, but it was scolded everywhere. However, Qin Wanwan's movie was a solo performer. There wasn't an A-list superstar like Gu Jingyu. It was a few fresh meat that lifted up a juvenile movie and created a super high box office. In short, the whole comparison was that Qin Wanwan was the one who relied on her ability. She was better than someone like Lin Che, who relied on someone else to get to the top. Yang Lingxin said angrily, "Why are the reports talking nonsense? Qin Wanwan has so many fresh meat and has a lot of fans. Sister Che, your acting skills have always been very good, but they still dare to say that about you." Lin Che said, "This was all caused by Qin Wanwan. If it wasn't for her, these reports wouldn't be talking nonsense." Yang Lingxin said, "Then what should we do?" "Forget it. The reports are also talking nonsense. There's no point in responding. Let's speak with our ability." "That's right. You're going to participate in the audition for the witchcraft notes. Whoever gets selected will have good acting skills." Lin Che said, "That's right. Let's choose our roles first. Let's put everything else aside." It was a coincidence that the witchcraft notes would be choosing their roles at this time. Someone released the news first saying that the witchcraft notes was choosing their roles and that they had already locked onto 2 female roles. One was Qin Wanwan and the other was Lin Che. Coincidentally, their relationship was currently at the forefront of the discussion. Now that they were going to participate in the audition together, it would be very interesting. That day, Lin Che and Yang Lingxin arrived at the venue together. Since the audition was a private event, it was supposed to be an interaction between companies. They didn't expect to see a group of reporters standing at the entrance the moment they arrived. Once they saw Lin Che, they surrounded him. "Lin Che, are you confident in today's audition?" "Lin Che, I saw that Qin Wanwan arrived first. Are you going to participate in the audition together or one by one? You're competitors now. If she gets the role, will you give her your blessings?" Lin Che looked at these reporters speechlessly. He really didn't know what kind of lousy questions they were asking. Chapter 490. Lin Che could only smile and say to the reporter, "Every TV series and movie has auditions like this. If I don't get chosen, there will be other TV series. This isn't a competition, it's just a job." However, the reporter said, "But the Witchcraft Chronicles is a very rare and popular TV series. Everyone knows that whoever participates in it will become popular. There were more than 20 actresses who participated in the auditions. It's obvious how competitive it is." Lin Che was speechless. There are many good things in this world. For example, when I saw how rich Bill Gates was, I wondered why I wasn't the rich one. If someone else was chosen, I would definitely be envious. This doesn't mean anything. I'm not Bill Gates, and I will continue to live. Even if I don't get chosen today, I will continue to live. This isn't a deciding factor in one's life. The reporters looked at each other. It was just that the two of them were constantly being compared, so this audition became a hot topic and was brought up by the reporters. Now, they were a little embarrassed by Lin Che's words. Lin Che went straight inside. As expected, Qin Wanwan was already there. Qin Wanwan smiled and said, "Why are you so late?" Lin Che said, "Choosing roles isn't like buying groceries. It's like it's first come, first served. The ones who arrive later won't be fresh. Anyway, everyone has to fight for it with their own abilities. It's not like the media can just give it to whoever they want." Qin Wanwan's expression changed slightly. However, she was Qin Wanwan after all. She smiled politely. "All right, your movie has been released recently, and the box office seems to be doing very well. Gu Jingyu treats you really well, and the roles he brought you in are all very good. It's a pity that today's TV series isn't produced by Gu Jingyu. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a share." Lin Che looked at Qin Wanwan. "Whoever produces the TV series will be chosen based on the acting skills and the role. Let's see how the producers choose the actors later." Then, Yang Lingxin harumphed loudly at Qin Wanwan. Lin Che walked around Qin Wanwan and walked inside. Yang Lingxin said to Lin Che, "She's too outrageous. She can't stop talking about how you relied on Gu Jingyu. Sister Che was chosen because she has the ability, all right? It's her fault for acting isn't good, so Gu Jingyu doesn't like her. All right, let's go look at the characters first." Seeing that Lin Che had arrived, the staff politely led Lin Che in and showed him the script. In fact, Lin Che had read it many times. She was also a reader of this novel, so she had a deep understanding of the female protagonist's role. She liked this character very much. She was capable and neat, but also had the gentle beauty of a woman. The most attractive thing about her was definitely her capability and her powerful witchcraft skills. Actually, this role was very suitable for Lin Che. This was because a few of the roles she had played were similar to neutral characters. They were beautiful, but very cold and independent. When Lin Che arrived at the practice room, a few of the main creators were already waiting inside for a while. Qin Wanwan was already standing there, trying to get close to the main creator. After Lin Che came in, a few people also stood up to greet him. "Hello, director, producer Zhang, teacher Chen." Lin Che greeted the few of them respectfully. Seeing that the author was also there, he hurriedly said, hello. Can we take a picture together? I'm a loyal reader of your novel." The author was pleasantly surprised. He stood up and said, Thank you for liking it. Of course, it's my honor." The author was personally acting as the scriptwriter this time, hoping that the television series wouldn't ruin the original novel. He was also personally participating in the selection of the characters, so he followed them. After seeing so many actors trying to get close to him, he was used to it. A few actors also deliberately said that they were loyal readers of this novel. But he still took a picture with Lin Che. After all, Lin Che was so famous now. He had seen Lin Che's past roles and felt that she was quite suitable. At the side, Qin Wanwan harumphed and said to her manager, "She's still trying to get close to him like I did. It's okay. We'll make sure she has nowhere to go. Let's see what she can do." Soon, it was time for the two of them to perform. Qin Wanwan walked up first. She looked at Lin Che, who was sitting at the side, and her lips curled into an evil smile. Lin Che suddenly had a bad feeling about this. As expected, she immediately performed an action scene from the series. She elegantly turned around, used a gun to hit people, and used witchcraft with the demon subduing board. These neat actions portrayed the character's image. If she were to dress up, she would look very good. But that performance... Yang Lingxin called out from the side, "Sis Che, why is her performance so similar to yours?" Lin Che shook hands with her. Yes, very similar. It wasn't just similar. She completely imitated Lin Che's usual performance style. Even the look in her eyes was the same. Lin Che immediately understood that she did it on purpose. She purposely imitated Lin Che's performance style. Then, how would Lin Che perform later? This type of neutral character had always been Lin Che's forte. It was also one of the reasons why the production team took a liking to Lin Che. Now, Qin Wanwan directly expressed that she also knew how to perform this kind of performance. Also, if she stole Lin Che's method before him, even if Lin Che performed the same thing later, he would find it boring. And if she didn't perform this, she would lose her advantage in this audition. After Qin Wanwan's performance, the others applauded. At the same time, they looked at Lin Che. Qin Wanwan smiled and said, "Lin Che, this is what you're better at. I learned it from you, so don't mind it." "Mind my ass." Yang Lingxin was so furious that she didn't know what to do. At this moment, Lin Che calmly said to her, "It's fine. The predecessors plant trees, and the descendants benefit from the shade. I also learned it from my teacher, right? You can use it however you want." Qin Wanwan smugly sat to the side and looked at Lin Che. Let's see what she can do. Is she going to change a performance style at the last minute to act like this? However, an actor's performance style was very difficult to change, especially when they were used to one kind of gaze and movement. Changing it to another style would feel awkward. Lin Che stood in front of everyone and looked at the few main cast members. He bowed to them and then looked straight ahead. Everyone was also very curious, wondering what else she was going to act out. Is she preparing to perform, but putting more effort into it than Qin Wanwan? However, Lin Che took a deep breath and suddenly sat down on the ground. Chapter 491. Everyone was shocked and even lifted their bodies a little to look at Lin Che on the ground. Lin Che leaned against the wall, a conflicted expression instantly appearing on his face. His hands were tightly clenched by his sides, as if he was deeply unwilling to accept this. His eyes longingly looked up at the ceiling. His eyes that had been holding back had turned red, yet he stubbornly refused to let tears fall. "I'll definitely get out. I'll definitely get out. I don't want to die here. Dying here would be too embarrassing." As she said that, the latter part of her sentence was filled with shyness and indignation. She really looked like a child throwing a tantrum and looked very innocent. The people around them were stunned. Qin Wanwan's eyes also darted back and forth. Was this a scene from the script? She hadn't seen this scene before. Lin Che actually didn't perform the scenes that she was best at. Instead, where did he get this scene from? What was the meaning of this? While everyone was still in shock, the author suddenly stood up. "Ah, you're performing the part where the female lead, Su Muliang, falls into the cave, right?" Lin Che looked up and smiled at the author. Yes. She dusted her butt and stood up. The performance just now made the people around them push their glasses up and feel a little surprised. However, the performance was indeed meticulous and touching. The author said, "I haven't written this part into the script yet. Did you read it from the book?" Lin Che nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. Although this Su Muliang has always been very strong, tough, and gives off the vibe of a masculine woman, which is why she gives off the impression that she's cold and knows how to use witchcraft. When I read this paragraph in the book, especially the last sentence, I felt that it was too embarrassing. It showed off her side of a little girl. This side of her should be more in line with Su Muliang's own heart, and not the side that she showed to others. Moreover, this paragraph is a rare part in this book that shows off Su Muliang's weakness, so I wanted to perform it." The author stared at Lin Che fervently. Unexpectedly, she had actually read this book before. Wasn't she trying to get close to him just now? Besides, the part she saw was the most romantic part of the author's book. It was the part he felt proud of. Unexpectedly, Lin Che also saw the other side of the female lead, Su Muliang, from here. It made people feel very gratified. Lin Che smiled and said, I think that my previous roles are very similar to Su Muliang's. Everyone should be tired of seeing me portraying her tough side. Why don't I perform this part for everyone to see? It'll be something new. As she said that, she glanced at Qin Wanwan, who was behind her. Qin Wanwan clenched her fists. This sentence was obviously meant for her to hear. That's right. So what if Qin Wanwan stole her performance? That was Lin Che's best acting style. Everyone knew that. If they wanted to see it, they could just look at her previous works. She didn't need to perform it live at all. Anyway, everyone had seen it before. Now that she was performing something that no one had seen before, it was telling everyone that she wasn't just good at that kind of acting style. Professional actors had different acting styles for different roles. However, after she became famous for acting a certain kind of role, many directors would look for her later on when they met similar roles. Lin Che said, I feel that this time, Su Muliang is different from her previous roles. First, I'll portray her childish nature. No matter how cold she is, she'll still have the heart of a little girl. The author nodded. That's true. Actually, she's still a child. She's only been exposed to witchcraft since she was young. She's not very good at other things, so her mind is still very pure. You've seen through her very clearly. You're too kind. This character that you wrote is very cute. I like her very much, so I can see through her so clearly. Everyone nodded and chatted among themselves. However, Qin Wanwan was already glaring at Lin Che with hatred. After it ended, Yang Lingxin followed behind him, looking proud and elated. Sis Che, you're really too amazing. I saw that the author immediately felt that you were more suitable. Her eyes were shining. Those directors and main producers also felt that you were very good. Even the way they looked at you is different, Lin Che said. I didn't want to act like this in the first place. After all, it's just an audition. There's no need to act like it's a competition. Who knew that Qin Wanwan would bully me too much? She purposely imitated my acting style, obviously targeting me. I couldn't take it lying down, so I thought of this method. Yeah, who asked her to go overboard first? Now she's seen it. Our Sis Che's ability isn't something she can imagine. She thought she was so amazing, but in the end, she's not as professional as our Sis Che. She only knows how to play dirty. She's simply asking to be humiliated. At this moment, Qin Wanwan also came out from inside. Because she was angry, she didn't even pretend. She directly glanced at Lin Che and walked over coldly. Her manager, Sister Lin, also looked at Lin Che from the side and quickly followed her out. When they were outside, the reporters surrounded them. However, Qin Wanwan left with a straight face. Her manager also said from behind, Don't watch anymore, don't film anymore. Isn't it just an audition? It doesn't matter who gets chosen or who doesn't. Anyway, there are so many TV dramas being filmed every year. The reporters were a little stunned. They didn't say that at the start. They even said it as if they were determined to get the role. Why did they change their words after the audition? In the car, Qin Wanwan said, I didn't expect Lin Che to be so scheming. He actually finished reading that lousy novel and purposely found a place that wasn't in the script to act. That's right. Look at her acting like she doesn't care. She's too scheming. She acts like she doesn't care at all, but she's actually doing it for us to see. We mustn't underestimate her in the future. She thinks she can get the role this time? She's too naive. If she wants a role, it's not entirely up to the production crew. As Qin Wanwan said this, her face revealed a hint of viciousness. When Lin Che returned to the office, he saw that Chun Jingda was actually waiting for him. Lin Che knew the CEO Chun was on Qin Wanwan's side, so he didn't have a good expression when he looked at him. He got straight to the point and said, So, Chun, why did you come to my tiny studio? Is there something you need? Chun Jingda chuckled. He walked over and said with a smile, Lin Che, I heard that you performed very well at the audition this time. I only did what I was supposed to do. There's nothing wrong with that, Lin Che said indifferently. Chun Jingda said, It's just that we actually have another better role and a better script for you. You've acted in this type of role too many times, so it's a little too repetitive. Why don't you try another type? Chapter 492. Lin Che looked at Chun Jingda in shock. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you saying that I should give up on the witchcraft's notes?" Chun Jingda coughed dryly. It wasn't right to ask someone to give up on such a good show. Even the excuse was a little stiff, but who asked Qin Wanwan to get the role? Lin Che, you have to think about it. You've indeed played this role too many times. With this role, it will be a huge obstacle and restriction for your future development. This won't do. Look, our company has already reached an agreement with Charm Culture. The two companies are preparing to collaborate on a TV series. It's a marriage theme. Take a look. Love and marriage drama. Lin Che took a look at the script. It was clearly a family drama. Am I now going to act in a family drama and play the role of a wishy-washy woman? I'm only 24 years old. Do you think I should act as a mother now? Chun Jingda's expression changed. What's wrong with you now? Do you look down on this type of role? Your thinking is a little too extreme. You should correct it. An actor should try different roles and not blindly act in idle dramas. If you continue like this, your path will be very crooked. The company won't allow an actor to act according to their own ideas. You accepted Gu Jingyu's movie without permission, and we agreed because you're a rising star that we've groomed. If you act on your own now, we'll punish you. Lin Che sneered at him. That's great. Then why don't you let Qin Wanwan act in different roles? Are you trying to go against us? Lin Che, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think that you can go against an entire company by yourself. Our company has been in the industry for so many years. Such a big company has a lot of resources. Don't think that you can go against such a big plate by yourself. There's no point in saying so much. I won't give up. Lin Che slammed the script on the table. Chun Jingda looked at her and harumphed before leaving. Outside, someone asked Chun Jingda, "Didn't I say that Lin Che wouldn't agree to give up on the witchcraft's notes? How could he give up on such a big production that's bound to be popular?" That's why Qin Wanwan thought that she's only lacking a little bit to become popular. But what if Lin Che doesn't let go? Right now, the production team obviously feels that Lin Che is more suitable for this role. Force her to give up. Hey, I don't really care about her, but Yu Minmin, right now her status is different. Give Yu Minmin 2 more popular celebrities to work under her and distract her. She can't possibly only care about Lin Che. You're right. She's always been responsible. Right now, someone else's lifeblood is in her hands. She can't let her subordinates be implicated because of a single Lin Che. Lin Che and Yang Lingxin returned to the Gu mansion together. Yang Lingxin felt indignant the entire way. Isn't the company too biased toward Qin Wanwan? Our sis Che is clearly more capable. So why are they biased toward Qin Wanwan? Lin Che said, "Since Qin Wanwan chose our company, it means that the company has its own reasons for her choice. She's such a good person. She wouldn't do anything that's not beneficial to her. Since she's here, it means that she has the confidence to snatch resources from me." Are you saying that she might have someone in the company? That's for sure, Lin Che said. When they reached home, Lin Che stopped thinking about the annoying things in the company. Gu Jingzi was still working at home. The moment Yang Lingxin entered, she saw Gu Jingzi sitting on the sofa, reading something and drinking coffee. The way he held the coffee looked like a painting. He sat there motionlessly, his back extremely straight. Yang Lingxin still couldn't get used to the feeling of seeing Gu Jingzi the moment she entered the house. Every time, she felt that he was so beautiful, so handsome, and so charming. However, Gu Jingzi raised his head and looked at Lin Che. "You're back." He walked over and put his arm around Lin Che's shoulders. Seeing that she was still wearing her jacket, he reached out and nimbly took it off. Lin Che said, "I'm exhausted. Sit down. Do you want me to massage your legs?" Wow, isn't it a little too extravagant to let the CEO massage my legs? No, just pay me later. He pressed her down and let her lie on his lap. Yang Lingxin knew that it would be rude of her to stay here and watch, so she quickly left quietly. However, standing in the corner upstairs, she couldn't help but want to look down. Gu Jingze was really gentle to Lin Che. Very gentle. Gu Jingze massaged her shoulders and said with his head down, "Is it comfortable?" "Yeah, I still need to improve my technique," Lin Che said. Dot. Gu Jingze said, "There's a way to make it more comfortable. Do you want it?" "What is it?" "I'll do it when we go back to the room." Lin Che suddenly felt that something was wrong. Comfortable in the room? It wasn't that something was wrong. It was obviously very wrong. Get lost! Lin Che quickly sat up because he felt that his pants seemed to be moving while he was lying there. Something was wrong. He was too perverted. He had just said that, and he was already going to do it. Lin Che snorted and said, "I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to see Prince." She hadn't seen Prince yet. She would go and play with him every day when she came back. Gu Jingze snorted. He didn't like the feeling of having any males in the house. However, seeing Lin Che skipping over, Gu Jingze still followed him. The prince was lying comfortably on his bed. When he saw Lin Che, he quickly got up and ran over, wagging his tail to show his goodwill. However, he was too fat and round, so his goodwill was very clumsy. Lin Che couldn't help but say, "Isn't it time to lose some weight?" Gu Jingze said, "Yeah, he's too fat. The family has to feed him. How can he not be fat? If we kill him and eat him, he'll have 2 caddies of meat." "Hey, you're too cruel. You have to be ruthless to your enemies. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." Why did he become your enemy? However, Lin Che carried Prince and felt that he was too fat. He should think of a way to make him lose weight. After thinking for a while, Lin Che decided to bring Prince to the vet. Gu Jingze naturally accompanied him. They put Prince in the car. Prince ran around in the car as if he liked riding in it. Soon, they arrived at the veterinary hospital. The group of people was a little surprised to see 2 people carrying a little mongrel dog in. The house was full of all kinds of expensive puppies and kittens. This kind of mongrel dog was really rare. However, a mongrel dog that came in a Bentley was not a mongrel dog. The vet treated Prince as if he was a distinguished guest and was very careful. Chapter 493. Lin Che and Gu Jingze sat inside, waiting for the vet to examine the dog. Just then, a couple hurriedly brought the dog in for treatment. It was a Russian Caucasian. It didn't look big. This dog wasn't cheap, so it was taken care of very carefully. The owner looked very anxious. "Doctor, our dog has diarrhea. Please take a look at it. Does it have parvovirus? It's so scary. I just raised it for 2 weeks. I spent a lot of money on it." The doctor quickly said, "Oh, put it over there. I'll take a look at the dog. I'll take a look at it right away." The girl saw that the doctor was looking at a little white dog. She immediately shouted, "Hey, my dog is a Russian Caucasian. Do you know how much it costs? That dog looks cheap. Take a look at mine first. I'll pay you more." Inside, Lin Che was speechless. They were all little lives. No matter how cheap the pet was, it was still her family. Why did he judge a dog by its price? The doctor quickly looked inside and said to the girl, "Parvovirus won't worsen quickly. Put it over there and wait for a while. We're going to take a look at your pet. This one hasn't been examined yet. It'll be done soon." The doctor thought to himself, "Although your dog is expensive, but this one is more expensive. It came in a Bentley, okay?" When the girl heard what the doctor said, she snorted and unwillingly sat on the side. The boy on the side also hurriedly followed. Just then, the doctor finally finished his examination. He said to Lin Che and Gu Jingze, "It's done." Gu Jingze opened the curtain and walked out. Lin Che followed. Behind him, the girl with the Caucasian froze. Although they could only see a back view, that back view was too beautiful. People who looked at it widened their eyes and didn't even want to blink. Lin Che and Gu Jingze were still looking at their dog. He asked the doctor, "It's okay for it to be so fat, right? It's okay for its body, but it will cause some unnecessary diseases if it's too fat." "Ah, then what should I do to lose weight?" "Eat less and exercise more. It'll be better." "All right." Lin Che glanced at Gu Jingze gloomily. Gu Jingze said, I'll ask the servants to take it out for a walk tomorrow. All right, since there's nothing else, let's go. All right. Lin Che sighed. The owner of the Caucasian dog was still watching Lin Che and Gu Jing's backs as they walked out together. After they left, he hurriedly asked the doctor, "Is that dog theirs?" "Yeah." "Why did you raise such a cheap dog?" "That dog was lucky to come in a Bentley," said the doctor. "No way, I've never sat in a Bentley before. The Bentley outside is theirs. It's too scary. I finally understand what it means to live a life worse than a dog's." Lin Che and Gu Jingzi took the dog home. Seeing how fat Prince was, although Lin Che was very pleased that he was well taken care of, if there were any hidden dangers, Lin Che would feel a little sorry for the dog. Therefore, Lin Che still decided, "Let's go down and walk the dog. Let the dog exercise more and lose weight." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che and saw that it was still early. He said, "All right." He didn't expect that he would not only take care of it, but also accompany it for a walk to lose weight. He really was. "We'll be home before 10, Gu Jingzi added. "Why?" Lin Che asked. Gu Jingzi said, "Raising a dog can't take up our time. Let's go home at 10. We need to exercise to lose weight too." Did he mean exercise in bed? Did he really think that it was losing weight? All right, maybe it was really effective. Otherwise, why did she have such a big appetite? She ate delicacies every day, but she didn't gain any weight. It must be because she exercised too much at night, that every time she was sweating profusely, that every time she was so tired that she couldn't get up at all, that the two of them got out of the car with Prince and walked the dog in the small park near the Gu mansion. The dog was wearing a beautiful chain, and there was a small blinking light around its neck to prevent it from getting lost. Even in the dark, they could see where it was. There was also a collar with a golden dog tag with Lin Che's phone number on it. Puppy was clean. With such a complete set of equipment, he looked like a nouveau riche. Needless to say, Lin Che also brought something that the servant gave her for the dog to drink. It was like a milk bottle, but it was convenient to feed the dog on the way. These servants were really meticulous in raising a pet. Lin Che didn't even think of this. Perhaps all the pets of the nouveau riche were raised like this. There was a nearby resident who also had a dog. Seeing Lin Che letting the dog out like this, she couldn't help but say, "Oh, your dog tag is so pretty." Lin Che said, "Really?" The resident looked at her prince carefully again and said, "Is this dog a Pomeranian breed?" I don't think so." "Is that a teddy?" "It's not." "What kind of dog is that?" "I really can't recognize it." It's just a normal Chinese countryside dog," Lin Che said. The resident looked at it in surprise. A mixed breed puppy. Seriously, a mixed breed puppy was taken care of so well. She thought it was some expensive breed. The Annie who was walking the dog felt that they really knew how to waste money, giving so many things to a little mixed breed. Naturally, everyone didn't understand. Looking at them, they were also very surprised, pointing and discussing. They're really rich people raising a dog like this. They're taking care of it better than any good dog. But Lin Che and the rest didn't care about this. They just took Prince for a stroll. When they reached a place where there was no one around, they even let Prince out. Seeing Prince running and playing on the ground, Lin Che and Gu Jingzi sat on the steps together. Lin Che said, "Prince is so cute. He's so fleshy." Gu Jingzi said, "How is he cute? I really can't tell at all." Lin Che said, "You really don't know how to appreciate." Gu Jingzi just grabbed Lin Che and looked at her. "Tell me, is he cute or am I cute?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi. "Are you sure you want to compare this with a puppy?" Gu Jingzi turned his head away in annoyance. He had blurted it out in a moment. Yeah, why did he have to compare this with a dog? He was really confused by this dog. They walked outside for a long time and still hadn't returned. Yang Lingxin was a little worried about the Gu family. Chapter 494. Seeing that the helper didn't say anything, she paced around and said, "Is it really okay if President Gu and Sister Che aren't back yet? Aren't you going to take a look?" The helper looked at Yang Lingxin. "It's okay. With Sir here, Madam will be fine." Yang Lingxin said, but it's too late. Won't they be in danger after being out for so long? It's not that late. It's normal for a couple to be out at this time. Yang Lingxin had nothing to say and could only walk back to her room. But when she heard that the two of them were finally back, she hurriedly went out. She saw Gu Jingze carrying Lin Che the moment he entered the room. Yang Lingxin quickly hid again. She watched as Gu Jingze carried Lin Che horizontally, and Lin Che laughed in his arms. Gu Jingze said, "Keep messing around." Lin Che hurriedly said, let go of me." No. Not only did Gu Jingze not let go, he even hugged her and kissed her on the lips. Their lips and teeth were intertwined. At first, Lin Che was still stunned, but later on, he catered to it and tangled his lips with hers. Gu Jingze kissed her until she gave in. He then let go of her and carried her into the room. Yang Lingxin hurriedly hid in the room. Thinking about the scene just now, she still felt uncomfortable. Gu Jingze and Lin Che being so close made her really jealous. How could Lin Che be so happy? The next day, Lin Che told the helper that they could make dumplings together. Because it wasn't a big festival, according to tradition, dumplings should be eaten today. Lin Che was very happy when he heard about it and said that he would make dumplings with everyone. Lin Che told Yang Lingxin. Yang Lingxin smiled and said, "I'll make dumplings with you guys." Lin Che said, Okay. You must look good when you make dumplings. Sigh, it's a pity that I'm not good with my hands." Yang Lingxin went to make dumplings with Lin Che and the rest. The helper looked at Yang Lingxin. She didn't have a good impression of her, so she was a little unhappy to see her follow them, because she had lived here for so long. Not only did she not want to be awesome, she really wanted to treat this place as her own home. Although they had let her in at the beginning for her to recuperate, she didn't seem to be affected by that incident at all. Instead, she was living happily here every day. Since he didn't need to recuperate, he shouldn't treat someone else's house as his own. It was just that their madam was too kind to chase her away, but this young lady was too blind. Didn't she know that she was the one who suggested leaving? Now their wife wanted to play with them and was going to make a pot of dumplings for Gu Jingze. That was their husband and wife's love, but she actually wanted to join in, which made people feel even more uncomfortable. Lin Che said, "Gu Jingze is so picky. Could it be that he doesn't want it because I made it too ugly?" "How can that be?" "Monsieur won't dislike madam," said the servant. Only then did Yang Lingxin ask, "Is it for President Gu?" Lin Che said, "Yeah, I'm going to cook for him." "It's okay. You guys can do whatever you want." Yang Lingxin said, "Sis Che, why don't I wrap it for you? I'll just say that you wrapped it." "Ah, there's no need. Anyway, I'm the one who made it. He has to eat it even if he doesn't want to." The servant looked at Yang Lingxin and did not think that she was doing this out of kindness at all. The servant also said, "Yeah, it's madam who made it. Monsieur will eat it no matter what." Yang Lingxin could only smile and started wrapping the dumplings with the servant. Lin Che's wrapping was indeed very ugly. Yang Lingxin's wrapping was small and cute. They were placed there one by one and looked very beautiful. Lin Che looked at them and said, "Little Exin, you'll definitely be a good wife and mother in the future." Yang Lingxin said, "Really? It's all right. I cook at home often." But the servant said, "That's not true, madam. You're doing a good job, too." Lin Che looked at the dumplings that were lying crookedly on the table. How could he tell that it was good? Yang Lingxin thought indignantly that these servants were really annoying. But since she was Lin Che's wife, they would definitely please her even more. Soon, Gu Jingze came back. When Lin Che went out, Gu Jingze was handing the clothes to the servant. Seeing that Lin Che's cheeks were red as if she had just come out of the bathroom, he asked her, "Where did you go?" Lin Che said, "I was in the kitchen. We made some dumplings for you to eat." As he said that, Lin Che chuckled and asked the servant to bring out the dumplings. A few plates of dumplings were placed on the table. Yang Lingxin also walked out of the kitchen. Looking at the dumplings in front of her, she was still thinking that she made the best dumplings. They were placed there and could be seen immediately. Lin Che said, "Gu Jingze, come and eat." Hee. Yang Lingxin looked at them expectantly from behind. Seeing Gu Jingze raise his head to look at her suspiciously, She picked up her chopsticks and quickly picked up the dumplings on the table. She picked up Lin Che's dumplings. Yang Lingxin's heart sank to the bottom. Lin Che was stunned and said, "How can you eat such ugly?" Gu Jingze ate slowly. Even though he was just eating dumplings, he looked as good as eating Western food. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Luckily you know your place." "So, I know my place too." "What?" He knew what it meant to know his place too. "I know my madam isn't that good at cooking." How could he be so sarcastic? Gu Jingze said, "Forget it. I think it's delicious. You've worked hard. Come eat." Lin Che pouted and said, "It's really delicious. You're saving me some face. The stuffing definitely wasn't made by you, so it must be delicious. It has nothing to do with the appearance of the dumplings." "Duh." Lin Che snorted. He raised his head and said to Yang Lingxin, "All right, everyone has worked hard. Let's eat the dumplings together." Yang Lingxin smiled and sat down. Lin Che pointed at the plate of good-looking dumplings and said, "This was made by Little X," and Gu Jingze only said, "Oh." He didn't even look at Yang Lingxin. Lin Che knew that Gu Jingze had always been cold, so he was used to it. However, Yang Lingxin felt very hurt. Lin Che said, "But even though it looks ugly, the taste is the same. Haha. Yeah, I can barely eat it. Get lost. But how did you know that I made it? What if I'm good at making dumplings?" Gu Jingze said, "It said that good-looking people will always look ugly when they make dumplings." "Really? Are you complimenting me on my good looks?" "Yeah. Seeing that you've worked hard, I have to find something to compliment you with." What did he mean by complimenting me with something? He said it as if he was barely complimenting me. However, the two of them were talking among themselves and forgot that Yang Lingxin was there. Yang Lingxin's heart sank as she listened. Was Gu Jingze saying that she wasn't good-looking? She looked good when she made dumplings, but she wasn't ugly either. Chapter 495. At night, Yang Lingxin sat in her room gloomily. She thought of Gu Jingze and felt that it was unfair to her. Looking at herself in the mirror, she realized that she was not uglier than Lin Che. When she was young, she had always been a little beauty, but her family did not have the money to dress her up, so she was always overlooked. But she gradually got used to it. Later on, some rich men also fell in love with her, but she did not want to be that kind of woman, so she did not marry them. Now, standing here, she was being said to be uglier than Lin Che. Actually, even if she was not by Lin Che's side, she was still a beauty. But when she was compared to Lin Che, everyone looked down on her. After all, Lin Che was a star. Everyone must think that she was brilliant. Just then, Yu Minmin called Yang Lingxin. These few days, she had been giving Lin Che instructions on his daily work. Yang Lingxin quickly gathered her thoughts and picked up the phone. Yu Minmin gave some instructions on the daily work and then put down the phone. She wondered why Yang Lingxin was still living in the Gu mansion. Lin Che could not chase her away. She had to find a chance to remind Yang Lingxin to be careful. Yu Minmin had already gone to look at the house that Gu Jingming had prepared for her. The next day, they were ready to move. Gu Jingming's men packed up the things and called a few cars to move the things away. There were many things that could not be moved over. After all, they were too old. But there were still some things that her mother could not bear to throw away, so she had to move them over. Mama, you watched them move. Papa, you looked excited. He looked at Yu Minmin and said, "Is that a big villa? Is it good?" Yu Minmin ignored him and said, "That is the place that Gu Jingming has temporarily given us. Don't move around. If you break anything, you can't afford to pay for it." After scaring her, Papa Yu touched his head fearfully. "That is my son-in-law. If I break something of his, will he be angry with me?" However, in the end, he still didn't dare to act rashly. After all, that was Mr. President. If he really angered him, he really didn't dare. The neighbor watched them move and said reluctantly at the door, "You've lived together for more than 10 years, and you're moving away just like that. Sigh, there's nothing left in this neighborhood. People are moving away one by one." Mama Yu was also very reluctant to leave. We will come back to play with you in the future. After all, we don't know anyone there. We definitely won't be used to living there. All right, you guys are going to live in a big house and live a good life. No matter how reluctant we are still happy for you guys. That's right. Your Min Min is so successful. She's the president's wife. Everyone is so envious of her. Everyone sighed as they looked at the Yu family. One person had made a comeback, and the whole family was going to live a good life. Someone even said, someone is coming to buy a house in our small courtyard. They said that this is the place where the president's wife lived, so the feng shui must be good. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Yu Minmin listened and felt that these people's thoughts were really strange. After that, the whole family moved out in a grandiose manner. Many people were envious and uncomfortable, especially when they thought about how hard it was for them to live on Min Min alone. Now it was suddenly different. They were going to live a good life. Soon, the car arrived at the prepared place. After getting out of the car, Mama Yu saw this place and couldn't help but say, "This place is so big. Are we the only ones staying here?" The house had 2 floors and was about 200 square meters in total. Actually, it wasn't very big, but compared to the small house that they used to live in, it was indeed a lot bigger. Yumimin said, "Yeah, the previous place was too small. It's not big enough." Papi was very happy when he saw this. He said energetically, "Our Min Min is amazing. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go in and pack up. Then throw away your lousy things. There's nothing in their house." Mama Yu said, "What are you throwing away?" "They said that it's for us to stay temporarily. What if we need it in the future?" Papi Yu said, "Forget it. This house is nothing to the Gu family. They won't take it back once they give it to us. Don't worry. Our family will be living a good life from now on." Yu Minmin glared at her father and supported her mother. "Mom, don't worry about him." When her brother came back, he liked this place very much. He said happily, "That's great. We can bring our classmates home to play in the future. We also have a place to stay. I also have my own room." He looked at Yu Minmin and said, "It seems that brother-in-law treats you well. Who cares? Go in and live in your house." Yu Minmin couldn't help but blush. Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? The neighbors were also a little surprised that someone was living next to them. This place had been bought for many years, but it had been empty all this time. Everyone knew that the person who bought this place was a rich and powerful person, but they didn't know who it was. Today, when they saw that the Yu family had moved in, they realized that the person who bought this place was Mr. President. They were going to be neighbors with Mrs. President's family. The neighbors immediately asked their families to come over and give them greeting gifts. Yu Minmin couldn't help but think of the fickleness of human nature. Just then, Linda called and said that Mr. President was going to attend a party that night. Yu Minmin quickly asked the people here to prepare themselves, and she went back to attend the party. When she returned to Glass Palace, Gu Jingming was there too. He had already put on his clothes and was waiting for Yu Minmin. When he saw that Yu Minmin had returned, he asked her, "Have you moved in?" Yu Minmin nodded. "Yes, my parents are very happy." She looked up at Gu Jingming. "Thank you for preparing such a nice house for us." Gu Jingming said, "You don't have to thank me so much." Yu Minmin still smiled. She turned around and saw that the servants had already prepared the clothes. She quickly changed into a set of clothes. When she came out, Gu Jingming was still sitting there. He looked up and saw that Yu Minmin had changed into an elegant long dress. She looked graceful and enchanting. It was probably because she felt that the opening was too big, so she kept covering her chest, which made people feel dry. Gu Jingming squinted his eyes and looked at her. Yu Minmin looked at herself in the mirror and felt that she felt awkward no matter how she dressed. When it was hung there, it didn't look very sexy. Why did she look that? Was it because her upper body was too big? The next moment, she felt her waist being wrapped around by someone from behind. Yu Minmin's body tensed up. His scent was mixed with his usual masculine and domineering aura, which made Yu Minmin blush instantly. "What are you doing?" "Let go, I want to change my clothes." "You don't need to change. It looks good." His voice rang in her ears. Chapter 496. His voice was like a subwoofer, and it sounded a little hoarse. His hand also conveniently touched her chest. You? The clothes were really easy to take off. After a while, she felt him sitting on top of her. He untied the ribbon, and a pair of breasts came into view. Yumimin looked at him and smiled. She immediately covered her face, not daring to look at him. However, Gu Jingming had already dragged her onto the table. Then, he stepped down from the table. His domineering expression shocked everyone. Gu Jingming was really a man who was so good-looking even when he was domineering. After that, she obviously had to change her clothes again. He didn't expect her body to be so attractive. It was as if after having it once, he couldn't help but want to do it again. And again, that perhaps it was because her body really wasn't as rational as it looked. Instead, when she was pushed onto the bed, she immediately coiled up like a snake, making people feel that they were very compatible. Moreover, her body was so tight and sensitive that it made people feel that if they touched her, she would become as soft as water. The satisfaction instantly ignited his heart. Moreover, her body was really beautiful. She had a slim waist, but a pair of beautiful breasts. They were soft and pleasant, and there were no traces of artificiality. Such a stunner that it made him seem as if he was addicted to her body. She had no choice but to change into a new set of clothes. She wore a more conservative set of clothes because there would be obvious traces of him on her chest. Yu Minmin said, "You're wasting too much time like this. I'm already trying my best to speed up." He looked at her and said with a smile, "Next time, don't cover your chest for no reason. You might be able to avoid it." Soon, they arrived at the banquet. It was a banquet organized by the cabinet, and the guests were a few foreigners. Gu Jingming held her arm with one hand. Yu Minmin couldn't help but sneak a glance at his side profile. He was wearing a custom-made suit, and the straight lines outlined his figure even more meticulously. She couldn't help but look at his face. For a moment, she felt that his face was really very sharp and decisive. It was a very neat feeling. Yu Minmin couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. But she heard the person beside her say, "Why are you staring at me?" Cough, cough, cough. Yu Minmin choked. She almost coughed, but was stopped by the man beside her. "You even choked on your own saliva. Can you be any more stupid?" That's not it, okay? However, it was still very embarrassing to be caught peeping. She just felt that his beauty was really the kind that people would admire, the kind that would make people go crazy just by looking at him. Okay? Everyone looked at them. Since the first couple had arrived, everyone made way for them. In front of him, a woman suddenly bowed. "Mr. President." Yu Minmin took a closer look. The person in front of her was In Suya. She turned to look at Yu Minmin. She paused for a moment before lowering her head gracefully and lifting her skirt. "Madam." Gu Jingming stared at In Suya for a while and then nodded. The people at the back had already started discussing when they saw this scene. "Isn't that In Suya? I heard that she and Mr. President are very close. But it's strange that they didn't get together in the end. Now that the three of them are standing together, it's really a strange scene. In Suya must be regretting it now." She watched Yu Minmin become the first lady and stand beside the president. She suddenly became a phoenix. Yeah, first lady is not a normal position. It's an honor to be the first lady. All right, stop looking. We can't get involved in this kind of royal love triangle. Everyone looked at the three of them enviously. Even a small topic related to the president had become the focus of attention. Yu Minmin smiled. "Hello." In Suya's sharp eyes saw that there were some ambiguous marks on Yu Minmin's neck. It wasn't obvious, but she still saw it. She stared at it. It was hard for her to imagine what it was like for two people to do such intimate things when they were together. Gu Jingming was so domineering. He wouldn't be gentle. Looking at those marks, she knew that it wasn't gentle. But to be so domineering by a man like Gu Jingming, it was also a kind of happiness. Gu Jingming said to In Suya, "You're here. In Suya came back to her senses. Yeah, let's go and eat. In Suya smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm about to go. Everyone is there too. You should go too. Of course, she was referring to those who were close to Gu Jingming. In Suya and Gu Jingming were like two good friends. They talked to each other very intimately. Yu Minmin stood there and looked at them. She smiled at In Suya. During the dinner, In Suya chatted with Gu Jingming, Fang Zhongmo, and Su Yi. There are quite a lot of people here today. Suya, we saw your award-winning work last time. It's amazing. It's my honor to be praised by all of you. Oh yeah, Jingming, have some of this. It's delicious. Gu Jingming nodded. Yu Minmin couldn't interrupt them. She just looked at the two of them. Later on, she found a chance to go out. I'll go to the washroom first. Gu Jingming raised his head and looked at her. Fang Zhongmo smiled and said, Not bad, Jingming. You have a great figure. You must be enjoying yourself at home. Gu Jingming smiled faintly. He raised his hand and drank the red wine in his glass. Outsiders couldn't get involved with these children. They could only watch from afar. It was not easy for the president's wife to be able to get along so well in a triangular relationship. However, Yu Minmin was not bad. She was a commoner, and now she was sitting next to those people. That was a position that many women yearned for, but could not reach. Yu Minmin looked up from the washroom and saw that In Suya was there too. She washed her hands elegantly. She took a wet towel beside her, wiped it, and threw it into the basket. These wet towels would be sterilized after each use. Yu Minmin was used to the fact that the toilets in these high-end places were cleaner than the kitchen at home. In Suya smiled and said, Madam, you're not used to it yet. Jingming is a little cold, but he's not a bad person. Yu Minmin smiled and said, Yes, I'm not used to it, but I'm getting used to it every day. He's very helpful too. She smiled at In Suya and walked out. She couldn't be bothered to go to the front. She quietly came out from the back door, wanting to get some fresh air. She had just reached the door, and before she could catch her breath, she felt a few people on motorcycles charging towards her. Yu Minmin was shocked. She thought that they were here for her, but that was not the case. They threw the motorcycles down and shouted at a man, Su Yi, let's see where you can run to this time. Chapter 497. Yu Minmin stared blankly. Turning his head, he saw that the man behind him was Su Yi, who had just attended the banquet inside. He looked at the few men in front of him and coldly snorted. You actually chased me all the way here. The few men threw down their motorcycles. Su Yi, this time you played with our family's Mrs. feelings. This matter, our family's miss will not let you off. Yu Minmin naturally subconsciously hid at the back, so as not to be implicated. Following him to hide were some passersby. Seeing this scene, they were already frightened, especially seeing those people come out one by one with a big stick, and Su, he was only one person, and he didn't take anything. That man is going to be beaten into a meat patty. A passerby said, No way. Do you know who he is? He is Su Yi. Ah, that playboy Su Yi. Yeah. He had a relationship with a young lady from Chonglong Electrical Appliances, but he dumped her in less than a month and got together with a female star. Now the people from Chonglong Electrical Appliances are knocking on his door. It's not the first time he's gotten into trouble because of his philandering. That doesn't serve him right. These rich playboys usually have a lot of money to burn. Of course, they want to pick up girls when they have nothing to do, and he is Mr. President's good friend. The president is such an abstinent person. How could he be good friends with a playboy? I don't know about this. Didn't you see that the security at the side didn't even come to care? Because this time Su Yi is unreasonable. He was the playboy first, and the other side is not to be trifled with. In short, these rich people's playthings, we should stay away from them. The few people said and hurriedly retreated a few steps. Yu Minmin didn't want to be implicated at all, but looking at Su Yi inside, he took off his coat and said to the thugs outside, Okay, this time how many of you are going to come together? This time we're going to break your legs, you bastard. It's best if we break your third one too, and let you go play with women again. Then come, the few people went up together. He was there defending. His skills were not bad, but he could not rely on the number of people. Yu Minmin also wanted to leave, but seeing He in the middle, there was really no one to help him. The security inside really didn't want to go near him. She sighed. This is really too outrageous. How dare you cause trouble in front of me? It's not good for me to interfere. Yu Minmin looked to the side and came up with a plan that a few people directly hit Yi's arm. Yi was in pain from being beaten, but he didn't want to admit defeat so easily. Even if he wanted to turn around and run, it was not possible. After all, he was already surrounded. At this moment, a spark flashed beside him. A bunch of sparks flew towards those thugs. Whoosh! It was as if a city was on fire. Everyone was stunned and hurriedly ran back. He stood there in shock, until someone grabbed his arm. Are you an idiot? If you don't run, I really want someone to dislocate your arm. He turned around, and when he saw Yu Minmin, he froze for a moment. The next moment, Yu Minmin grabbed him and ran inside. He could only follow in a daze. At the back, when the thugs found out, the two had already run inside. Fuck, let him run. Fuck, where did this bitch come from? Why do I think it's the president's wife? It can't be. Entered inside. He still thought it was a fantasy. He was actually saved by a woman, and this woman was Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin clapped her hands and looked at her wrinkled clothes. Such expensive clothes, it was really... Thank you. Yeah, why are you there? He said. Yu Minmin said, I went out to get some air. Hey, look at the trouble you've caused. My clothes. Okay. Sorry, I'll compensate you. All right, what was that fireball just now? It was gasoline, idiot. Wow, you can even think of such a perverted method. Isn't it because you're about to be beaten to death? Thank you, sister-in-law. He hurriedly said his thanks. Seeing Yu Minmin heading inside, he followed behind her. Inside, Gu Jingming, who had been looking for Yu Minmin, looked up and saw the two of them talking and laughing as they walked in. The few of them stared blankly. Fang Zhoumo was still saying, It can't be Yi, this brat. In Suya's eyes also froze. Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Yu Minmin. Then, he got up and walked towards Yu Minmin. He was still saying, Jingming, sister-in-law, is really brave. I've never seen such a loyal woman. Gu Jingming was surprised. What happened? He went over to brag. Yu Minmin was embarrassed by his words. However, Sui looked at Yu Minmin, feeling very surprised and shocked. The next day, Lin Che and Yang Lingxin went to the company together. Before they reached their destination, Yang Lingxin said in the car, Mr. Chen called me and told us to go straight to the meeting room at the company. Are they still thinking of asking us to give up on this TV series? Sis Che, what should we do? Lin Che looked ahead. We'll know once we see. Yang Lingxin helped Lin Che out of the car. Yang Lingxin also got out of the car with him. Recently, she had been coming to the company with Lin Che. Everyone was envious of her, wondering if she was living with Lin Che and how they spent so much time together. Yang Lingxin really wanted to say that yes, she was living in the Gu family's mansion, sitting in a luxurious car, eating all kinds of masterpieces. She really felt that these were the best days she had ever lived since she was born. Her family also called Yang Lingxin, asking her why she didn't go back. She told her family that she was living well and didn't want to go back at all. She told her mother, Don't call me to ask. I'm living in the Yang building now. There are servants cleaning up the room, and I eat and we're the best. How can I take it if you ask me to go back and live in a small place like that? Yang Ling really felt that if it was in the past, she would be able to adapt to that kind of hard life. But now that she had lived a good life, she really felt that she couldn't go back to that kind of hard life. In the office, Lin Che had just entered when the people inside came up to him. Lin Che, take a look. We've chosen a few other scripts for you. They're all big productions with good directors. They'll definitely make you famous. They all said that if you want to go, they'll let you act in them immediately. Naturally, with Lin Che's fame now, as long as the company was willing to cooperate, many TV series would be eager for her to participate. Chapter 498. When Lin Che came in, he looked at the people from the company and smiled. What do you mean? Are you trying to force me to give up on the TV series? The people in the room looked at each other. Because of the message from the witchcraft notes, they all felt that Lin Che was more suitable for the role. They had seen her in Qin Wanwan's audition, and they had guessed that Lin Che might get the role. That was why she had probed him. In the end, she was rejected by Lin Che. Now that they had called and asked for Lin Che, they started to think of a solution. Anyway, Qin Wanwan only wanted the TV series The Notes on Witchcraft. Their company had other good resources that weren't much worse than the Notes on Witchcraft. Now, it was up to Lin Che to agree. Lin Che looked at them. I don't want any TV series. Since you're here, does it mean that the casting of the Witchcraft Notes has been confirmed and you wanted to act in it? Chun Jingda, who was the leader, slammed the table and stood up. This Lin Che, now that he had grown up, was he going to rebel? Before this, Lin Che had always been obedient and did whatever the company said. But at that time, the company only supported her. Without Qin Wanwan, she was the last one to develop in the company's current stage. Who would have expected Qin Wanwan to hook up with the higher-ups? She directly hooked up with the board of directors and pushed Lin Che to the side. When Lin Che disappeared for a month, Qin Wanwan had already laid the foundation here. Now that Lin Che was back, these people naturally would not stand on her side. Lin Che, you have to know that you were just an extra at the beginning. If it wasn't for the company's joint efforts and resources, do you think you could become famous on your own? Do you really think you became famous on your own? Yes, the company's resources were important. But was her hard work not important? Lin Che said, I'm very grateful for the resources that the company has given me, but I've always felt that the company and its artists complement each other. The company has given me resources, and I've also earned quite a lot of money for the company. For example, the box office earnings for Capturing Celestials were taken by the company, right? I only took a cut from the company. The box office earnings were $3 billion, and the company took $20 million. I only took a few million and gave the rest to the company. Isn't that considered as money that I've earned for the company? Along with some endorsement fees and TV series fees, I've made over $100 million a year for the company. Isn't that my ability and hard work? Chun Jingda choked. Then he looked at Lin Che. You've grown up and you think you're powerful enough to go against the company. All right, let me tell you, our company has been in this industry for so many years, and we've seen many artists like you. If you think you can survive without the company, you're wrong. You signed a 10-year contract, and it's only 3 years now. Not 1 year less. Lin Che chuckled. If he terminated the contract after 10 years, he would have to pay a sky-high termination fee. He might even have to sign a contract that forbade him from signing the same project with other companies before he could be released. These companies were good at cheating their artists. They knew it from the moment they entered the industry, and the public knew it too. But now, Lin Che wasn't afraid of them. Lin Che said, if it was before, I wouldn't have said anything if you didn't allow me to take on a TV series. But now, you're obviously siding with Qin Wanwan. I'm sorry, but I'm not willing. I've grown up, and it's time for me to speak up for myself. If you don't listen, then we'll meet in court. All right, go ahead and try. Let's see if you'll still be the female lead when the Witchcraft Notes start filming soon. The company was certain that even if she wanted to terminate the contract now and see them in court, the Witchcraft Notes producer wouldn't dare to use an artist who was in a lawsuit. If there were any problems with the contract in the future, it would affect the production team. That would be the most important thing. Lin Che sneered. All right, then let's try. Lin Che turned around to leave. Chun Jingda didn't expect Lin Che to be so strong-willed. He said, Lin Che, get this straight. Do you really want to go against us? We promised to compensate you, but you really don't want it? I don't want to. Lin Che, you. All right, let's see what else you can do. You'll regret it when your reputation is ruined. Lin Che smiled and walked out. Ruin his reputation? She would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. She wouldn't be bullied so easily. Otherwise, she was not only one person in the company, but also a team and a studio. They all depended on her to make a living. Now she was so weak to bear the responsibility alone. In the future, they would have to lower their heads to meet others in the company. Lin Che seemed to understand what Gu Jingze meant when he said that the higher the status, the greater the pressure. That was why Gu Jingze was working so hard to shoulder the Gu Corporation. And Lin Che was also carrying the future of others, so she definitely couldn't let her guard down. The people from the company watched as Lin Che left and said, "Looks like Lin Che has grown up. If she really leaves just like that, seeing how resolute she is, there's no way she won't leave." That's such a pity. Lin Che had just woken up and was at the perfect time to be a money tree. Of course, she had been a little unstable recently and took a month off. No one knew what she was doing, so the people in the company were very worried. It was also during that time that he started to speculate whether Lin Che had other plans or whether he felt threatened by Qin Wanwan's arrival and was preparing to go out on his own. If that was the case, the company naturally wouldn't allow it. Chen Jingde said, "Sigh, but Qin Wanwan is also a money tree now. Her future is limitless. Of course, she's also related to the board of directors." The most important thing was that as long as someone was willing to support her and that person was talented, she would definitely become famous. It was just a matter of who was more famous. Right now, there were people willing to support Qin Wanwan. As for Lin Che, although she was talented, if she didn't listen to them, they could only eliminate her first to avoid creating a rival for the company. Starting from tomorrow, we'll smear Lin Che's name. Lin Che had already expected that if he left just like that, they would probably attack him ruthlessly. However, in the studio, a few people looked at Lin Che and listened to her decision. The colleagues in the studio all said, "We'll follow Sister Che. We rose up because of Sister Che. We definitely won't betray Sister Che." Lin Che had always treated them very well. Chapter 499. They had heard a lot about the big shots in the entertainment industry, but it was rare to see someone as good as Lin Che. He was the same inside and out. He was not pretentious or pretentious at all. Moreover, he was really kind to them, as if they were all friends. Moreover, they had fought side by side for more than a year. From a small artist to a star with millions of fans, they had developed feelings for their team. Lin Che was also very touched. He looked at everyone and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you guys go hungry." The next day, people started to slander Lin Che online. First, they said that Lin Che had a bad temper and suddenly took a month off from the company after becoming famous. This was leaked to an internet celebrity on Weibo, saying that Lin Che had suddenly left the company for a month during the promotional period for the movie. No one knew where he went for a vacation, but he was very willful and left without any explanation. After that, there were a few small pieces of news, saying that Lin Che was like a completely different person before and after he became popular. Now that the movie was at the heart of the storm, it was the time for him to become very popular. Even though this rumor appeared, no one linked it to her company. But those with a discerning eye could see that this was just the beginning. She was starting to be slandered. She was starting to be slandered. There would be a period of time before she would be slandered. Yu Minmin arrived at the company very quickly. When she found Chen Jingde, he had to put up a good fight. He looked at Yu Minmin and said, "I know that Lin Che was groomed by you. Of course you don't want her to be like this, but she is disobedient now, and we can't control her anymore. You are her manager, and you have been busy with your own matters recently, so you have a certain responsibility. If you can, why don't you go behind the scenes? You are also in a high position now, so it's not good for you to stand up for anyone, right?" Yu Minmin looked at him and said, "Lin Che's rise to fame is due to her own hard work and luck. I don't dare to take credit for this. It's not my credit, the company has a part to play, but it doesn't mean that without our company, she wouldn't have become famous. After all, she was trained by our company. Don't you think that treating her like this, for an outsider like Qin Wanwan, would disappoint your old subordinates?" "Min Min, Lin Che is the one who lost his composure. What does it have to do with us? Anyway, You're planning to stand on Qin Wanwan's side, right? We're not on anyone's side. All right? I don't want to hear anything else. Since it's like this, no matter what happens in the future, we all have our own masters. We can only meet again in Jianghu. You, Min Min, are you really going to betray the company for Lin Che? Chun Jingda's face darkened. Yu Minmin said, Lin Che is my man and also my friend. It's not like there aren't people who only stand on the side of benefits. Seeing Yu Minmin leave, Chun Jingda got even angrier. At this time, Qin Wanwan, who had been eavesdropping outside, walked in. Chun Jingda said, seriously, they've really grown up now, especially Yu Minmin. Everyone knew that she had become the president's wife. On the day she became the president's wife, everyone was shocked. However, they slowly got used to it and realized that she didn't seem to have changed much. Although she was afraid, she couldn't directly use the president's wife's name to do anything. Otherwise, she would be the one who was more afraid of being tarnished. If the president's wife was tarnished, she wouldn't want to be the president's wife anymore. After all, she was in the eye of the storm, so she had been very low-key ever since she got married and didn't dare to cause trouble. Qin Wanwan said, you don't have to worry about that. I believe she won't dare to make a big deal out of it. After all, her identity is so special and it's very sensitive. Would she dare to use her identity to suppress a matter in the entertainment industry? You're right, Wanwan, but Lin Che, since she doesn't want to stay in the company anymore, even if she leaves, we still have to peel off a layer of her skin, right? You're right. What should we do? I know someone by her side who can be used. She's rash and immature. She's still so young and impulsive. When the time comes, Chun Jingde looked at her. You're talking about Lin Che and Yu Minmin met at the studio. Yu Minmin said, it looks like they're completely on Qin Wanwan's side. Lin Che said, actually, they've been suspicious of me ever since I took a month off for no reason. After all, the management is that suspicious. So, we've decided to leave now, right? Yes. Lin Che didn't want to take this step either. But now, it seemed like this battle was unavoidable. Thank goodness I didn't reveal all my trump cards back then. Even now, they still don't know you have Gu Jingzi backing you. What does it have to do with him? But if they knew you had Gu Jingzi backing you, they wouldn't dare to bully us like this. I just don't want him to get involved. All right, anyway, we're fighting side by side this time. Since we've decided to leave, I'll contact other companies tomorrow. Actually, there'll probably be a lot of companies that want you. But they won't want to go against Smart Movies. Yeah, Smart Movies has been around for so many years and has quite a reputation in the industry. Based on what they've done in the past, I'm afraid they'll skin you alive after you leave. I won't let them succeed this time. Yeah, we'll just give it a try. If it doesn't work out, you'll still be Mrs. Gu. At most, you'll just go back and be Mrs. Gu. Yeah, perhaps it was because even if Gu Jingzi didn't care about her, she was so confident because she had him backing her up. She was confident that she could do anything. When they left, Yang Lingxin looked at Lin Che. Sister Che, you really don't need President Gu's help? I can't even handle such a small matter. What's the point of me staying in the entertainment industry? Lin Che said. Yang Lingxin pursed her lips when she heard that. So many people were bullying Lin Che, and she still didn't want Gu Jingzi's help. It didn't feel good to be bullied. Yang Lingxin looked at the Weibo posts that were scolding Lin Che and felt very angry. But why wasn't Lin Che angry? At this moment, Yu Minmin looked at Yang Lingxin and asked her to talk to her in private. Xiao Xian, are you still stay with the Gu families? Yang Lingxin paused and grabbed the corner of her shirt. Yeah, Sister Che feels lonely being alone. President Gu is always very busy, so Sister Che asked me to stay for a while longer to accompany him. Oh, is that so? But won't your family be worried about you if you don't go home? Yu Minmin patted her shoulder and smiled. Yu Minmin didn't say much. She just felt that most people would understand after hearing her reminder. Chapter 500. Yang Lingxin watched as Yu Minmin walked over, feeling even angrier. Yu Minmin was really a busybody. Did he want her to leave the Gu family? Yang Lingxin bit her lip. She didn't want to leave the Gu family, that she thought about the good bed at home that would be changed every 2 days. She thought about the clothes in the closet. She thought about the fresh and delicious food she ate every day. She thought about the big house with the tasteful decorations. That was simply the life of the upper class. She really didn't want to give up this kind of upper-class life. How could she give up this kind of life and go back to her own home, which was only a dozen square meters? Lin Che returned home and looked at the ads on Weibo. Some people were at ing Lin Che and asking her how she felt about being slandered. She wanted to say how she felt. Seeing that people were saying that she was putting on airs and that there were even fake reviewers scolding her for being shameless and ungrateful, she felt that she was much calmer than before. Now, she even knew how to open the comment section and start to identify the fake reviewers. Moreover, there were many fans who would help her to scold those who scolded her. It was actually quite fun. She even found a Weibo page and replied to a fan who used Lin Che's photo as her profile picture. She replied, "Be good. Don't bite back when you're bitten by a dog. We have manners." When the fan saw that Lin Che had replied to her, she was overjoyed. She immediately replied, "Oh my God, are you Lin Che? Are you Lin Che? Are you Lin Che? Are you Lin Che?" Lin Che couldn't help but smile. She was happy that these fans were still supporting her. These were her treasures and things that she wanted to protect now. Just then, Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "Why are you smiling here by yourself?" Lin Che said, "It's nothing." In Gu Jingze's eyes, this was probably nothing. He didn't become a movie star, but if she became a star, she would definitely outshine most male stars. Even though he wasn't a star, he still attracted a large number of fangirls who were infatuated with him. Therefore, his fans should be a small matter to him. It shouldn't be a big deal. Lin Che didn't show him anymore and only said, "Say, if someone bullies you and asks you to give something to someone else, would you retaliate for everyone's sake, or would you tolerate it for everyone's sake?" Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Che. "Bully me? Yes, I mean if you will fight back." "Oh, how do you fight back?" "Make them disappear in country C." She knew it was useless to ask him. Gu Jingze said, "Did someone bully you?" "Yes, but there's no need to make them disappear. It's actually just a small matter. I'll take care of it." Gu Jingze knew that her dream had always been to grow into a towering tree. Then he would not hinder her. Moreover, she was so busy doing her own things, which made her seem full of vitality. Even when she was angry and scolding others, she was still so lively. He really felt that there was something wrong with him to think that a woman who was angry and scolding him looked interesting. However, she was very interesting. Gu Jingze said, "Well, you're fighting outside. I have nothing to support you with. I can only what did he hug Lin Che on the sofa and kissed her gently. Lin Che wanted to say that he was kissing her and taking advantage of her when he was good, and kissing her and taking advantage of her when he was not. He loosened his hold a little, and just the right amount of moisture left their lips. It was so ambiguous and passionate. "I can only give you some moral support." Lin Che harumphed and pushed him away. He was really getting better at finding excuses. Gu Jingze got up and chased after her. "Where are you running to?" he said with a smile. Lin Che opened the curtain of the balcony and went in. Gu Jingze followed behind and locked her in a corner. He hugged her and lowered his head to kiss her lips again. She said, "Who needs your moral support?" "Why? You don't like it when I kiss you?" "I hate it. Why should I like it?" Gu Jingze looked at her shy face. "How can you not like it? I can see that you like it very much. Look, every time you take the initiative to stick out your tongue." At first, she resisted, but later on, as long as he hooked his tongue slightly, she would fall for it and take the initiative to cooperate. Her face instantly turned red, and she felt too embarrassed to face anyone who took the initiative to stick out their tongue, but he was too sensitive. He could even notice this and say it out loud that she hit him hard on the chest. It was because this man had not become hateful after all this time. Instead, he had become more devilish and his kissing skills were amazing. As long as he kissed her, she would not be able to resist. Looking at his face, which had become more defined because of his maturity, and his eyes that were getting deeper and deeper, she felt as if she had fallen into a black hole and was unable to extricate herself. Lin Che said, "You only know how to tease me. See if I don't beat you up." Humph! Her fist came down, but Gu Jingzi dodged it handsomely. Lin Che chased after him and hit him with a pillow. Gu Jingzi dodged it again quickly. His movements were too fast, and she could not catch him at all. Lin Che jumped onto the sofa to catch him, but Gu Jingzi flipped over and quickly flipped over the table. If he did not want to, Lin Che would not even be able to touch the corner of his shirt. Lin Che thought for a moment. His eyes flashed, and he fell to the ground, crying out, "Ouch, my leg." Gu Jingzi's gaze paused. He turned around, and his expression changed slightly. He ran over hurriedly and squatted down. What happened? Lin Che's speed was extremely fast this time. With a jump, she jumped onto Gu Jingzi's back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Ha, I've caught you. I've caught you this time, right?" Gu Jingzi finally understood that she was lying. "Okay, little liar," Gu Jingzi said helplessly on his back. Lin Che said, "La la 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 la. All's fair in war." Gu Jingzi looked at her smug look and shook his head speechlessly. "You?" He paused and said, "You're just relying on me to spoil you." Lin Che was stunned. What did he say? He said he would spoil her? This thought turned into sweetness in the bottom of her heart. She hugged his broad back and felt warm in her heart. He really did spoil her. That was why she felt more and more secure around him. She even dared to climb on a tiger's back and pluck its fur. She said, "Quick, I've caught you now. You're responsible for carrying me upstairs to the room." Gu Jingzi's face darkened. However, when he turned back to look at her smug face, he still carried her and did not reject her. The servants upstairs were shocked when they saw this. Sir actually carried Madame upstairs that Madame was smug while Sir looked helpless. However, after a while, they laughed again. This husband and wife pair were really getting closer. The two of them were getting calmer and calmer when they were together. Chapter 501. The next day, Lin Che and Yang Lingxin arrived at the company together. The company suddenly relented and asked them to go over to talk. Yang Lingxin said, "I think the company is finally not so stubborn. Yesterday, they were probably just trying to scare us. Seeing how stubborn we are today, they changed their mind immediately." Lin Che wasn't so optimistic. The longer he stayed in the industry, the more he realized that some things weren't as simple as they seemed. "Let's go in and take a look first," Lin Che said. Yang Lingxin said, "That must be the case. Sis Che is so amazing and popular, and the box office earnings of any random movie is so high. They definitely don't want Sis Che to leave, right? Moreover, Sis Che is so popular in the industry, and the people you know are all amazing people. How can Qin Wan compare to you?" "All right, don't say that. Shout Xin, walls have ears. Sometimes, it's not good for us to let others hear these words. What are you afraid of, Sis Che? We are capable and famous. We don't have to be afraid of them." Lin Che shook his head and looked at Yang Lingxin. Gossip is a fearful thing. Moreover, fame is given by everyone. We have to remember old friendships. As he spoke, they arrived at the place. Lin Che asked Yang Lingxin to wait outside while he went in to talk to CEO Chen alone. He didn't want Yang Lingxin to go in rashly and say something she shouldn't. Yang Lingxin watched as Lin Che went in. She was still thinking outside. She really didn't understand. Why did she have to care about the company's attitude when she was already a superstar? If she were to become a superstar one day, she would not care about others. She would definitely do whatever she wanted. Anyway, someone would pay for her. She was obviously a person of high status, so why did she act as if she had nothing to do with it? At this moment, she saw Qin Wanwan walking over with her people. Yang Lingxin looked in Qin Wanwan's direction and harumphed. Qin Wanwan's gaze shifted. She walked over openly, without a hint of hostility. "You're Yang Lingxin, right? I heard that you're a very capable person in Lin Che's team and have always been on good terms with him." In reality, Yang Lingxin was picked up by Lin Che. Everyone knew that Yang Lingxin's family wasn't well off, so Lin Che recommended her to work at the company. Unexpectedly, Yang Lingxin had always admired Lin Che and followed him around. That was why Lin Che trusted her. Although they weren't as close as Yu Minmin, they were still inseparable. Since Lin Che was famous, the reporters naturally knew about the people around her like they were their family heirlooms. They all had a rough idea of who they were, so they were able to get a thorough understanding of these matters. Yang Lingxin snorted and thought to herself, "Hypocrite." Qin Wanwan pretended not to notice her attitude and said straightforwardly, "Xiao Xine, I feel like Lin Che doesn't value you at all. Why don't you come to my place? Actually, I've discovered that you're very suitable to be an actress. Your looks aren't any worse than Lin Che's. Why do you need to stand next to him? Actually, you're more than capable enough to stand on your own." Yang Lingxin's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Qin Wanwan. However, she knew that Qin Wanwan wasn't as good as Lin Che. Lin Che had Gu Jingze, but she didn't. Yang Lingxin humphed, "No need. You're not as good as our sis Che. We're dead set on following her. Don't even think about getting involved. I won't fall for your trick. Our sis Che is much better than you." Qin Wanwan's expression changed. She snorted and thought to herself, "How naive and blind." However, Qin Wanwan didn't really want to pull her in. Qin Wanwan said, "Forget it then. I just wanted to tell you that you're very capable." She turned her body sideways and walked over. She used force and deliberately kicked Yang Lingxin's foot. "Ouch!" Yang Lingxin yelped. She felt a sharp pain from being stepped on by a high heel. Qin Wanwan hurriedly cried out, "I'm sorry." You're stepping on me on purpose, aren't you? Ha! Do you think our big sis Che is easy to bully just because she has good intentions? Let me tell you, our big sis Che isn't someone who's easy to bully. Be careful, don't offend our big sis Che. Be careful not to offend our sister Che, and you'll definitely end up very badly. At that time, you won't even have time to beg for mercy. Qin Wanwan was speechless. "I merely stepped on you. What does that have to do with this? Moreover, I already apologized. I didn't bully Lin Che." "You didn't bully him? You've been bullying our sister Che for the past few days. Let me tell you, the people above our sister Che will scare you to death if they tell you." "Is that so? Who's above Lin Che?" "In any case, it's someone you can't afford to offend no matter what. Otherwise, how do you think our sister Che became famous? Do you really think you're so amazing? Our sister Che is just keeping a low profile. She doesn't care about comparing herself to you. Otherwise, our sister Che can be as famous as she wants. What are these lousy resources in the company? We don't care about them at all." Qin Wanwan said, "You make it sound like it's true. Forget it if you don't believe me. Let me tell you, we've already decided. Didn't you come here to bully us? Let's go. We don't care about wasting our future in such a lousy company." Qin Wanwan said, "Oh, so you're so amazing. Then I wish you a bright future. That's for sure. Look at that lousy plastic surgery face of yours. How can it compare to our sister Che? Our sister Che has a lot more fans than you." Although she did it on purpose, Qin Wanwan was still angered to death when she heard her scolding. She walked out directly, her chest heaving up and down as she thought to herself that she, Lin Che, had quite a lot of die-hard fans. It was just that she knew how to win people over online. At this moment, Sister Lin walked over from behind. She pursed her lips and said, "All right, Wanwan, don't be angry. Their future will be bright soon. Unfortunately, it's tight, not bright." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Yang Lingxin still didn't know about this. She felt so good scolding Qin Wanwan just now and really helped Lin Che vent his anger. Look, she scolded Qin Wanwan like that, and Qin Wanwan didn't dare to say anything. Lin Che was still too careful and too lowly. Actually, he was already an upper-class person, so why did he still have to care about other people's feelings? When Lin Che came out of the office, his face was still tense. Yang Lingxin went up to him. How did it go? We didn't come to an agreement. Let's go. Although Lin Che didn't want to make things too awkward with the company, it seemed like there was no other way. They only called her to the company to buy time. They didn't want to solve the problem at all. However, when the two of them left, Chapter 502. Chunjida looked at Lin Che and shook his head. Although it's good, once you leave the company, you're our enemy. We can't let you leave peacefully. He couldn't help but admire Qin Wanwan's move. She made Lin Che a trending topic just like that, and became a victim as well. She stepped on Lin Che's foot and helped her rise up instead. The next day, Lin Che received a call from Yuminmin. Qin Wanwan's making a move. Something happened to you. What? Lin Che took a look online and saw that a video had been posted online. It was Yang Lingxin and Qin Wanwan. Qin Wanwan stepped on Yang Lingxin's foot and received a torrent of abuse. Most importantly, Yang Lingxin's words were filled with ridicule and made her want to die. The internet exploded and Lin Che was immediately scolded. Not only was there a water army, but there were also some people and fans who didn't understand. Yang Lingxin's words were too ambiguous. For example, she said she had someone backing her up. She said she could be as popular as she wanted, and she didn't care about Orange Light Company at all. She has someone backing her up? Lin Che is a kept woman? Hence, every comment online was filled with questions. I want to know who's keeping Lin Che. How dare he speak so arrogantly? I want to know why Lin Che's employee is so arrogant. I want to say that Lin Che is really awesome. He's just an employee, and yet he can scold Qin Wanwan like that. How does he manage his employees? Although Lin Che was depressed when he saw the video that it really was Yang Lingxin. Little Xian had been speaking impulsively. Lin Che thought she didn't cause any trouble because Yu Minmin was strict with her. Plus, she was younger, so he didn't bother with her. He didn't expect that before he could sit down, Yang Lingxin ran into Lin Che with a face full of tears. Sis Che, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just angry. She bullied me on purpose, so I scolded her. I didn't expect. Lin Che felt something was wrong, so he asked her about what happened that day. Yang Lingxin explained everything in detail and knew that she was in the wrong. She stood there like a child admitting her mistake, looking at Lin Che worriedly. She was really afraid that Lin Che would chase her away in a fit of anger. Qin Wanwan planned this long ago, so this was her motive for calling me to the company. Instead of going to the studio, Yu Minmin went straight to Lin Che's home that afternoon. Yang Lingxin was still crying. Yu Minmin pretended not to see her. She was the one who caused the trouble this time. Although she couldn't be blamed for it, she should still teach her a lesson. Yu Minmin said, "Looks like you've really been scolded badly." Yeah, but I'm already used to it. If people who don't know anything see this, they will definitely think that I'm too proud. I even scolded you for being a hypocrite. Annoying. He even scolded you for being good at acting. Isn't it a compliment to know how to act? They say you act very innocent on the show, but it turns out you're a green tea. This was fucking unbearable. Yu Minmin, are you purposely making life difficult for me? Why are you telling me this? All right, calm down. You'll definitely be scolded, but there are also some people who support you. They say that it's a staff member who's scolding others, not you, and it might not have anything to do with you. However, they say that there's a problem with someone backing you. Then what should we do now? We'll deal with them one by one. Qin Wanwan isn't completely innocent. Who doesn't have a stain on their record in this industry? All right, don't read the comments for the next few days. Just stay at your house and play with President Gu. Okay, don't worry. Even if I read it, I'll just torture myself. I won't be so heartbroken. Yang Lingxin didn't dare to say anything. When she saw you Minmin outside, she didn't dare to make a sound. For the next few days, Lin Che decided to rest at home first. As for Gu Jingze, when he came back, he saw Lin Che and walked over. "What are you doing?" "I'm worried that I'll get beaten up on the streets, so I decided not to go. I'm going to rest at home for a few days." Gu Jingze said, "Since it's rare for me to rest, why don't we go on a vacation?" "Huh? Now?" "Yeah, I've been asking you to go on a vacation for a while, but you never had the time." Lin Che immediately jumped up. "That's great. Where are we going?" "Look around. You can go wherever you want." I haven't been to most of the places. I haven't really traveled much. Why don't we go to the Great Barrier Reef?" "To Thailand? To Europe?" "Too." Lin Che started thinking about where to go, while Gu Jingze watched him dutifully from the side. Yang Lingxin was also listening from behind. Separated by the door, when she saw the two of them like this, she couldn't help but wonder why Yu Minmin blamed her so much. But Lin Che didn't seem to mind at all. Gu Jingze was really nice to Lin Che. He must be worried that Lin Che would be unhappy, so he purposely took him out to play. When Yu Minmin went back that day, he released a statement on behalf of his agency. Due to communication problems with the agency, Lin Che's agency decided to leave Smart Pictures. The contract issues involved would be resolved through legal means. Smart Pictures didn't expect Yu Minmin to release this statement at this time. Immediately, people speculated that Lin Che had a conflict with the management company at this time. Thinking about how Lin Che had been slandered all this time, they wondered whether the management company was plotting something. Of course, these reasonable speculations were only a minority. Most netizens like to go with the flow and curse. Inside Smart Pictures' conference room, Chen Jingde looked at Qin Wanwan. "They've struck first, so we need to hurry and find a lawyer." Qin Wanwan said, "What's the point of leaving the company? Would any other management company dare to hire her at this time? Unless she goes out on her own. If she goes out on her own, we'll ridicule her to death and say no one wants her." After Yu Minmin released the statement, she first filed a complaint against Smart Pictures. However, some people speculated that this kind of lawsuit against a management company would require a lot of compensation. Since there were too many unreasonable ties before, Lin Che probably wouldn't leave the company so easily. If she wanted to buy, she would have to pay all the money she earned over the years to Cheng Guang as a form of redemption for herself and start anew. Otherwise, someone would be willing to fork out the money to redeem her. However, she was currently in the eye of the storm, so there probably weren't many large management companies willing to take her in. Hence, Lin Che's future was truly worrisome. That day, Lin Che decided to go to France with Gu Jingze. Since there were many countries there, they could travel to other countries just by taking a train, so she thought it would be more worthwhile to visit a few countries together. Gu Jingze naturally let her choose and didn't care too much. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.